against the 987 on the
I think they had some. I don't know if they had a penalty or a drive-through early on, but I think they had something that set them back early on. I did see.
Yeah, because they Bell had a fantastic qualifying. Ended up in the top 10 shootout, but we haven't seen much of them in terms of on camera. So it's either been quiet or nothing too much to report on in that front. Bob now just actually falling off the back of Hayes a little bit for the time being. It's a bit over a second at present.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's... That GTR's tyres surely must be going off by now, right?
Well, Hayes was saying in chat earlier in a practice stint, he got it down to like 1 mil of the 3 mil that it can be within 40 laps. So I can't imagine it's being too kind to him right now. But, you know, as you go, you're getting a bit more time to see, a bit more practice, hopefully a little bit less damaging on the tyres. The 111 car is in. That's the Calsonic Rockets Evolved GTR, I believe.
Surely with the track cooling down, it can't be as punishing on the tyres as like you were saying earlier, Blake, with you know, the track temps in the 30s, because that's warm. At least the track's cooling down now, getting into, you know, nearly 10 p.m. race time.
So yeah, there they go in now. Yeah, the AAA car's in, which is pretty interesting because if they're right at the end of their stint, and I'm guessing they're on fairly old tyres, I would expect that Mustang on fairly fresh rubber should have been able to just get past them, but obviously they were having some issues like Chris was saying in the YouTube chat.
Good. Ryan turned his lights on. Good.
Oh, that's right. We've jumped over to another YouTube stream. We've got to open that one now.
Mate, a bit slow on the uptake. Glenn even made a whole announcement about it.
Yeah. I was still reading back the messages and yeah. Right, I'm back. I'm back with it for now.
He's on top of it. Did you ever fix up the math on your fuel calculations earlier?
No, I was kind of hoping somebody else would do it for me, but they didn't, so I went ahead and did it myself and thought, I made a meal of that one. I'm not going to repeat it.
Lucas Keys right on the back of Austin Carpenter if the delta's correct, and same with Steve Ty down in, well, battling for P9. It is now. There's 3 cars quite close together.
Starting to spice up after the round of pit stops, huh?
Yeah, obviously Lucas is coming through at his blistering pace as usual.
Yeah, typical Lucas really, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll see where he gets up to, yeah.
How many times has this 777 gone right back down the field and then caught right back up to the top of the field?
It's got to be at least 2 times, I think. 2 or 3 times so far. And we're only halfway through, so yeah.
An unreal effort, really, isn't it?
I mean, it just shows the unreal pace that these guys have. It's just kind of absurd.
Oh, yeah. Aliens. Just alien pace.
Yeah, Lucas and Cooley definitely experienced drivers in that Aston Martin. You know that they're going to be top of the charts for pace and whatever.
I do remember doing a race at Watkins Glen and I had Cooley behind me. I went, no, away you go. I was just, there's no point even bothering trying to hold you up. Just away you go, mate.
Yeah, I think we have seen that from a few cars, just kind of accepting their fate and just letting the quicker guys go on through and just keep on hammering away those laps consistently, because they know that it isn't really worth fighting. As Cricky and Taniake jump into the pits for their, gosh, it must be what, 6th or 7th stop now.
Yeah, it's got to be around there somewhere, surely.
Have we seen any speeding in the pit lanes? I don't think we have so far, have we?
I don't think so.
Everyone's kept it fairly.
No,
tight
I'm not driving,
entry.
mate. That's why you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Besides track limits, it's actually been not too bad for the in-game penalties.
I think it's been pretty alright considering the length of the race.
Well, we pretty much made turn 1 fine, except for that little tangle between some cars at the back of the grid, didn't we?
It
Yeah,
literally
that was
never happens.
777 and the Lambo.
The Lambo, yeah,
Yeah.
16, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, which I think is a pretty great effort, really, especially
for Cota, that's
for this track,
good.
especially.
And the mock style was good too. There was no incident on that one.
What do you mean, mock start? We started this race.
Oh, what are you
perfectly on
talking about,
time.
Aiden?
Oh yeah,
that
sorry.
happened.
I must just be imagining it.
I
was
got
it-
told off mentioning it earlier. So.
It was a fever stream, as John Ryan calls it.
So I'm not too well informed on this, but will it start to get morning by the end of the race? Will it
Yes.
go back to day?
Go
Yes.
to
So,
10 o'clock.
because we're on 2 times speed, we're going to go through a whole day, so it's going to end up being
okay.
10 in the morning again. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. We're just doing the time walk, you know.
It goes 2
Well,
feet.
Yeah, there goes that Ferrari with Taufik driving.
2 Feed, 2 Furious. Stevie Ty in this GTR as well. Did they win at Bathurst last time out?
I'm not sure if wasn't there an incident right at in the last 15 minutes between them and another car, if I remember correctly. I can't remember who won the I think it was Lucas and whoever was driving with the one. But the guys in the Rockets of Organised did really well. I do remember that. So he's definitely a good GTR driver.
Deep.
As just goes a little bit deep there, almost to the back of 2 Fig. Luckily, just kept it out of his.
How do you like your first commentator's curse, mate? That was pretty immediate.
Yeah, that was pretty well timed, hey.
So the 124, yes, still in 3rd position. So we're technically lapped, I would assume.
Yeah.
Stevie Ty to be back here.
And Sonicus, I think, should pit sometime soon. We don't have Cameron on his stream, being a little spy for us, so we can't tell exactly when he's going to pit. But I'm going to go jump on his stream and quickly have a look which fuel he's got left.
I was just about to say, which one of us is going to do it and jump in there to be the spy?
Wait, yeah, but Sneakers wasn't in that car? Isn't he fresh back in the car? I don't know. We'll get an answer in a minute.
Aiden's just out here doing God's work for us while we just talk.
Twitch has given me a 30-second ad, so it'll be a few seconds.
Standard. These guys are having a lovely race, though. It's been very, very mature, very thought out, and it's paying dividends for them so far. Bob now in the 695 into provisional P2 for now, and Taufik in P3. Monks from Joms, and then the 888 with Rondinella at the wheel now.
So yeah, Page is about 60% through his stint right now.
Okay, just the Max Verstappen effect. We haven't really been looking at them too much because they're just pretty comfortably in the lead. But speaking of comfortable, Carpenter right now not at all comfortable. Stevie Ty all up under the wing of that Aston Martin, and Stevie Ty, very experienced operator, coming around. There could be a potential move on here depending on what kind of exit these guys get.
I would definitely say the GTR has a good chance here.
Yeah, he's very, very close. I think he opened that corner just a little bit more to carry a bit more speed through there, so I think there could be a move on. He moves out into the wing, into the mirrors, and they are side by side now. Stevie Ty is going to have claim to that corner. We've seen this move play out a few different times, just has to get it on the brakes and moved on. Nicely done. There was no contest there from Carpenter, really. Just didn't quite carry enough speed for any kind of up and under. So Stevie Tsai through in that 111 car.
Yeah, kind of textbook move into the hairpin there, Verstappen corner. Although he didn't really give him a Verstappen and push him off the track, but yeah, it's fairly easy when you've got a car like the GTR that's really good on the straights.
I haven't seen any of that Verstappen-esque stuff through there. I mean, it's. I don't want to start a big Reddit thread argument about it, but the rules that we employ at Octane, I don't think don't allow for that. As the 614 car, actually, I doubt they've had a moment. I would imagine it's technical issues as they were stopped on that straight. So we'll see. Oz Team Racing car.
Yeah, I was talking to them earlier. They must have some issue. And 959 is slow through the S's up here, just in front of where Steve Ty is. He's also, I think, had a moment.
Who's piloting that 959? That's the Ratuma spin car, so that's Steve Lewis, Neil Wood, and Craig Dale.
Yeah, I think the 111 might catch them. So,
yeah,
because there's a big gaggle of cars up in this section, so you can see on the track map.
It's now certified night, 10 p.m. You're not seeing much without those lights on, that's for sure. How do you feel about driving at night, Aiden? In sim racing, not in real life.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely tricky. It is fun, but I would say for most people, I would definitely advise practicing before you go into a race where you know there's going to be night, because obviously the last thing you want to do is miss your braking point because you can't see it as well when you crash into the back of someone. But I think for enduros like this, it's a good addition. Makes it a bit more varied, obviously, especially when ACC weather kind of does its thing and it's either one or the other. Like it's like at Bathurst, it was raining the entire, rain on and off for the entire race, and then other days it's completely dry. So yeah, it does add a bit of variability to it, which is good.
Yeah, that Kunos of variable weather just likes to throw things in the works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it's mostly one or the other from my experience at least, but anyway.
What about driving at night in real life?
Well, I am a law-abiding citizen, so whenever I drive at night in real life, I am not driving like I am in the sim, so yeah.
I mean, I sure hope not.
Yeah.
It's like
I'd see you on TV if you were.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe that's at 959. McLaren just getting out of the way. Relatively nicely there. It's a little bit dicey, but that hairpin does have quite a lot of space, as long as it was a little bit telegraphed there.
What about you, Blake? What do you like in the night shifts of sim racing?
I actually don't have a lot of experience nighttime racing. We did a bit of nighttime in duos at the Red Bull
Ring. It was,
but it was kind of like evening into a little bit of night, so it didn't actually feel that dark. So I didn't have too much trouble with it at all personally. I think it's quite fun though. It's very atmospheric. As Stephen Ty is gonna. There's a blue flag
himself
there, but yeah, he's gonna
try and
unlock himself
from Taufik. Yeah,
Taufik not too bothered about that, not trying to defend it too hard, which I think is totally fair. There's a whole lap. Oh, where did that come from?
The board. I think that's the board that's been over that back straight all day. It's just been getting absolutely punted around.
Well, it's finally off the track. Big shout out to I believe Webley is in that team. I don't know who's piloting that car for the moment.
Curry.
He's got his rain light on. Does he know something we don't? Has he got an advanced weather detector on? Does he know the rain?
Probably just does what I do. Turns the headlights on, rain light on. That'll be done just in case.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the way I see it is more vision. at least they can't say, oh, we've struggled to see your park lights. Put the rain light on there, mate.
He's just moving over there for the car of Carpenter, sorry. Yeah, what about you, Marshy? How do you feel about night racing? I know the next sprint round, I think, is at Suzuka at night. Is that correct?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm getting
Yes, it is.
word in that it is at night at Suzuka, so yeah, that'll be pretty fun.
Oh, I like Suzuka too. Yeah, I haven't done a hell of a lot of night racing. The laps that I have done, admittedly, I tried doing some night laps at Nords, and we can all guess how that turned out. I'm no good in there during the day, let alone the night. Otherwise, yeah, the night sort of does chuck a spanner in the works. You know, you've sort of got to be vigilant on your brake markers, your turning points, and that sort of jazz. And then, especially if you're battling with somebody, you've got to be mindful anyway. But I feel that you've got to be that extra more mindful just in case the person beside you or in front of you misses their brake markers as well. And you sort of got to preempt what could happen, but you hope to God that it does not happen. But yeah, it definitely throws a spanner in the works, I reckon. It's just like Aidan was saying earlier, the lovely weather we had at the last Bathurst Endurance. That was awesome, which I did not like in the Mustang, trying to just keep it pinned the whole time.
No, neither. I shared that experience.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't just me then.
Yeah. Bathurst in the wet is just, I mean, it's fun, but it's not for the faint-hearted.
Oh yeah, it's a whole new beast. It really, really is. I see what they mean when they say the mountain chooses you. You don't choose the mountain, because the mountain chose me over Skyline.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And we're in GT3s with ABS and TC. Imagine if you don't have those things, it would just be...
Yeah, especially for the likes of the supercar guys who can do that in the pouring rain. Hats off to them. They do some outstanding work.
Yeah, the driving quality is just next level. As you see, 10-second penalty for a collision. I don't think we spotted that one, did we? That was not on camera.
No, I don't believe so. So we might catch a replay of that one in a minute. So, what are you taking notes from this one, Marshy? You're actually in the series, but you're not racing today due to some tech issue stuff that's gone on. How are you feeling? Are you taking notes on the field? Who's doing what? What's working? What's not?
Kinda. I'm one of those guys that sort of does a few laps, sends a replay off to my quote-unquote coach, and then he tells me mostly what I'm doing wrong, and then basically run with that, hope for the best. And I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of like you, Blake. I'm sort of toying with the idea of, do I change cars? Do I stay with what I'm in? Or but like, I've done Suzuka and the Macca, and I really enjoyed it. Admittedly, it was in the rain, but still really enjoyed it. So sort of, I'm undecided whether I stick with the same car or change, and then what do I change to, and all of that sort of jazz. I'm currently in the Macca.
Right,
I was.
Next is Solder, I think, so take something that's decent over the curb. That's my advice.
I don't want to have to go back to the Mustang. That was painful.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy it.
So
Let's
here's
do a
that
replay.
replay. This would be the 987 car, I presume.
The 987 is the Porsche. Oh yeah, it's just giving them a lot of time.
I mean,
That's it.
That's just a bit of a bump. I don't know. Clearly a fault there.
As we've said, it's very difficult to follow people through that S's part, so yeah, it's very easy to just accidentally misjudge something, especially at night, like we've said.
I mean, admittedly, it's been dark for race time, what, an hour or so? To be fair, to have one or two incidents so far is great shout. They're doing really well, to be fair. I probably would have parked it in the wall by now.
So did Neil Wood just get a penalty for an unsafe rejoin after that?
I would assume that's rejoin once he got the tag there, because there was quite a few cars in the area when it happened.
So we watched the incident and Glenn said, that's all there is. And allegedly not.
I'm going back.
It's because I think we were watching the Porsche.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Oh, Ben Curtis
Waiting in
saying it's
anticipation.
a lap later, actually, which is interesting. So I've had another off.
I found it.
Okay, Ben just deleted that comment as soon as I said it, and when Glenn said no. So we're getting bad info from Ben after I praised him earlier.
Getting stitched up.
Oh, I can't believe it. So here we go. So right on.
That is not where you want to be. That's for sure.
Moving off. That's all good.
Here we go.
And here, so it's probably going to be a bit ugly. Whoa! Wowie, that was very, very close.
I think there's something else happens up here.
I think Lucas definitely would have had a little bit of worry when he saw that McLaren coming back in front of him.
I know, it's okay. I think that's it. Unless anyone's found anything else.
So far, that is it.
I think that's it. It was like they didn't come together, but
It's only a 5-second.
Yeah, it was very unsafe. They were very, very close to coming together there. So the 91 Porsche coming in with Mike Bushell currently at the helm. We'll see if that changes after the pit stop.
Yeah, well, position 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 16 is all Porsches, and then 17 is the odd GTR out, and then 18 is another Porsche. So we've got 6 Porsches in 7 spots.
Yeah, Porsche Cup midfield.
I don't know what Richardi's on about being in P7 out of the Porsche Cup. He's taking it and run with it. See you later, team. I'm out of here.
Yeah, Stefano's usually a pretty quick driver in sprints, so it doesn't surprise me that he's...
You got the Kovacs red and blue cars in the pits. They love to do everything together, these Kovacs guys. Alright. Damiano here. Don't mind me laughing at my own joke. Damiano, actually, I'm going to put Damiano on small blast. He's supposed to be in the booth right now.
Yeah, is that why I'm stuck in here?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing racing this stupid car. He's supposed to be commentating right now. But obviously, he's just not got his head in the game, really. But we'll speak to Damiano in a little bit. I presume once his stint is over. Seeing some of these other Porsches come in, I would imagine a lot of them have been on a very similar stint/strategy, which is just run the Porsche for 90 minutes each time. So I would imagine they're going to come in pretty soon.
Let's keep an eye out, Aiden. There might be a blast in the staff chat soon.
Alright, okay.
Blake might get the smack stick out. You're supposed to be in here.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what's happened to the Oz team guys, because they're in P29, which is not where they were before. Obviously, we saw they had some sort of problem. Apparently his game has sent, so when the Ferrari was stopped on the back straight, apparently he got put in the driver's seat of another car while he was going down the back straight.
Oh my god. Wow.
That's handy.
So,
yeah, not quite what you want when...
did someone get kicked out of their own seat? Or was he just spectating?
Well, obviously you can switch what car you're looking at or what car your camera is in while you're driving. So there must have been a keybind or something pressed to switch him out of it somehow.
That's wild and really unfortunate. Damiano in the pits, so we might see him soon. Yeah,
I like how Glenn just said that he has to get his helmet and his race gear on. No, for that, you're coming in the comms booth with it all on. You can commentate with your helmet on.
It would be really funny if Damiano went back out and double stint, but I think it's Bruce Miller in the car. Yeah, so there we go. Hislop as well. All those Porsches just coming in now. As we sort of alluded to before. A few outstanding penalties still around. Roy Ancan with 15 seconds, Davis with 10 for that collision on Neil Wood. Don't know if that was the drivers in the cars at the time, and then Neil Wood with the 5 seconds for the unsafe rejoin. So we're just over the halfway mark. Actually, we didn't even celebrate that. We didn't get the ACC guy going. We're at the halfway mark. Keep on going, or whatever he says. Anyone got anyone they're very impressed with so far?
I'm impressed with the GTR duo up the front in Jaden and Saxon, and also the Aston of Monks and Gobby. Both silver class cars. However, I have a feeling that might not stay for the next round if they keep going how they are, because they have definitely pulled off something better than a silver performance.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
myself, I've got to go with the 777, just how they've gone down in the field, come up in the field, and then gone back down in the field, and then coming up in the field again. That a solid effort, like Lucas in P9 currently with the fastest lap. We all know he doesn't mess around, but it's just been silly now. If he gets up towards the podium, I'm just going to shake my head and be like, yeah, okay. Well done, Lucas.
I actually think that Lucas Keys almost exclusively messes around. I don't know if he's ever that serious, is he?
No, not
It's
from what
actually a
I've
good
seen.
point.
They would have been definitely in contention for the win if they didn't have that fueling mistake early on, which made them return to garage, I think.
Yeah, they pulled out of the pits and then had to go back. Matt Niparis in the 700 Ford with a DT as well. Zach Jensen in the 666 also with a DT. So got a few more of those coming in. Lamborghini actually having a look up the inside. Obviously that's a blue flag Lamborghini, but Miller opting to just let them through.
Probably the safer option. I mean, we've still got 5.5 plus hours to go. I'm more trying to work out how my fellow teammate Jensen got a DT. I want to know where he got that. I'd say it'd be for track limit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, knowing this track here was probably everywhere, because everywhere you can get a track limit.
Yeah, that's a great shout actually.
As Miller is under attack from, is that Chalmers that's alongside him? Or it's one of the Kovacs Porsches.
I do think that would be Chalmers, yeah. So Chalmers through without too much fight there from Miller. Probably slightly cold tyres still. Chris Taylor, could you elaborate on that message in chat, please? They were winning. Who was winning?
I think he means 777. We're gonna win.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
If
I mean, I
that
yeah.
feeling thing.
I don't think that's a wild thing to say.
Yeah, because they were for a little bit there, weren't they?
Well, they yeah.
Austin Carpenter is also on the back of Dylan King in that number 90 Porsche for P10 as Nippers serves his DT.
Yeah. So Chris Taylor just confirming what you guys said. He was talking about the 777 car. So Carpenter behind the Sofa King, slow. Number 90
Nippers-
Porsche. Can feel slayed.
Nippers might actually... Nippers is going to come out behind these guys who are battling, so that's going to be a bit frustrating for him.
CFB Motorsports just asking what's the max stint timer. I don't believe there's any stint timers for this race. It's just a requirement that every driver on the team drives the car at some point.
Yeah, there's driver timers. It varies on how many people are in your team. I think for 3 or 4 people, it's something like 3 hours.
Yeah, okay. So it's driver basis, not... What? Yeah, so no,
Yeah, there
no
is no
stint
stint
timer.
timer.
Matt Madden just giving a shout. Apparently there's a massive battle about to happen between 26th, 27th and 28th. If we want to have a look at that sometime.
Carpenter
But there's
goes for the move.
battle happening up here still. Carpenter with the move down the inside of turn 11. Very nicely done. Before the straight even.
Yeah, I think that Porsche might struggle to get back at him. As we see, I'm guessing this is the 26, 27, 28 battle that's about to kick off here. It's a Ferrari sandwich for the McLaren. He's stuck in between 2 Ferraris. So we'll see if he can make the move. I'm going to guess his best chance will probably be on a straight because the Ferrari isn't too quick. The McLaren is fairly good on the straights.
Gotta love it in the corners too. You can just throw it in there and it sticks. Although the Ferrari's the same, you can sort of throw it in and it sort of sticks.
I think you sort of have to throw the Ferrari in, don't you? It's whoa, it's very, very close to Pidgey car.
That's Madden, I think.
Yeah, getting very, very close there to the McLaren. Oof, a little bit of a sweat on for that one. But yeah, the Ferrari, I actually, when talking about car changes, I did give the Ferrari a bit of a look. And honestly, I had no pace in it. I'm not really sure what it's about. I don't know if you need to just carry way more speed through the corners or something than I'm able to. But yeah, it's an interesting car for sure.
Oh, ask Hobbsy. If I remember correctly, he's a Ferrari dude. He does like them.
Or Taufik.
Oh yeah, that too.
Oh, there's like a million Ferrari merchants in OOR, but I mean, I did not like it, but I didn't really care to like get to grips with absolutely everything of it. I don't have that much time to sit around and test every single car in the game. There's some that I sort of like and I'll put a bit of time into. But yeah, a bit of the Porsche Cup battle here. This is for P2, 3, and 4 for the Porsche Cup so far.
I like how we're calling it the Porsche Cup now.
Yeah, exactly. It's Johnson, Kay, and Bab. All quite close together.
So yeah, Bab having a couple of incidents earlier in the race, I think about 2 hours in or so. They've been making their way back up through the fields in that Wally machinery. Boy, that is spicy. I think that's at 26, 27, and 28. The Pidgey racing car just getting overtaken from the inside. Oh!
I think that Mercedes was the 69 car trying to get through, and these guys were technically blue flagged, but in the middle of a battle.
That hurts for the Pidgey team. They're just a little late on the brakes there, and just not really anywhere to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Neil just got a bit close to that Mercedes in front of him, braked and realised he wasn't going to make it and tried to go to the right at the last second, but it was too late by then. Just caught the end of the back of the Pidgey racing car. Luckily they don't seem to have lost a lot of time. There's still someone near, but they're coming into the pits now, so...
Speaking of the pits, we've had our driver that's been in and out of the car now, Damiano Thurcolini here. Just hot off the stint. How are you doing, mate?
I'm knackered.
I'm just going to say, I've let you get your race suit and your helmet off this time, bro. I'll back away slowly, and I'll be back soon, but I'll be listening in.
All right, I'll catch you later.
You could probably see the steam coming off of him with the temperature dropping down. So how was the stint?
According to my wife, smelly.
Here goes, is that McNeil? Oh no.
So that's Snifferus in the
Snifferus.
700 car,
Yeah,
just with the
Snifferus
move on King in the 90 Porsche. So nice move there by Snifferus. But so the stint was smelly, according to your wife. That's an interesting adjective to give.
Oh yeah, oh, she's not wrong. Even I think I'm smelly.
Mate, if it makes you feel any better, half the time I end up smelly after a comms stint. I don't know what it is. It just I'm just in a frenzy, you know. I see red.
Oh yeah, it's like the pressure's on to perform, right?
Exactly. I'm a high level athlete, so this, you just start sweating.
In the words of our Lord and Saviour Daniel Ricciardo.
Yeah, very true.
What's the Daniel Ricciardo quote? I thought you were going to say
Have you not
something.
seen it? Oh,
No,
he goes. Some interviewers asking him about him sweating, and he's like, "I'm a high performance athlete." And he just does some just typical Daniel stuff. Like, he just starts just being silly. But yeah,
okay,
It's
right,
pretty.
right.
It's pretty famous. Like, if you're into F1, you definitely would have seen it, I reckon.
Oh yeah, in any sport where you lose like 2 liters in like your job, bloody hell. With drinking as well, it's like, yeah, it's gonna knack you. So anyhow, go.
Oh, I was just going to say, so how's the car doing? How's the team doing so far?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. We actually jumped P1 in Pro-Am in the pit stops. They went a little bit long, we noticed, in the pit stop. We jumped them, which is good. We had a drive-through now just as he was about to join. Since I jumped in the seat and say, I'm ready, we got a drive-through, so I think I put my guy off. So we served that. And but Chalmers and crew, they haven't done a drive-through yet, so good job on them. We've got a number of track cuts in our repertoire still, so you'll have to wait and see how many of those we got to divvy out. But I was very happy with my stint. No track cuts this time, and we caught up, so I'm pretty happy.
Very
Do you
nice.
think do you think the main battle for the Pro-Am leaders between you and the 19 car?
No, I think the 19 car's got it down. I think it's all over because we got our slowest driver in the car now.
Oh right, okay. Well, we still got what, 6.5?
Yeah, you're throwing in the towel
Sorry, 5.5
now. We're
hours.
like only halfway into the race.
I've actually finished my driving, so I did my 2 1.5-hour stints, and so that's my 3 hours of driving for a 4-man team. So we split it evenly, so everyone gets 3 hours.
Yeah, okay. So you're on for comms later tonight, right?
Yeah.
Blake's trying to recruit. Blake's trying to recruit everyone she can to get.
I probably could, because I was actually going to do the last stint, but we've actually done really well in our fuel management, as with most of the other Porsche cars as well. So I was going to go in for a last stint for like 45 minutes or something, but not needed, I don't think. But I'll check with the guys. We will see.
All right, we're on to one. Liam Hamilton, stop worrying, mate. We've got someone.
It's Wayne. Oh, not the drive-through.
Yes, that's
collision.
that incident we saw with the PG Racing team car, I would presume.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have seen that because you was probably still in the car. Letting blue flag through, but they were in the middle of a battle, and then Neil Wood had to sort of turn out of the corner because the blue flag was probably a little bit harder on the brakes, and unfortunately just rammed the back of another car, the PG Racing car. So rough go, but that's how it goes.
Car 153 just had a DT as well. Was that separate limits, maybe?
Oh, I think every DT has been limits. There's been so many.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen.
we keep going around some corners and here just blip 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 blip. And guys, not me. Surely not be me. Not again. Nah, it's just the notification popping up. So I'm pleased that it's not me this time. How's the lead going? I haven't really. I've only been focusing on our race and the battle with Pro-Am, but How's everyone else
It's quite
going?
interesting because Page and Shady are doing a complete fuel save strategy, as far as I'm aware. So they are in first. So on the start, they would have been what? They were like P3 or 4.
I will check for you. You keep analysing.
Yeah, so they have come up a long way, and they're obviously first right now. We'll have to see whether they stay first because their other contenders, the 777, obviously had their fueling issue, and also the car 700 also had an incident, and same with 124 who had damage. So it's entirely possible that through all that they have now actually inherited the lead from where they started.
There you go.
So
the further down.
191 car started the race in P6. So, they're doing
Good
quite well.
by them.
For sure. I think we've also seen the AAA car with Rondinella and Hayes have been performing extremely well. Same with Nathan Monks and Tim Gobe in the 153 Aston. They've been in the mix. It's sort of because there's quite a few different manufacturers within the top 10. We're seeing a few different sort of strategies play out. So it's hard to say exactly where everyone is, but I do think it's relatively safe to say that this 191 car is in a very, very good position. I mean, literally on track right now and figuratively looking forward because they've been able to fuel save so much without sacrificing that much pace.
Well, yeah, they've had clean air because they've stayed out so long on each of their stints. They've basically had clean air the whole sort of last like 4 hours. So because of that, obviously driving in clean air is a lot easier, and when everyone's blue flagged in front of you, they have to move out the way so you don't lose too much time. So
yeah, versus say the 777 who's been up and down multiple times, like they are having to do that blue flagging a little bit. Trying to think who else is a good shout so far. The 111 car has been performing pretty well. I think we saw one of the drivers had a technical issue though, pulling aside a couple of hours ago.
Sorry, can I interrupt? In last few laps of my stint, going down the main straight, there was a green car stopped on the main straight.
That was the Oz team car, I think. Aiden, you have insight into them.
Yeah, if it's the back straight, if word is to be believed, they somehow swapped the camera out of their car to someone else. You know how you can change the camera even while you're driving? So they somehow accidentally swapped the camera over to a random car while going down the straight. Yeah, I mean, I've had it happen to me before while I'm in the pits when you click drive and sometimes it flicks you to someone else, but I've never had it while actually driving itself, so that's why they were stopped.
That's wild. That's pretty wild. I've had it when I'm watching a car. Yep, go.
Yeah, well, the game's only 5 years old. I mean, like, it's not... They've had a lot of time to sort out these sort of issues and they haven't. And I guess they're going to leave it that way, considering there's no real future ahead, I guess, for this game.
Not going to debate you too hard on this one, but I will say it's probably one of the better games of the endurance racing and driver swap.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's just the little bugs that kind of seem like they've existed forever, like getting random tires on your setup and that sort of thing.
Today, first go we had with the start, we went. I was driving. I was in the car in the practice, and we went to the grid, and it led to safe setup.
Yeah, exactly. Things like that is what I'm talking about.
Was that with the false start?
And the first default start. Yeah. Because that happened.
You're really lucky. Because if that wasn't, you would have been stuck with that setup for 12 hours. Would you have not?
No, I check because it happened to me in the last enduro, whatever it was. I think it was one of the duo races, and I went, gee, I just flicking through the tires just make sure I got the right tire setups, and it's like safe setup. This is weird. And I looked at it, safe setup. I went, okay. So as soon as I get on the grid, anytime there's a session change, especially for a race, I check the setup.
Yeah, it's wise. It's one of those things that like you don't really look at, and then it happens to you, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm checking this every single time now.
Oh, 100%. And also check for wet tires when it's raining. I've been known to not do that.
Yeah, Aiden's been known to do that too.
What?
Yeah, reverse,
I don't know.
reverse.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
finger pointing, finger pointing.
No, yeah, I don't remember that. What?
I do. Donington Park, like last time
What are you
out.
talking about? I don't think you're true. You're lying.
Oh,
Literally could not be me.
the thing is that we record everything. It's on. It's history in Octane Online Racing now. You cannot deny this.
It's pretty written down as well somewhere. As we had P2 was pitted in swapping to Bub now, or away from Bub now, as Torfig in 124 car is taken over P2. Sonic is still leading, and P3 is left there. We have car 10 off in the Essex just now. There we go.
So that's the Rob Roy car.
Leading AM, so still doing a good job leading AM.
I think
maybe
that
not
maybe a pit thing, because I'm pretty sure the 333 has been vaguely leading, but they've been within a good shout. Because we were talking about them a little bit before. So this team, the number 10 car, is a totally academy team with Robert Buckerfield and Roy Ankan, and they're doing a pretty good job so far.
Stellar job. P23 overall. Nice.
Yeah.
Any close battles? P12, P13 in silver class is pretty tight. It's Johnson and Kay in the Porsches. Oh, that'd be interesting. So we got Lloyd and Bishop, P2021, 0.1 away, and it's all the close racing I can see at the moment. A lot of Porsches in the mid pack, I've noticed. It's like no Porsches really leading and no Porsches really at the back.
Yeah, we've been referring to it as the Porsche Cup happening in the middle of the race, just because you're all grouped together. I guess because you're all on the same strategy, more or less. So
Pretty
there's
much.
this similar pace differential between you all. I mean, look, if most of them are silver with some pro-ams and a pro mixed in there, so
Yeah, it's funny. It's like I was finishing off my stint, and my teammate goes, "Hey, guess what, guys? You go, what? We're half distance." I thought, Jesus, it's like a lot of racing to go. It's going to be really interesting to see how the strategies work out, because like we're one stop longer on the pit stops between car 500 and car 19. We're currently one stop ahead. They had some really excellent fuel saving in their third stint, I think it was. I can't remember the driver's name, but it wasn't Chalmers and it wasn't Rockford. It was the other guy. He did really well, really stretching his stint. I think he drove to like 134 minutes. It's remarkable.
far
Was it
out.
Viney?
No, Viney's not in this one
He
tonight.
doesn't race this. Okay.
He normally pairs up with Chalmers, but not tonight.
It was David Neighbour, if the spreadsheet.
That's him.
is to be
Yes.
released.
Neighbour. Yes, that's the guy. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him, but yeah, solid stint.
As I can see on the Delta, Nathan Monks as well is closed up to the back of that GTR.
Oh yeah, I see P5, P6. Yeah, it's
Or was contact between, that was contact, was it not? Between Bab and the Ferrari on the inside of that final corner? I think
that was car 100. They just dived out the way, but I didn't think it was a contact. If it was, it was.
Was Bab goes deep.
Like that.
Breaks almost into the back of, yeah. I might have to have a look at that.
Is who's Johnson? What's the case?
Ashley Johnson.
Carl, is it Carl Johnson in the Porsche?
Johnson in the 91. I should check that before
I think it is.
I read.
K would be Carl.
Yeah, with he's a familiar Porsche driver, or is he driving it for the first couple of times?
Fairly familiar Porsche driver, yeah, I would say.
Okay.
I've seen him in it quite a bit in sprints.
Get a little squirrely out of turn 10. That's a tough corner. I can't see that one when I'm driving at night, so I'm glad I'm not doing any night driving. So I go around that corner, I'm too slow through there. So that's my tips. So you won't see me on track again tonight, most likely. So yeah, I'm safe. No secrets to be let out now.
Did you ask not to do any night driving?
Some of the other guys wanted to really do it. Normally I do. I don't mind. Let's go Babs. Might have a go here.
Yeah, he's
Bit of
having a
fake,
look.
half a fake.
Might try to. Yeah, it's pretty close. Going into the braking zone.
I think his next bet for a move is probably around the inside, outside, depending how they go through the big horseshoe. Was that turns 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18?
Something like that. We need to get better names for it, to be honest.
I'll call it
Because
the
the
horseshoe.
BMW slides off the track behind them. The red BMW was. It's got a bit.
Just, yeah,
seems
just
like he locked the
yeah.
rear into the corner behind and maybe distracted or something.
Easy to do. Yeah, it seems, Babs has fallen back a little bit through that horseshoe part. And we've got the can get a good run on. Tricky, I find, in this corner to get a good run on. And then turn one is so wide and very thin lines. You can actually half send a dive in, but you'll get beside the car. But a bit far back this time.
Yeah, I think he just needs to bide his time, wait for a mistake from Liam, and really put the pressure on. Because they are in the same car, so it's not as simple as just being faster in one sector or whatnot.
No, not like that. It's just I'm really mesmerised by how they're going through the S's.
Yeah, the
But
Porsches do look like an absolute dream through there. They just look so hooked up.
But not as hooked up as what you believe, I can tell you that much. Oh man, I nearly went off a couple of times. It's like I managed to catch it, dropped a second, getting it mostly pointing in the right direction. But yeah, the change of direction for me was really tricky for this. So it's coming down to turn 12, leading to the big straight. Yeah. That's another great corner to get a dive. That's where I overtook a Nissan, got through, and had about 0.3 on him. And then he outdragged me down the straight. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Nissan stuff. As we're watching on the right-hand screen as well, you can see Nathan Monk's currently stuck behind the Nissan of Jaden Rondinella. Just like we said, the Nissan's really good on that main straight, so it's very difficult to get past unless they make a mistake.
Oh, absolutely. So, it's going. Babs is getting pretty close. It's getting itchy. Yeah, I think Babs is still got to find his braking point for the first turn. He's gone deep a couple of times in turn one. Where are we now? Coming up to the horseshoe. So if you can, last time he dropped a little bit of distance going around this big U-turn here.
Well, surely you'd have some dirty air. I guess you can talk from experience being close behind someone. It would be a bit trickier to follow.
Not too bad, because the car is limited slip on the front. I found it was really understeered mainly from the tyres, not so much following someone through. And especially, it wasn't too bad. I found a little bit of error wash mainly through the second left-hand turn through the S's. But apart from that, the car was okay. It's sort of getting a little bit of forward drift. Bab's got a much better line this time.
Yeah, he kind of closes up every time they go through that corner.
He was out braking stuff a little bit. As we're looking down in the right-hand side screen, going down the straight, the Aston not catching up to the Nissan there.
I think that Aston on the left is Lucas Keys behind this group coming through, so they have to yield to him, which might disrupt the battle a bit.
Oh yeah, so I got one of my positions. Just there's some faster cars came through. I just followed through and managed to follow the train. There we go. Babs has pulled aside, let Keys through. If he's good and lucky as well, he can get a little bit of a
Follow
slipstream.
him. Yeah, try follow him through as well on the portion front of K.
I think he's pretty close. Yeah, were you driving tonight at
There
all?
they go, swerving down the straight.
Warming up the tyres. I bet they're bloody cold. Yeah, so the delta in the temperatures is I think it was for my stint was 4 degrees. So
Yeah. Oh, it's changed a lot. It was 20 degrees about an hour and a half ago, I think. So temperature's definitely dropping down quite rapidly. But we will see it heat up, I think, by the end of the race again.
oh yeah, it's temperature dropped to about 15 from now until what was it, about 6 a.m. and it starts warming up again.
As we see K going wide to let Keys through, but that might actually let Bab through if we can get the camera on that.
because getting offline through some of these turns to let someone through is really, really iffy.
So, yeah, I don't actually see K on the leaderboard on the left. Do you guys? His name seems to have disappeared for me. Maybe we need to get a replay of what happened to that car. Might have disconnected or something in the middle of that, because there's...
Oh no!
He's not on the leaderboard, so I think the number 987 Liam K has disappeared, which is very unfortunate for them. They were doing pretty well. They were not leading the Porsche Cup, but fairly in the battle.
Oh, that's a big shame. Yeah, because it's been... Has there been many disconnections at all tonight?
No, I haven't. I think this is the first one I've seen.
Definitely car... Team Iris? Yeah, Team Iris, the 987 Porsche. Yeah, they had a disconnect in the second stint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they were teleporting the pits occasionally, and then we lost them for about 2 laps, and then they were back again. Because we were actually
see the pink
battling.
is blinking on their car number plate. It's blinking red, which means that there is some sort of connection problem happening.
Yeah. For what I've been told, those blinking means each bar represents one of the drivers.
One of the drivers, So one of them has got internet issues.
One of them's red and one of them's got a little tiny bit of green. Or if you look at car 500, for example, we got 4 people in at the moment, and they're all, you can see that little green bar go very low, a little bit higher, and low again. But there's 4 people there. So Chalmers has certainly put the pedal to the metal. He's put a 36-second gap on this stint on car 500. So he's stretching the lead really well. And I think car 500's got a 2-lap lead on car 100. So looking like the Pro-Am class for the last remaining few hours is looking pretty... Not looking like there's going to be too many changes.
Don't curse them.
Hey, I'm trying my best, all right?
Yeah.
Looking for the win.
Yeah, true. Gotta try and curse them as best as possible, I guess.
What do you think of being so complimentary?
Yeah, true.
There we go. Car 492's back on deck in the pits. Hopefully the guys don't drop too much. I think it's like a 3-minute pit stop before they get to go again, something like that.
Well, that's probably going to drop them a decent, dropped a few laps in positions, unfortunately. Well, it always happens to someone, so yeah, that's just how it is. Jolms comes into the pits from P3, car number 69. I'm not sure where they kind of are. I know they're in the top sort of 6 or 7, but where they are there is I'm not too sure.
Yeah, when I was racing around Holmes, they were on P6 at the time. But I think it was Taylor that pitted just before.
Yeah, as far as I know, they haven't had any incidents, have they? As from what I remember, they've just been driving fairly cleanly, I think.
I've seen the number come a couple of times, but nothing significant. Not so often that are just going, yeah, that's a thing. Maybe a couple second pen here and there, and maybe a DT potentially, but that's all I can remember.
Which car are we talking about?
Car 69.
Yep.
JC had a drive-through.
Right. He's only done 1 stint though in this car, hasn't he?
I believe
I've only
so.
seen him once.
Yeah. But apart from that, I mean, a drive-through is pretty standard fare. It might not even be explicitly JC's fault either. There's a 777 jumping in the pits now. Lucas Key's bringing it in.
Did JC have a good pit stop for a change?
Well,
we didn't
judging by the
actually...
fact he didn't get a speedy in pit lane, I would assume it's good for him.
Yeah,
Nice.
fair. We didn't actually see the pit stop itself, so he could have missed the box and everything, but I feel like JC's woes usually come from the entry.
Or turning the limiter off by accident halfway down the pits, that happens too.
Oh, my favourite's changing to second accidentally.
Yeah.
So Carl
So we can
Johnson
see-
still keeping the lead on Babs. Babs 0.6
Yeah.
behind.
Although I think Babs closed it up fairly quick, hasn't he? Once he got
He did.
past the car of 492.
Yeah, they also had to let Lucas Keys through as well, so would have lost I don't know what the delta gap in, two cars battling and leading a car through. Sometimes you can win, sometimes you can lose. So we'll see if he gets some time back. So we're coming up to the midnight hour, like 17 minutes from midnight on circuit, with 5 hours of racing time, 5 hours and 15 minutes of racing time left.
Yeah, it's about to strike 12. It's minutes to midnight, as they'd say.
17 degrees in the air and on the track.
Yeah, slight little wind as well. I mean, no rain, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're
Because I'm
rain.
not driving. So, yeah, unfortunately, it seems like it'll be ACC weather sort of thing, where it'll just stay one sort of weather constant rather than being truly variable, but it's the best we can do with what we have, so.
I hate to say Damiano, but your car was just red flagged. Not red flagged, yellow flagged.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
the 5
oh,
car.
It's politely ignoring it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but I had to bring it up. So
That's all right.
a little bit of an incident.
That's all right. The car doesn't look too bent. Still pointing the right way, so that's great. Moving along, headlights working.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
take
driving, so can't be that bad.
it. Yeah, poor Bruce. He had to wait half the race to get his first stint, and because just how it all worked out.
Interestingly, we were talking about Liam Kay a little bit earlier. He is there in the pits now. I don't know if they've rejoined.
Yeah, they had a disconnect and they've rejoined, but I don't know if they can go. Are they? Is 27? How many cars we have, or how many cars is the total? Is it
We should have 33
33
cars.
at the moment, so.
I'm still running, so no one's dropped out per se.
Well, I don't know if
One.
the 492 is driving. They seem to be in. We jumped with Baker for a minute, who does have a DT, but yeah, these guys, that lap time is to be believed. They've been sitting in there for a little while.
Yeah, I can believe that. It's a long yeah, because when you disconnect and come back again, depending on where you are in the circuit, it actually adds to it.
It puts you like a lap down as well, which is just like killer.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair because it's also if they had a disconnect and they got launched, well, a little close to the wall. Yeah, you got to repair that damage as well.
Bit of a second jab there for Monks into the box, potentially handing it over to Tim Gobe. Those guys having a pretty lovely race so far. Cannot be mad. On board with Carl Johnson in the 91 Porsche, Kovacs Racing Red. Just screaming down through the 18 and 19 corner.
Is it the 277 McLaren in front of them? I think it is.
That is, yes. A Bishop at the helm currently. That car is blue flagged actually.
This is interesting. The 777's got a DT at the moment. They just went into the pits, so I'm quite curious. Is it a limits or is it just a borderline pit speeding?
I think the pit speedings are stop and goes, aren't they?
No, I've done DTs before. It's like if you're over 57 or something. If the limit's 50 and you do like 57, that's a DT. Anything more than that, stop go 30. It's a fine margin. You only got to be like a couple of K over and you get a DT, which is, yeah.
Well, Lucas was driving it before, so it's entirely possible that it is a track cut accumulation or a speeding pit lane. So.
Lucas absolutely handed that over with 3 strikes on the track limits and an orange.
I didn't want to say it, but there you go.
If you did that and gave him a drive-through just for this pit entry, that's the full set, isn't it?
Oh, that is about the worst you could hand over the car.
The worst I've done is a DT for my pit entry because I hit second gear wrong and when I was changing down, and I had 2 track cuts. So that's the worst I've done.
It's almost the like negative Grand Slam.
It's so true.
Niferous in the pits right now, the 700 lost our way MRT car. And on track, having a look, Michael Babb still pretty close to Carl Johnson there, less than a second. Apart from that, we've got some pretty large gaps on the circuit as it stands, as we're getting close to the top or the bottom of the hour, if you will.
I'm really watching Tofig leading the race in car 124. It was P3 not that long ago. What I was going to say was it's going to be very close to 200 laps at midnight on circuit with 5 hours to go. It's going to be pretty close to that.
Yeah, Shady Samuel has also pitted. Page pitted and now Shady's in the car, so they've got a 35-second gap to Taufik in front. So you said that they pitted recently as well? The Ferrari did?
No, I think...
Oh no, Taufik's been out for a while then, so...
Yeah.
So, yeah, it will be interesting to see who's gonna when they'll swap back.
It's just mesmerising watching driving at night. It's not as dark a circuit as what I thought it would be. There's a lot of lighting there.
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of lighting on this one compared to places like Nordschleife or Watkins Glen. There's no lighting at all on this track as Matthew Herod comes into pits. That's interesting because Lucas pitted only a few laps ago, didn't he? He's got another drive-through. Oh no.
A bit slow, eh? We were discussing this for a while.
I swear he cleared it. Oh no, maybe
Lucas handed over the car with 3 track cuts.
Yes, I see. I've went back on the stream to when he didn't have a track cut, and I was looking have a drive-through, so I was looking at that.
And did you see 492 still in the pit lane?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guys.
They might break the lap record in terms of length if they go out again.
I was a bit unsure on Herod's pit entry there. It was pretty aggressive, but absolutely clear. No penalty on the exit. It's got a couple of cars behind him. Back markers. Oh, actually, might be Bartlett. Pretty close to him because after his drive-through. We shall see. As Michael Babb still behind Carl Johnson by 1 second.
Yeah, I think that was that car with the Bank of China livery on it, the Ferrari. So I think it's definitely blue flags, but yeah. So Michael Babb is our content generator right now with no one else particularly close to each other. So Babb, poking him with a stick, do something, Michael Babb, please.
Well, he went deep a couple of corners, and then Johnson's clipped the apex there, got a bit wobbly.
So Liam K just confirming in chat that they did get disconnected.
That's a big shame.
Yeah. Someone called Cucumber Banana is saying that the car duplicated when the micro disconnection happened, so they're out. So I'm not exactly sure what that entails, if that means they can't even re-enter properly in that car and the pits is some kind of phantom car.
I would assume that the entry has probably died
yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah. Well, Michael Babb having a look.
He's going to try and get the cut back here. Yeah.
Yep.
While they're locked in this battle down the straight, Damiana, can you tell me what those lights either side of the rev limiter are in the Porsche?
I think they're for sliding, aren't they? Traction.
Yeah,
traction.
ABS and traction, and it's here we go. That's where I see he pulls this up. Oh, deep under brakes. That was fantastic. Makes the apex, makes the exit corner. That was a spectacular pass. Yeah.
Wow, it made that look easy. Daniel Ricciardo-esque, if you will. I don't think Johnson even knew what happened to him just there. That was so clean.
Oh, I have a tiny sneaking suspicion that Johnson let the corner go as a safety measure.
Yeah,
just a small lift.
That.
The only way you can tell is, and I'm not asking for it, but if we have a replay of Carl going into that corner, we might see an early lift. But yeah. But the lights. I don't know which lights do what, but I know what the lights do. So one set of lights are for ABS, for all corners of the car, and the other set of lights is for traction loss. So that's why like half the light will be green or purple, one will be yellow, then something else happens and they'll change colour. So coming into here, if we see them light up, that'll be the ABS. So the yellow
looks nice at night, that's for sure. It's a little bit of a light show in the cockpit.
Yep. I'll be honest, I actually don't notice when I'm driving it. I'm too focused looking forward. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we're spectating now. But, like you don't need to look at that because you can pretty much feel it in the car.
It certainly helps work. I'm told, like when you get good at reading those lights, the ABS is really helpful. So you can actually get a better idea on how the ABS is going. But you can see. Yeah, I'm going to learn more about those lights, explain about it.
It's interesting with some of the newer cars that have features like that versus you hop in like the GTR and it's got like nothing on the dash. It's got
it's ancient, that's why.
Yeah. But I mean, you say it's ancient. It's a car from 2018. Like, it's not like it's a car from like 1982.
Ancient in ACC terms.
Yeah. But like, it's just interesting how much. I guess, and some of the dash designs as well, I think have gotten a lot better.
Does the GTR have no rev gauge by default? You have to flick it over to an MFD with a rev gauge.
Oh, I thought it still had dials.
No, it does have a rev gauge. It's because it's got like it in the thousands. It's just a big bar.
Oh, right, okay.
But it's missing, like when you change the traction and stuff, it doesn't show anything on the screen, I think, from memory. Like, it's really bare bones. It's quite interesting.
Oh, wow. Well, that'd be pretty crazy. So if you got one driver likes a certain setup in the in-game settings, the in-car settings should say like TC ABS, and you swap drivers. Yeah, it's going to be a bit wild.
Yeah, well, you just look at, like, you have to look at like the HUD of the game rather than like the car. I mean, I don't know if people like actually like looking at the dash, but I just think it's like interesting.
I chose my first car by its dash when I was in when I picked up ACC. I thought the Aston had the best looking dash and the best looking sound, so that was my first car I drove.
It does sound pretty good, the Aston, I'll give you that.
Yeah, the sound does look good.
It does look good.
Yeah, that's what Dayada just said.
Right.
The best looking dash, the best looking sound.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Jamie Comboy's jumped into the 69 Mercedes, so hopefully they can keep that car going strong, because they are definitely in with a shout of a top 5, I think, if things go their way. Tim Goa seems to be a little bit further, or maybe they've just pitted and everyone hasn't recently, but...
They pitted not too long ago, because we saw Nathan Monks pull in, we saw the Liam K car, like Phantom in the pit still. That was only like 5-10 minutes ago.
Well, they were right behind the car of Triple Eight, Jaden Rondinella, so I assume those guys would have to come in somewhat soon. The GTR does have a massive fuel tank, as I'm told. I think it's 132 litres.
That's the whole back seat, isn't it? It's massive.
Yeah, so they can stay out a little bit longer. It's just a question of tyre wear, I think, for them.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It was like the Aston, sorry. The Nissan, the range was so long. I think it's just, like you said, tyre limited. Well, I was going to say engine torque limited.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the 700 car is that far down. Did they have another DT or something recently?
I think we saw them pit relatively recently, but I don't think we've seen them have any on-track incidents per se.
Yeah, because when I was driving, I was trying to keep Austin behind me, so he would have swapped out just after me and swapped to Niparos. So I don't know if they had an oopsie. They were P6 at the time.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because everyone's now completely kind of on different pit stop timings.
Speaking of which, leader in the pits.
Taufik's just come into the pits.
There you go, pit stop race with P18.
So as the hour passes, the mic is handed over. Aiden and I are going to jump out for the time being. As Mitch Hobbs jumps in the booth for the first time tonight. Hobbsy, how you doing, mate?
Oh, loving life, watching people drive at midnight at Cota. It's great. I'm having a good laugh.
Are you glad you're not driving out there?
Yes.
Oh, it's not that bad. It's plenty of lights.
No. It's not the. Funnily enough, it's not the driving at night problem that you've got wrong here. It's Cota is the problem.
Right.
So was this scheduling issue not really an issue and more of a plan for you?
No, not really.
Well, 987 with a DT, but
Is that the reason, Hobbsy? All those DTs that just magically appear in the timing tower.
Yeah, they're all me. I'm giving them to everybody.
Now you can curse a few people. Get some curses off to let the steam out. But that's going to be enough for me for now. I'll be back in an hour or two. But yeah, best of luck. Enjoy the racing, everybody. Cheers.
See you, Blake.
Yeah, see you guys as well. I'm going to head out as well. Thanks for having me today. It's been a good time here commentating. And I hope to be back in the booth for next round. So see you guys later.
Cheers, Aiden. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Hi, Thurks.
Hi, Mitch. How's things?
Oh, loving life. I did some stewarding this morning, at the start of the race. And now I'm just watching people get drive-throughs for track limits. It's pretty good.
Oh, right. They're handing out their own penalties to themselves, yeah?
Yeah, basically, it saves the stewards the job. We're just having a good old chit-chat in the stewards box before. It's great. There's been some pretty good racing, actually, that we saw at the start and, have seen throughout the day. Some good little battles. Good to see some of the academy drivers getting amongst it. No bias from the academy admin here. No idea what you're talking about.
Oh, no, 100%. The academy teams, was it 333? I think they did an excellent job. P22 outright. Had some issues, as pretty much every team has. And they're stonking it. And here we are on board with Sam O'Brien, KA Motorsport, number 333.
Yeah, absolutely. And car 10 as well, Buckerfield's with Roy Ankin, who he's had some pretty good races, has Roy, in the previous academy rounds. So it's good to see them out there as well. They've had a few little oopsie moments, but that's what happens at a first enduro. It's never going to be all sunshine and rainbows. So no, they've been doing very well. It's been good to see.
Yeah, it's a long race too. So they're already past, what we got, 5 hours in? No, 7 hours in. So well past half distance and doing an excellent job. So we were talking before about Michael Babb and Johnson having a battle. Babb took a couple of stabs at Johnson in turn 1, went a bit deep, eventually got through with an excellent move at turn 13. Oh, as we have Buckfield going.
That's my fault. That's my fault. I jinxed it. That's what happened.
No, he was saving a track limit by going slower. That's what you do. If you know you're going to get a track limit, just ease up. And Babs has got through and it's pulled out 2 seconds. So we see Buckerfield actually make a spot from the drive-through and Bab into the pits.
Yeah, it's been
P13.
P13. It's been interesting seeing the different strategies with tyre wear, fuel, because of the cars they're driving. It's been very interesting to seeing. It's very much been an offsetting race in terms of we tend to see a lot of drivers sort of pit around the same time, and with the no stint limit here, it's been very interesting. Here's another academy team too.
Oh, good. Madden in the Pidgey Racing team. All 3 academy teams actually, their lap times are pretty decent. It's like they're hanging around 208s for race pacer. I think that's pretty good. As we see also Bishop come in from P19. Bats is sliding down the list. Now he's in P14. So Madden looks to be trying to unlap himself from Cheng. Yeah, car 957, the Pro-Am car. Other way around. Sorry. There we go.
Yep.
Okay. So Chen got through on. That's all good. Yeah. So Chen got past Lewis. Now Lewis has got through. Too much happening for my cooked mind. So, Hobbsy, you do any coaching for the academy drivers at all, or any advice to them as they're leading up to this race, as we see Witch's Hat go flying through the circuit?
No, not really. You know, I had the odd question and whatnot, but not really. I think we'll probably look to the next round at Zolder, the 8-hour. We'll try and get some of the academy drivers into teams and whatnot, and we're actually just discussing in the stewards box as well before we might put a feeler out for the academy drivers to have an academy dedicated, 3-hour enduro or something to get them used to it first before doing something like the Zolder 8-hour. So for this race, not really, but I'm hoping we'll get a bit more of that coming towards Zolder. That's the hope, at least.
Yeah, it's the thing I found in the early days of endurance races. It's very daunting, especially when you get to let so many blue flags through, when you're not at the pace. And the driver swaps is I found that very stressful.
Yeah.
No, it's coming down to second nature now. Oh, it's a good little battle happening here.
There's disco lights off in the right that I saw that flashing around. Oh, that's
there
great.
are.
That's genius, having a bloody rave at Cota.
It is. I saw the imaging earlier. It was they got a was it an auditorium? No, a sound stage, and
Oh yes, yep.
instead of having people being static like we have in our grandstand now, they're actually dancing. I was going to say jiggling about, but dancing, simulated dancing.
Simulated dancing.
Yeah, well, this is a race simulator, and we've got the people dancing in front of music in front of the stage, so simulated dancing, yeah. Nope.
How good was the dancing?
It was pretty awful.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There they are.
Jeez.
That's the
About
guy.
how I dance. Goodness me, that's pretty poor.
Where's the neons? They need the neons.
There's that one guy in that red shirt. He was really going for it, though.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
Oh, no. Whoa. She's not impressed.
No.
Oh, neither's. Oh, no. Security's coming to bust Glenn, the cameraman.
I like that
thank
little
God,
Easter
he's
eggs.
going through the ground.
Well, this is not bad.
Red Hot Chili Peppers playing. Yeah, we're a bit past that, Glenn, let me be honest. We're a bit past that.
Still kicking around, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, but I don't think we're too... No, they're not. No, they're not the Rolling Stones.
Well, they're still alive too, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's arguable. That's a pretty big argument in that one.
It's a stretch. I know, it's a stretch. Didn't they look like the same age, like about 20 years ago? They just haven't aged in 20 years. They all still look the same. Bit of
Not referring to
specular.
Mick Jagger at all. Don't know what you're talking about. No. Ooh, that's a nice livery.
Which one?
It's a battle.
It is.
It's a battle. It's Gobby on tie. Who's going to win? Oh, I have no idea.
Looking at the two cars at the background, whether they're battling themselves or getting a blue flag through on one of them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's looking
Absolutely
pretty.
no idea.
I know, it's a bit hard to follow that one. Yeah, but Gobby on tyre is one of the closer ones. We have Taylor in P2 behind Shady Samuel. That's 4 seconds. Rodenlia on Liam Hamilton. That's 5 seconds. Keep an eye on that, see if they extend out. Nipris on Bartlett. Notice Nipris closed half a second for P10, P11. Sliding down the list, they're all refreshing, so I can't tell apart from Shine and Buckerfield. I think car 614 had a couple of moments a few stints ago, so they've been pushed down the list, unfortunately. Wow, Gobi's really going for Ty on the back, getting deep into the corner.
Hope should get him in a slipstream on the straight, I believe.
Who's that behind Gobe? It's an Aston.
Yep. And
do we know that? Okay, so the third car's trying to unlap themselves from this group. Got some bloody excellent pace. It's going to be really challenging.
They've got to be patient. The rules state these two fighting in front don't have to give way to them, especially even if they are faster. They're entitled to have their battle, and they will have it. Depending how long it's going to last. Looks like if Gobe gets the right exit here, he's got a pretty good chance. But the Nissan just can get really nicely on the exits there and onto the straight. Should pull something nice here, and hopefully Slady just holds back on this one. He doesn't want to stick the nose out and we'll get distracted by the disco rave lights there over on the left. And we'll see Gobe just sitting nicely, being patient. Oh, well, Slade is being very impatient. That's ridiculous. That's... put your glasses on.
Car 10 had a moment near the pit entry. Well, it looks like there's the yellow flag down.
Pit entry's quite a few people off here. I think people forget how ridiculous it is.
He's still on circuit. Yeah, looks like he's still on circuit. As these three are still battling away. Yeah, it's exactly as you said there. Obviously, it's like if you're faster than the cars in front, you've got to be patient to get through. It's got to be a clean pass, and you've got 2 laps to pull a second. If you don't pull a second out, you've got to let them back through and follow them through again.
Yeah, that's right. And he tried to get round. He was, to be quite honest, he was very impatient at that point. He went very late on the brakes, and he's many 5 laps down. So he should just be waiting. He's not in a battle with anyone. Just needs to hold back and wait for this battle to sort of smooth out a little bit if it does, or they might battle to the the end of their stint, whatever time that may be. Could be another half an hour for all we know, but if you've got to be that patient, you've got to be that patient. It's all part of racing.
That's the tricky part. As we click over 200 laps tonight in the racing. Taylor's 3.5 seconds behind now in P2. That's his closing in by the looks of it. And Gobby staying right on the back of tyres. We can see, scrolling down the list, we have Nipres and Bartlett really close right up to 0.2 of a second now, rounding up. And the rest of the field seems to be quite well spread out, so they're the closest battles at the front.
Yeah, and look, we're just over 7 hours in. That's kind of expected that we don't, it's good to see we still have some of these smaller gaps, go to Ty, and then as you say, Nicholas with Bartlett, but it's still good to see that, there's still people within, 5 to 10 seconds of the car, even though they might have been fighting earlier on. I'm smelling Slade sticking out, he's sticking the nose out, just needs to play patient again behind. He does want to get past, and Ty is not letting up here. It's a lovely touch on this, and Gobe is not giving up here.
And Ty getting a little bit slidey through the curvy-worvy bits. There's a move going on for the unlapping car.
Yeah, there it is.
So now he needs to quickly get past Ty and pull out a gap. Otherwise, he's going to let those two back through.
He's going to have to, he's going to have to let go back through if he isn't careful. I'd say Slade could be either on lower fuel or I was going to say Ty will be pitting soon. There it is. So that, I don't know what kind of impact that's going to have on Gobe yet, because Slade's just gotten through on him, so he's going to have the slipstream, but he's not necessarily going to have clean air because of that. So I don't know what kind of if that's going to impact upon Gobe at all with his times. I don't know when he's pitting either, of course. So We'll just have to sort of play that one by ear. The Aston's pretty good on fuel and tyres, so I assume he'll be on a similar strategy to the Nissan drivers, I would have hoped, with the 132 litre fuel tank that the Nissan does have.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, the lack of stint timer has really opened up the strategies for all the teams. Some teams have decided to go lean and long, and some, I'm not sure if some of the teams are going shorter stints and try and get in there faster, even and consume an extra pit stop, but we'll be faster with it. So we know car 191 and Shady Samuel, they're going for the lean and long strat. I can talk with a little bit of authority for car 19 and car 500, where we seem to both be going on long strats as well. We're both Porsche cars were going 90-minute stints. Seems to be falling back a little bit from Shady Samuel. Last lap was 207.4 with a best time of a 206.6. So the less optimum conditions in the night driving, the track being cooler and less tyre grip, but the engine performance will compensate for some of that, being with the cool air and getting more air into the engine with a little bit more power.
Yeah.
Then we've got Herod's caught up to Johnson now. It's only 0.3. Is that a sector delta and a bit, or is that actually a legitimate 0.3?
That's legitimate.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely legitimate. That's the 7777777 car behind, as they would say. Just following along, they're going to have some slipstream here, which will be nice.
So just gets that power down and just pulls out that little, just enough of a gap to make the attack under braking from the Aston, or am I eating my own words? Close, no faking, or very close under braking. This is a bit iffy under brakes. I'm not sure on that one. Would you say that would be the case? Oh, that was close there, nearly a touch there between Howard and Johnson as they go through turn 13, 14. Through the curvy-worvy bit, Johnson's getting a little bit of tail wiggle on the car, wearing out the tyres a little bit faster than necessary, going through the long horseshoe. This one really scrubs out the front tyres. Going a little bit wide, which I find it's tricky to reposition the car for the second last turn and the last turn. And going through, a little bit of a slide there. There's a BMW caught up to the back of these group as well, keeping in check. So look, Johnson's lap time of a 3:10. That's his first rolling lap out of the pit, so that's his out lap. So doing quite well to be on an out lap and keep the pace going. So too easy to do when the tyres are a bit cold when you're leaving the pits. You're keeping your pace up. You bring the big risk of graining the tyre, especially at these temperatures.
Yeah, and that's a risk some of the drivers, will have dealt with. They'll have adjusted their setup accordingly. I know the Nissans are probably running a little bit less camber than maybe some of the others. So, yeah, we're interested to see how it sort of plays out for them.
Okay, car 100 just exited the pit stand in P22. So they're fourth in Pro-Am Championship with Shine driving through into P3 now. And the leaders in silver class is Gobe, Hayes and King, with Hayes only 2 seconds, 2 and a bit behind Gobe. And another Nissan in P13 making the pits. Looks like everyone's making their fifth round of pit stops. Still relatively close with the pit stops, where I find with the teams, even with the differing belters in their stint timers. It's like you find it like in a group of like 10, 15 minutes, everyone's pretty much made all the pit stops, and then there's a bit of a gap for about half an hour. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, and as I said, it really depends on the car that you're driving as well. That will really influence upon how you sort of manage your pit stops. So. Yeah, it's been good to see, some differing sort of strategies with some of the drivers. With, of course, the Nissan's got the 132 litre fuel tank. The Porsche Map 2 runs really low fuel. Merca Map 2 runs really low fuel usage, but it's also pretty slow, but you can get away with that. Some of the cars just having to, do that lift and coasting to use less fuel. Aston's pretty good on fuel in general as well. So it's been good to see that, even though the car you're driving doesn't have a massive impact upon your strategy overall in the race, which is good to see.
As we see, Johnson's starting to pull a bit of a gap out from Herod. Well, he's starting his first time lap after the pit stop. I've been noticing the weather tonight. It's always been just a tiny bit cloudy, a little bit cloudy, or no clouds. So it doesn't look like any chance of rain tonight. The wind is still 3 kilometers an hour, and in fact, in ambient temperature is 16 degrees. As we have coming up to 1 a.m. on the circuit.
Yes, lovely weatherman Glenn told us that before this, just as the server went up, that it was a low chance of rain, so the drivers knew it was going to be pretty dry, but of course a lot of drivers still did put in a bit of that wet practice because not a lot of them knew what the weather was going to do, which made it very unpredictable.
Oh yes, I was one of those drivers that put some wet times in. Some of the other people in my team, we did some wet driving. Even with Kunos to say, we've all seen it. We said Kunos to say, "Yep, we set up a fully wet race and not a drop of rain." So this could have been a completely a washout.
Yeah, I don't think you want to wash out at Cota though.
Oh no, it was extremely slippery. As we got Nippers having a move on Bartlett, it's going to make it stick. Pulling up. Well done. Hit the apex, exit corner. Well done. Good move, that one. I was saying it last time when I had the commentating stint. It was like, I'm still super impressed with the Ford Mustang and its braking ability. I thought for such a large car, the brakes wouldn't be as good.
Yeah, it's always been a car that's had a pretty good braking performance, even ever since it's basically was released into the game. So it was always going to be a strong contender, even though it is a big American slab of cheese. It does have very good brakes for a thing that would definitely be pretty difficult to stop, I'd have thought.
Yeah, exactly. It must be very, very large brakes. And I just want to bring some attention to P1, P2. Only separated by half a second, with P3 only 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's a very, very close little battle there. And Shady Samuel will be running the long game, of course, in the Merc compared to Chris Taylor, who won't be even trying to save fuel in the Mustang because it's not very good at that, and not saving tyres because it's not very good at that either. So it's just a very consistent car, though, which is definitely what you need in an enduro like this.
Looking at the timing screen with a gap of only 0.084, looks like there's an overtaking move attempted, but on the minimap, the triangle is still on car 191, so defensive position enabled. It's only a matter of time, I think, to get this through, but that Merc, it's doing really well with the fuel strategy. How long did it go? They went like 100 minutes, wasn't it, in their first stint? At the opening of the race.
Yeah, they would have gone a bloody long way, I would have thought.
Yes, super impressive.
Here's a question for you, Dirks. Do I sound any crisper?
You sound good. You sound better than just before.
Just for a mid-com stint might change.
Nice, well done. As we see, car 500. Yep. Oh no, you're much better than before. You were. Comments from the super coach, you're good.
Good, as long as I can crisp me out, that's all that matters. As long as I sound no crapper than I did before.
Your voice is always beautiful. Always looking forward to hearing it through comms. So car 500 and second in Pro-Am class, going through the pits. We'll see if there's going to be a driver change. I think it's Joe Spenceley's getting into the car next, or Harry Murphy. We will see.
Take your pick.
Exactly. I don't know what the guys are doing. We only worked out. I think it's going to be Joe Spenceley because Joe and Bruce Miller were the two guys who said they really wanted to drive at night. So we accommodated that and adjusted all the strategies accordingly. And the guys drive at night. As we see Chris Taylor having another look on Shady Samuel, going deep, plenty of room, got the apex covered. Is he going to get the drive on the exit? He has Shady Samuel getting underneath for the next turn, getting very close together. There's no contact yet. No contact at all, and Shady Samuel maintains the position. Chris Taylor going a little bit wider to get a better run through the exit on this corner, and does not, so it's pretty to wait until the horseshoe. Look for a slide there from Chris. Going through this next extremely long right. Is he going to get on the outside closely? No. So hard to follow through these last two turns. Job well done, guys.
There you go, Glenn. I should be a bit louder for you now. Yeah. Just got to fiddle around, mate. Make it good quality stuff for Glenn.
It looked like Shady got a better drive out of the last corner. Oh, squarely under brakes.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Hit the bump. And did he clip that apex there? Really, these guys are really going for it now. Even though it's on the strong fuel save run with car 191, it looks like they do not want to give up the position. So this will be an interesting battle for the lead. And while these two are battling, Liam Hamilton has closed up 3 more seconds to be 17 seconds away in the Ferrari car number 124. So we'll see if these two keep battling and allow the Ferrari to get in contact.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one to see, given that they are on an alternative strategy in the Ferrari in comparison to these two. And Chris should, in theory, get past with the Mustang straight line speed, sticks the nose out, puts a... Oh, I thought he was going to stick it up there. Oh, you had me worried there.
Yeah, can be done. Too near to play this. Would have been compromised the corner on his exit coming down the straight. But let's see how the raw power goes versus the fuel saving. I will say that Merc is looking pretty good at night under the lights. As the Shell Helix Ford Mustang gets really close under braking at turn 13.
All the liveries look good here. I like the one thing I do like about the Merc is the auxiliary light options you've got with it. I love the different light options you have with that. It's fantastic.
I like the Bender the Rodriguez Futurama antenna on top with the light on. I like that one. That's my favourite.
Yeah, that's always a good one.
Which this car does not have, which is fair enough.
Yeah. One can dream.
So driver change for car 500. We have Joe Spenceley driving. And we have leading up front in Pro-Am, we have Pete Chalmers, and with Murphy not that far behind, I don't think. They were a few seconds behind. As the lead Pro-Am class, 333 is pitted, as well as Hopkins and car 666, making some pit stops. Sure, we're just going to put 333 back out in the pits in front of Buckerfield and car 10 at P21. But looking here, Shady Samuel definitely got the run on through the S's.
Yeah, they've really got that Mercedes dialed in. It looks very, very pacey, and was looking, of course, very pacey in qualifying as well. He topped the times. Oh, this is Buckerfield and Davis. Davis is just getting past there, and this is Ung as well, is just behind. So they're having a nice little battle here in for P21, I believe, which is, or P22 maybe? 21, yeah, because there's other people in front pitted, that's why it's a little bit different along those lines. So, yeah, Buckerfield just slotting in here in this little battle. And Taylor got past and we missed it. Bloody hell.
He must have been watching the stream. Taylor watching the stream, waited. Actually, there's all action about now. We have car 161 with Murphy getting a drive through, and I saw a yellow flag, I think, for one of the Porsches, car 987, through the S's just now.
Oh, yeah, that's not ideal. That's not ideal.
So we'll see how Taylor can stretch the lead on Shady Samuel. And before that happening, an extra 2 seconds from Lynn Hamilton closing up the gap from P3. So Herod just got past King. That's for P8, P9. Herod not too far away from Johnson in P7 in a Nissan. And Godby, that was, I think it was pit stop related. Car number 153 got past car AAA. So a bit of action happening in the last 10 minutes around now. Here we go, instant replay.
Yeah, here we go, replay. Let's see. Probably down into the braking zone, I'd have as a guess onto the straight.
Always a good spot. Plenty of lines to take.
Yeah, he stuck the nose in. Shady acknowledged it. He tried to go for the switchback and Taylor said, no, I'm parking into the apex, which is exactly what he should do. And gets the move done there, and straight line speed, the Mustang's going to help him there too.
Perfectly driven.
Yeah, he really couldn't ask for anything better there. So Shady Samuel's just going to have to settle here for the moment. And he's not in any sort of rush. He's running his own race, and that will could benefit him if he can just keep in that slipstream. Might use a bit less fuel, a bit less tyres. So it'll be good to see if he might pick up the pace a little bit just to keep in that slipstream. But we'll see how it plays out. Of course, as you said, Liam Hamilton's not too far back with a car ahead that just needs to get out of the way. Liam Hamilton, again, yes, it's not too far back. He's just come across that sector line, so he's closing. There's another 1.5 seconds closed, but maybe he's pushing to get up to Shady Samuel. Not too sure what their strategy is, so we'll see that one play out in the next phase of this race.
I think with the time we got now, 4.5 hours to go in the race, that really breaks out to quite work nicely for 90-minute stints. What's that? That's 1, 2, 3 90-minute stints left.
It does very nicely hand that out, and I can tell you the Mustang's not going to do that. It'll be doing probably 60, 70, probably 70-minute stints at best, so the 191 car here will do that for sure if they're running map 2. The times have been consistent. They're in the 207s. They'll definitely be running map 2 in that case, and losing, of course, that little bit of grip, 16 degrees ambient and track. Just coming up to 20 past 1 in game. Of course, we've got the 2 times time multiplier, so we're going through a 24-hour cycle in these 12 hours, which will make it a little bit more trickier for the drivers with those temps going up and down, fluctuating a little bit more, and having that night stint come in. If we'd only done the time multiplier times 1, we probably wouldn't have had much of a night stint. So it keeps the drivers on their toes a little bit, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing that in the round 4 of this endurance series, which is at Silverstone, for the similar setup with the 12 hours with the 2 times multiplier. That's going to be a cracker as well.
Oh, I think so too. I think it's going to be excellent. Get some night running in. Everyone gets a bit of flavour. Nothing stock standard. Yeah,
for sure. It's always good seeing these endurances, seeing what sort of people's taste is in their car choices, and it's always good to see everybody teaming up together. We're seeing a lot of drivers sort of teaming up. We expect to see, of course, these Kovacs Racing Purple drivers have driven. The team has been around for a while. They've sort of mixed and matched the drivers, every so often, but of course we see the same names of Shady Samuel, JP Sonikas in there as well. Chris Davis in the 987 Porsche at the moment, just in their own little bubble there, not under any sort of pressure. They've got the 333 car that's in a different class, a bit further back, not too far back. And 957's got a drive-through as well, which I suspect will be for track limits.
I think you'd be right there. Chris Davis, I think, was the car that had the little oopsie before, dropped back a bit, so we'll see how quickly they can get past car 100. As I take a sip of water to keep myself hydrated.
Yes, keep hydrated.
To keep my, here we go, this is going to be, I've been building this segue up for like about 15 minutes. I've been trying to work out how to do this. So have a sip of water, keep yourself hydrated, keep your personal performance squirrel. And with your sim racing performance, head on over to Simrigs.
Oh, you've been thinking about that.
Mate, I mean, Matt, I thought it was a good one. So, you need some new sim racing equipment, head over to Simrigs. If you're a patron at OOR, you get a 5% discount. And here we are, Simrigs. Very quick with their question responses. Send them an email. They'll get an answer really quickly. Really good feedback. Lots of help. I had some issues with my sticker on my Simrig base, the Alpha Mini, where the manufacturer had let the glue come on top of where I put the wheel on. And they just said, put a hairdryer on it, soften the glue, and pull it off and clean it up. You're done. So thank you guys for that. And service has been remarkable. Shipping is super fast. I'll tell you, not a lie. Holy dooly. Shipping are absolutely amazing. I ordered it, I think it was 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. It was delivered on Wednesday. And that was intercity. Amazing.
I was going to say, that's pretty good. I had the same thing when I ordered I basically ordered my whole setup that I have now. Through them, I ordered the pedals a little bit later, but the new, wheelbase, actual wheel, face, seat, and rig, and I think it came within 3 to 4 days, and I'm, 3 hours north of Melbourne, where they're based. So it's fantastic, and they were really good. I did have an issue with my wheelbase, and ended up working the problem out myself, but their support was on a weekend too. There was someone answering it, which was great. So they're a very a good crew there, so we very much appreciate them sponsoring these events, of course.
Yes, so thank you, Simrigs, keeping our endurance racing series alive and kicking. As we have P12 in the pits, car 91, Kay Johnson, which allows the Pro-Am leaders in P12 to make an extra spot. That condition's still 16 degrees. I'm not expecting them to move too much more colder. I think 15 is going to be the minimum we're going to get overnight. And we still got, I think it's another 4.5 hours of total darkness before the pre-dawn starts kicking in. So 4 hours with double time, so we have 2 more hours of full night racing.
Yeah, and we always love night racing at any track, and Cota's no exception. We've got those disco raving lights. Suzuka's got the Ferris wheel, which is always cracking to see if your graphics, your frames can handle it. It's always...
that's true.
Yeah, it always ruins your frames, but... yeah, it's been good to see. Yes, Matt, you did hear correctly of me rumouring of some plans for getting more people involved in Enduros in future. That's correct. We'll be, as I said earlier, we'll be putting a feeler out there, so any Academy drivers that are listening in that want to pass on the information to other Academy drivers or people who want to get to the Academy, we'll be looking to be holding a 3-hour Academy-only endurance race, a one-off, between now and the Zolder 8-hour in July. Will be initial plans tell us we'll actually be pairing each Academy driver up with a sprint driver for the 3 hours. So keep that in your back of your minds. Any sprint drivers who would be interested in that, of course, we'll be picking the right people. We don't like picking and choosing, of course, here in OR, but to help teach the Academy drivers, we will be a semi-invitational one for the sprint drivers that we would like to help out with that. So any Academy drivers, just keep out for that one. We'll be putting a feeler announcement out there for that expression of interest in the coming day or two. If not, it might even be at the end of this race. If not, it'll be tomorrow or Monday, so keep that one in mind.
And while we're waiting for our race for the new Academy and sprint driver thing, we can watch the rave happen.
Yeah, we can watch the rave, yeah.
As P1 and Pro-Am makes a pit stop, Pete Chalmers going in, see if there's going to be a driver swap or not. Pete being out there for about an hour and a half. That's a long stint. Good driving.
Yes, I agree, Matt. Glenn is not happy that he's only receiving this news now live in the Discord here. We didn't even consult Glenn on this. We're just going to put him in his hamster wheel and Glenn will do his thing.
All news is good news, right? So future planning.
No comment from Glenn. Yeah. It's all right, we'll get Glenn out in that race. We'll get him out on the track.
There's a move
No. That's adventurous is the word I'd call that, Perk.
Yep, I think so. A little bit.
He wasn't going to pull that up, if you ask me. Yep, that was very, very special on the brakes.
Yeah, it's a tough corner to get a pass on. You really got to be compliant with both drivers going through, and it looks like not enough forward. We will see what happens there. And again, this team, the Pro-Am team, the 100. My understanding is there are some academy drivers in this team as well. Or if they're not academy drivers,
I can't keep track of them all. There's so many of them. We have like 60 drivers or something. Not that all of them come every week, but I think we have like 60 or almost 70 on the entry list or something stupid.
Well, that's awesome. Come on in. We welcome everybody. You got to start somewhere, and it's always at the...
Oh, no, sorry. I take that back. On the attendance sheet, there's actually 80.
Oh, my God.
Now, admittedly, not all of them turn up every week, and, you know, we know people have other commitments, but, yeah, that's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people. That's good. You know, it keeps the series alive. You have the 3 sprint series, the academy series, the over 50 series. We have a duo series. We have the LMU series that's outside of ACC. There was a rally series, the F1 series.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of series.
This endurance series.
Race controls are not happy with my 3-hour academy idea.
Let me help. Don't be sad.
That's really helpful. Just tell the race control bot to be not sad. Yeah, tell Glenn not to be sad. Yep, that's a genius idea.
It works on my daughter. She's all frowning, going, "Oh, I'll help. Don't be sad." And then she gets mad. See, so now she's not sad. She's now mad.
That's this guy. Someone get this guy. Write a bloody thesis on this, because that's fantastic. This is top tier parenting from Thurk.
Yeah, we're only allowed to have one child, so yeah, I'm not allowed to have any more.
Is that your own fault?
No, we got capped. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that literally. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take that literally. Yep.
Well, I believe it's the correct pronunciation.
I'm pretty sure it's Ang, but I could be wrong. Ang. I believe. Yeah, this. I'm not gonna take the piss out of it. I'm not gonna.
Oh, absolutely not. I was going to say the contact that was made has not deterred the speed and the commitment.
No,
it's right in there. It's excellent. Yeah, keep going.
More battles. Yes, come on, Cricky. Get him.
This is
Focus.
David Daber. He did an excellent long stint earlier on.
So we've got the Nissan Merchant against the long stint specialist here. I wonder if he's just your friendly neighbourhood Spider-Man. Oh, I got him.
Wow.
I'm glad the stream can't hear Glenn laughing, because he didn't laugh.
I'll stick up for you, Glenn.
He had a very the fakest laugh I think I've ever heard from Glenn. And he's pulled out some crackers in previous commentary events. It's great.
Did he point his finger when he did it? Like, oh, that's great.
Yes, something like that. Groan, yes, exactly. We've got to pull out. I remember there was a comment, I don't know if it was me or someone else made in, I can't remember if it was at Bathurst or at like the Nords, and Glenn couldn't stop pissing himself laughing. He couldn't focus on the stream, on the camera. It was great.
That's 2 wins right there.
Oh, it is. And, you know, unfortunately for Glenn, he's getting old and he can't focus on 2 things at once.
Oh, that's just mean.
The truth hurts.
You don't have to say it.
Oh, I did. Well, you're right, I didn't, but it was pretty funny.
Oh, Crick's got to drive through. Oh,
no.
Well, that battle's gone. Spitting the truth. Wow.
Wow, spitting. That's a.
I'm going to leave you two with it. race control and Hobbsy can just take over and just keep slandering each other from here on. I'll just be an innocent bystander from now on.
You can be the detective. What's going on?
Oh no! Why?
Come on, Thurg.
Why? No. Why are you sideways? Oh.
See, when now me and race control can have an argument, and Thurks can cry over that his team has had a spin. And you know what we'll do? We'll get that on replay, Thurks, so you can see what happened. Just give it 30 seconds. We'll have it on replay for you, mate. So that's a nice livery too.
Thank you. It was actually a team effort, that one. Shout out again to what's his name? Harry.
Come on, you should know the bloody person who made your livery, for God's sake.
Can someone bring up the Harry Murphy? Oh, here we go.
Ooh, that's a
drive.
The stewards have gotten the big stick out with that one. Holy. We'll get 2 replays, one of seeing Thurg's team have a spin and then a 1-1 drive-through. We'll find out what they're both for. Stay tuned.
My turn to groan. This is deteriorating really fast.
See, now what happens is that they message Thurk and go, hang on, you're getting in the car right now. And then he goes, oh, shit, I need to get in.
No, my driving's done for the night.
Ah, boo. On to see Thurk on the track again.
Well, oddly enough, that's what they told me.
Oh.
What's happening? You guys can go there. You can do it. So, Harry Murphy and Josh McLaughlin initiated the design. Oh, here comes a replay.
Yes. What happened? Too much curb. Yeah.
We were talking about that this being the most difficult corner
I
at
can't
night.
stand that curb.
It's awful. You can't see it because you got to go into the entry so
Open your
wide.
eyes, Merc. Come on. Oh, right, like that. Oh, you're just saying you were Stevie Wonder coming up to the apex, like.
No. Too far to the left of the screen. It's Anderson's shadows. You can't see it. It's dark, and the headlights aren't wide enough.
Hobbsy, what's the other one I'm supposed to be looking for? Because you know how
111
old I am.
Drive-through, yes, you're old. The 111 drive-through, lap 213, allegedly.
Thank you.
No worries, Glenn there, just short-term memory just coming into effect there.
Uh-oh, hang on, I got a message from a teammate. What's going on?
Uh-oh, stinky.
Oh, he had some issues with his screen freezing a little bit, so...
No, that's excuses.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe your screen sticks, for like a second or two. Yeah, it's going to make it harder.
That's what she said?
Yeah.
Got him. Yeah, I'll see myself. Yep.
So it was Harry Murphy that brought up the original triangle design.
Yes.
Josh had fine-tuned it and did some colouring, and I finished off some of the colouring and the logos.
Look at you. Did you put a cartoon version of the Stig on the side of your car?
No, that's the Porsche guys logo, being 2 guys being friendly for a friendly race team.
Yes. So Shady Samuel has actually retaken, the lead of the race after Christopher Taylor's decided to pit. And Liam Hamilton 6 seconds down the road, and that'll just be Shady running lap 2 and just having slower pace. That's all that is. There's not really much to it. He's driving perfectly fine and consistently. It's just that they're playing the long game with their strategy, going for the least number of pit stops required. So a little bit of a change up. Sean Bubnow's jumped into that 695 car with Chris Taylor as they 2-man the 12-hour today. I couldn't think of anything worse than 2-manning Cota. That's okay.
Oh, that'd be hard driving, especially at night. It's like it's so much harder at night.
Ooh,
Yeah.
10-second penalty. Darrell 209. That was.
That's what we saw.
Rough. That's the one we saw. Yep.
10 seconds, a little bit light on the penalties. The race directors were saying they're going to be a bit heavier, some of the pens, but it seems to be...
I don't know. Some of the stewarding decisions that I had to make, there's definitely been a few drive-throughs and stop-goes and stuff like that. They're definitely not being light on them, I can tell you that.
Oh, good. Because I've only been focusing on my team's race and the people that are immediately around us.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Lucas Keys is on at 2:05.4 now. In these conditions, he's certainly on it. If you're looking for that incident, Glenn, it's Diabol's put in 111 lap 2 on 3 after the third hairpin. because there's about 8 of them.
Oh, here we go.
Oh God! I know the stream can't hear Glenn. This is going to be. Must be something wondrous.
We
Let's
need a
have a
drum
look.
roll. Here we go.
Drum roll, please. Let's have a look. Yep. So that looks good. That's that. Oh, that's a tap. That's.
Cop that.
Oh, that's. Oh dear.
Are we going to call that the Goundorf move?
Oh, I don't know what that was. No wonder Glenn was absolutely pissing himself. Oh, that's. Oh dear.
Hold it up, good.
Well, yeah, but no.
No, it's like turned in midair, it landed on the wheels and go straight.
Oh, he's definitely got. God, what was the impact of that? Oh dear. Now, given how easily that popped up, he must have had some damage prior. Oh, that could have been a terrible rejoin if he wasn't careful.
I actually thought that was Mustang.
Oh, the steering must be
looked like
very pointy to the left if he's going like that. Yeah, because he can easily turn into left, and it turned in too much on him, which is why he's hit that. Yep. Oh dear.
See, pointing straight, really easy. Just try to go.
Don't know about that.
Oh! Looks like a bit of 45, 90 degree steering wheel driving there. He pitted, didn't it? Yeah, they pitted since then.
Yes, because Keys is in the car.
Yeah. I'm paying attention, I really am.
But you're not, though, are you?
No, I'm not.
No. We're just here to talk. We don't have to pay attention to everything. It's not. It's not always our job.
No. Oh, yeah, here's something. Hayes on Gobi, getting close, half a second. So we got the fast-paced Aston versus the fast-paced Nissan. This will be interesting to go to drag racing down the line. Oh, 676 has had a bit of a yellow flag moment. Middle. Oh, Ballard, that's P8 had a moment. Interesting.
Yep, that's not great. You can see Keys is really going for it. Wow, that's a livery you're not going to miss at night.
It's a bit dark. Looks good though.
Oh yeah. Plenty of health. Thurk's pointing out that it's nighttime, everybody. It's like when Charles engineer pointed out that no.
He said you're not going to miss it at night. And I'm saying it's a dark livery.
No, that's about as obvious as Charles Leclerc's engineer pointing out that he had water in his cockpit because it was wet. Yeah, it was water.
It probably was the water, you know.
Really? What gives you that idea, Thurks? What gives you that one?
Probably the rain because it had water in it.
And water, of course, is wet.
Yeah,
Or makes things wet.
It's one of its foundational properties, isn't it?
Well, its foundational properties is actually 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, but you know.
It has very the water tension's amazing. If we can start talking about water,
yes.
One thing that really blows me away, the water tension. You see an insect or a leaf on top, but it doesn't fall through. Get a pebble, falls through. Water tension's awesome. Any other one?
Too much time in your hands to talk about water tension.
Mate. Oh, mate, that's not the start of it. It's still going.
That's concerning if that's not the start of it.
There's still more. Before then, we have water vapor, and the other one was what do I want to get out? I was thinking about the other day. So you got like a pond of water, and it just disappears because it evaporates. Oh, car 100 off a little bit at the and another replay. Oh, thank you, saved by race control. See, it's dark. I can't see that. I don't see any car. There's a car. I saw the flame, but no car.
They found the curbing though. Oh, that's yep.
Oh. Yeah. Good reversal.
That could have been a code brown for the Nissan and that up there, and the Mustang. It could be a big code brown.
Yeah. Almost as exciting as that car that switched driver view down the back straight and just stationary before the brake zone on the racing line. That was exciting.
Yeah.
So the Gobi and Hayes battle is still ongoing. What else is close? That's pretty all the only ones we got that are close. Anyway, Hamilton slowly reeling in. 3 extra seconds closer now to Shady Samuels. There'll be some battling up there. The Thong Aston maintaining its drivability.
Sure, yeah. I can't stand that pink thong on the back of the Aston. Like, we're taking the piss here, people.
Or what colour would you like it to be?
I would just like there to not be a thong.
With it something lacy, maybe, instead of elastic?
I don't know. Can you tell us what you've got in your personal collection, Thurks?
Nah, I'm not going to do that. For fear of retribution.
Ah, right. This Porsche behind them's looking a little bit pacey, though, whoever that is. They're looking very pacey.
Oh, that's car 987. That's C. Davis.
Is it? They're actually looking pretty pacey there.
Well, they've just had a really unfortunate time. They had a disconnect and a couple of moments off.
Jesus. Calm down, Lucas.
This time of night. Far out. Oh, that's good going. Yeah, Porsche's flying. Yeah, they were in the pits for like about 7 minutes on their rejoin. They had an issue with... Was it them? They had an issue with the car number coming back. No, that was 292? 492? Something ending in 92. There was another car that disconnected. Yeah, but these guys disconnected after the first stint for about 5 minutes. Oh, they came back within about a minute and they had a long pit stop. So they're doing good driving back. I don't think they've gone any extra... Pretty close here.
That was looking deep, and I thought it was going to be deep on the brakes and on the curb, but they've pulled it up nicely. And Saxon just needs to put on that a little bit of pressure here, and he's certainly trying to do that, getting later on the brakes, but Gobe is just holding nicely. I don't know when I reckon I would have thought they're not too far off pitting in this 153 car, and I'm sure there's still more to come in this. For just over 4 hours left to go, and that will certainly open up the strategy for those that might be on that maybe alternative strategy. You might have 2 90-minute stints left and then a quick half an hour dash to the end or something, which you just chuck lower fuel with tyres and send it for the last half an hour and see where you get to for those that may require that type of a strategy, as Saxon just moves across, sticking the nose sort of in the general area of Gobe, just to let him know that he's there. Not necessarily making the dive, just putting enough pressure on to not be causing too many problems at the moment.
Looks like they really are holding station there. Just enough pace in Gobe in the Aston to keep Hayes behind. Hayes hasn't really had, apart from last lap, I don't think Hayes had a big look anywhere. Hasn't been able to get close enough.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I would have thought the Saxon might have gotten a little bit closer in that Nissan with the straight line speed that car should have, especially in slipstream. So we'll see. We can see Davis behind that 987 car just... well, here we go. Saxon's gone for the later apex to get a better run, which I would have suspected was going to happen. And we'll see if this is going to be enough. I reckon it might. He has to. Yeah. Gobe knows he's going to make his defensive move, of which he gets one to the inside. Well, let's see if Saxon fakes him out and goes for the switchback, because I reckon he might do. Oh, and he does, but doesn't quite get the exit that he needed on Gobe, because Gobe just, and it's meters in it, not even, and that's not actually Davis behind, that's Raschuti in the Porsche. That's they're a lap down, but he's just got to hold stations for the minute whilst these two have this little scrap. Gobe just getting a nice run. Oh wow, Saxon had an even better run in the Nissan through there. So if Saxon wants to do something here, he might just have to make that little bit of a commitment and see where that sort of gets him to. Don't go for a dive bomb necessarily. He made the right move before going for the switchback at the hairpin, which is exactly what I would have done. And it will certainly hopefully push him up the field. And we'll just have to see. He won't get anything done into turn one, will Saxon. Again, just moving across. He was going to stick the nose out, put the pressure on, but Goby's being extremely consistent at the moment, just getting his braking points right, and just trying to match Saxon at the moment. Doesn't necessarily have to go faster than him, but if you can just match him, it's enough to hold him behind, and Saxon got a very bad exit out of turn 1 by the looks of that. Let's see how you can hold it through the S's. This is a very complex part of the track with the weight transfer from the left to the right, and then back to the left again, coming up through this tricky little section of just coming out of the exit of Sector 1 into Sector 2, and he's got a really good run. Saxon had a pretty suboptimal run through Sector 1 there, coming into Sector 2, so he's going to have Rashudi potentially wanting to come past because he's looking pretty pacey as well, and oh, that's going to be a spin. Oh, he almost... Oh, that's
Goodness.
close.
It was. And with go pulled a little bit of gap there. So gets a little surviving a day. Now we'll find out who's actually got the faster pace. Is it Goby or Hayes getting down there? And we've also, as you're saying, Rich Udy in car 90 in the Porsche, the pink and white one. Really sticking very close to Hayes here. And as up front, P1, P2 separated by 1.8 seconds, slowly whittling the time down. So we've got the gap here now between Goby and Hayes of being 1.3 seconds. We'll give it a few turns as Bartlett in P9 is making a pit stop, and we're looking at now Shady Samuel coming up to lap traffic.
Sure is. It's the 777. It's Lucas Keys. And potentially he may have gone past them, and look, Shady's not in any rush. He's got Hamilton that's 1.1 behind. Yes, they're fighting for P1, but they're on differing strategies, so I don't think it's going to come to any sort of fruition at this point. But maybe, I hope, if Shady wants to get a move on here, I reckon he's going to go for another probably 15 or so. If he's got the fuel, obviously I can't recall when they've actually come out of the pits, so just have to play that one by ear and see. He's got a nice sort of exit there. So was Hamilton. Bartlett's now in the pits, as we said, and not too many battles going on the track other than this one for P1. I don't think Shady will probably fight this too hard unless he feels that he needs to from a strategy point of view. Oh, that's a little bit deep there from Shady, and Hamilton wanted to go the inside but didn't realise that there's something called a curb there, and just got a little bit of a piece of it and bumped his car off the apex there for sure, and almost put him into it, but Shady's got very good awareness there and was more than privy to that and just differed his line a little bit so that there wasn't any incidents caused.
We've seen from Shady Samuel before, being out in the lead, it does not want to give up that lead very easily at all. So I think it's going to be defended quite heavily where possible. As the car's coming down to a final hairpin before the big main straight at the back and all that. The Ferrari getting very close underneath the rear wing of the Mercedes and getting a good drive out with the Mercedes. The Ferrari very close behind. I'm not sure if we're going to get a little move or a little look here. We have Hamilton behind. Gap slowly stretching out down the straight, and no move happening there. And going into the final braking, and Hamilton closes right up under braking. And looking back at Goby and Hayes, that gap has maintained at 1.1 seconds for a few corners now. And is it time now to invite our new commentators back? We have...
did you say that? Things are happening. Oh,
I looked away.
bloody hell, Dirks. God's sake.
It's like I don't know what I'm doing.
No, it's standard fare broadcasting. You literally look at your other screen for 2 seconds and a move happens there.
Thank you for saving me there, Blake. And also in the comms booth, we have Nicholas Brownett. Welcome aboard, guys.
Thank you.
And by myself, Damiano, I will bid you adieu. I might be called in to do an extra stint at the end. I'm not sure on this, but I'll let you know and I'll jump in where I can. And good calling with you, Mitch. Peace.
Yeah, thanks, Dirk. It's good. I'm being called in for another stint, aka right now. So I'll be staying.
Not right now.
But thank you, Damiano. Appreciate it, mate.
Bye,
I'll catch you later. I'll send a message in YouTube or something from jumping in again.
Yeah.
Cheers. Wait.
We're here for a party.
We are here for a party. I think after the race, everyone's heading to that rave in the middle of the track. That one.
Who wouldn't be? Pink lights now. Oh, yes.
Let's go. What's your song of choice to dance to, Mitch? You strike me as a bit of a dancer.
Oh, you'd be so wrong.
I don't know what you're thinking about him, Midge. We all know it's Backstreet Boys.
Oh yeah.
Do enjoy a bit of Backstreet Boys. I just think of all the songs that go off hard at like a club at like a couple of years ago or last year. I think we were at the F1 or something. A group of us went to this bar and we were up dancing at like 4 a.m. or something, which was a questionable decision because I was cooked and ready to pass out on the couch in the club. But anyway, I think there's always, I don't know if there's a song I dance to, but there's always the usual songs that get the people up and singing, like Am I Ever Going to See Your Face Again by the Angels. That's a classic. Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. That's always a good one. Yeah, Backstreet Boys, of course. Oh, Dancing Queen. Thanks, Glenn. Yeah,
What
I do
a
love me a bit of
shout,
ABBA.
buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great shout. I'll give him that. That's classic.
Bit of ABBA gets everyone going.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh. Bit of Mamma Mia. Oh, here we go.
Mamma Mia, a little bit for Tim Gobe there, a bit of a wiggle. Shaking his
Wow.
tail feather, if you like the dance metaphors still through
Yeah, he's still
T1.
going. Yep.
But it looks like he's held onto that okay. It looked a little nervy for a moment. Oh, just having chat, one of the stewards telling us that a P1, P2 incident was redressed, so Hamilton is back down to P2. I didn't quite catch what happened there, but it is something to note for sure.
I'll give you a clue. There was an incident.
It happens to the best of us.
Yes, it does.
Well, I mean, Samuel's going to have to defend for another 3 and a bit hours if they want to hold on to that one, because Hamilton's looking pretty racy right now.
Oh, it's shady. We'll have to pit soon anyway, you'd think.
Oh, probably, yeah. Speaking of convoy in the pits, 69 Mercedes. That I imagine that's probably going to be Jamie's last stint, potentially, but we shall see.
Yes, so. If they're going for those longer map 2 stints, they're actually in a bit of a pickle there, because if they're doing, 80, 90-minute stints, that's, 2 more 90-minute stints is 3 hours, and that leaves them with almost another, what would be considered for most other cars, another full stint. So they're not, I don't know if they're going to get a lot out of it, to be honest.
It's a tricky one when, you end up in a bit of no man's land there in terms of your fuel saving. I mean, they might just now pit once and then just go hard for the rest of the stints as to not make that up. But I mean, you don't want to end up having to pit for like a very short stint as well. That would be a bit disastrous. Speaking of Carpenter with a drive-through, presumably for track limits, should have made those bingo cards, I'm telling you.
Yeah, for sure. And my next stint is short-lived because I've just been informed that I need to make an exit for other reasons, but that's okay. I'm sure you and Nick can sort yourselves out and have an argument about something. Have a fight, I don't know.
I told Nick he needs to do his impressions of cars, so we'll be good for the next
Oh,
few.
great. Nice.
Yeah. But
No, I'm here.
okay.
No,
Nick's
Glenn's
here.
lying.
But right.
Glenn's being old again. I'm going to leave before Glenn gets even older.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mitch, for jumping in. Appreciate it a lot. Always good to have a veteran voice in the booth.
That's another way of calling him old.
He's
Really
probably
good.
younger than
Like,
you, I'm
oh.
pretty sure.
I'm 21. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Ah,
Anyway.
shit, he is younger than me.
Get wrecked.
God damn it.
That's so funny. I mean, I feel like you belied your age a bit there, talking about bangers. You brought up like Daryl Braithwaite and something else, and I was like, that's interesting choices for a 21-year-old.
Look, I do listen to a bit of Daryl. That's
You
not
brought up
right.
ABBA. How's
Yeah,
the
that's
21 and bringing up
Glenn
ABBA?
brought it up, but yeah, I don't know. We could bring up ABBA. I could.
With Glenn
who
brought
else
up
could I
ABBA,
bring?
to be fair.
Yeah, Glenn brought it up.
It was like 2 or 3 straight up like oldies, and I was like, okay, interesting.
Well, my Dire Straits, Daryl Braithwaite, and the Angels. Yeah, look, you know.
Yeah, certified
None of
oldies.
this new song garbage, rubbish stuff.
All right, I think you need to go before you
Yeah,
get
I'm
old.
Yeah, we get old.
Here we go.
But thanks again, Mitch.
Yeah, like,
So Tim Gobe in the pits after holding off Saxon Hayes for quite some time there. I'll probably see Nathan Monks back in the car. Really, really solid race for that 153 Aston Martin. I don't think they've put a foot wrong really all race, which they're obviously going to crash and burn now that I've said that.
Touch wood, touch wood.
I don't have any wood to touch. Nothing's made of wood anymore. But these two still locked horns. Chase Samuel still holding off Liam Hamilton for the moment. Liam actually will be joining us in the booth later tonight to close out the race. It should be exciting to hear from him. Give us a bit of a race recap for how that's been going in the 124 car. Lucas
It'll be
Keys.
interesting to hear from him as well, because he's been battling Samuel pretty much the whole race. These two cars have been neck and neck for a while now, so...
Ben Curtis, just as always, except for that one time where he gave me ruinous information that made me look like some kind of fool. Just saying that Gobby is actually still in the car, chosen to double stint, but it's actually a pit more so for an undercut than for fuel explicitly. So interesting choice for those guys. We were talking to Monks earlier, and there was not a lot of strategy talk between them, so to speak, but it looks like now it's starting to get a little bit serious as we're getting to the pointy end of the race. In the final third, the final act, it's not the final act, there's still a lot of racing to happen still, but we're getting to the point here, and that's for certain as we watch these two navigate that blue car. It is a blue car, technically.
It is a blue car, yeah.
It is a blue car. It's a turquoise.
Close enough.
I mean, turquoise is a green-blue. And no one can fight me on this. I did a graphic design degree and I studied arts for a while. I know my colours, baby. But yeah, just getting out of the way nicely for these two. The 700 car in the pits, Matt Nippers. They've had a pretty good race. I know they had an incident earlier. I didn't quite catch that, but other than that, it's been relatively incident-free. These two just still going at it.
I'm just starting to wonder maybe if that Merc needs to be pitting shortly, because Samuel is looking rapid. And last time I saw Samuel look this rapid against him, not Samuel, Hamilton, sorry, the Merc was on very old tyres, so could potentially be running some old boots. Samuel really getting close to the back bumper there in the braking zone.
Yeah, very, very close, but there's not really a move to be had around this part of the track. T2 and into the S's. Good luck making any kind of move there, but Hamilton just definitely letting Shady know that he's there. He's ready to make any kind of move if there is one to be made.
Keeping him honest, making sure he's not making any mistakes. If he does, he's there to pounce on it.
Yeah, he's the quality assurance right now for Shady Samuel and the Kovacs purple car. So
anyone's not going to make a mistake, though. It's going to be Samuel. Let's be honest.
I mean, yeah, these top guys, it's just not in their DNA anymore, you know. Just a big turn off there for that blue flag.
I honestly thought that was Samuel when I looked back. I was like, oh no, we just jinxed it so hard.
Yeah. I mean, that would be literally just so standard. It hasn't been, the curses haven't been too crazy tonight, but there's been a few. There's been a few that have been pretty immediate, and it's really funny when it happens like straight away, because it's just like, oh, okay, all right, I guess.
It's hilarious for us, probably not for them, but for us, it's great content.
Oh yeah, definitely. So interestingly, I'm not even sure how Ben's got this information. Maybe he's watching that stream of Gobby or Nathan Monks, but apparently Tim Gobe is feeling it. He's in the zone. He's locked in, if you will, with the night stints. So he's going to keep going, and then Toto is going to finish off, or Nathan Monks, if you're not familiar, is going to finish off the race when the sun comes back up. So I would say... Not actually sure how many stints that's going to end up being, but yeah, this race should run into, I think, about 9 a.m., 9 or 10 a.m. off the top of my head. So we will see those temperatures creep back up as well. That's going to be important to note. They're going to have to navigate that. As Hamilton having a look at the inside. Shady Samuel's going a little bit wide there, but nothing too dangerous for the moment. Still holding on.
Yeah, slight error there from Samuel, but not a big enough area where Hamilton capitalised for a move, but he's definitely starting to feel the pressure from Samuel now as he's getting closer and closer, still keeping it on the back bumper nice and tidy. I can only imagine you'd be feeling it, especially with the Fez coming through those S's just glued to you.
Yeah, he's very, very close now as they're making that run down through that kink and then into T11, that hairpin. Seeing moves here or moves at the next hairpin after the straight. Hamilton with a bit of a dive out just to show in the mirrors, try and get a little bit of those mind games coming through, but it's not to be, and I don't know if that Fez is going to have that speed on the Mercedes. Cam Thistleway was talking about the Mercedes not having that great speed down the straight, but the Ferrari not known for it either. So they do sort of maintain the gap, as per my prediction there. So yeah, and we're going to keep going around, go through turning 1.
It's just a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we might, as you sort of said, we might see that Mercedes pull in for a pit stop soon. Hamilton taking a little bit of a wider line there, almost getting side by side on the outside, but again has to tuck back in under the wing, the 191 Kovacs purple car.
He's really pushing the limits now, Samuel. You can see he's somewhat getting a little bit impatient. He's throwing a couple of fake dives to try and force him into an error. Trying to go around the outside in that corner is very brave as well, I must say. Not a spot you'd normally go around the outside, but...
Brad Gosling actually with a DT as well. They're just serving that now. That car in your top right hand of your screen. Just everyone's getting a DT tonight. I would love to know the tally of like how many there are in total and how many teams didn't get one, because I think you get a nice ribbon that says I didn't get a DT in the Cota 12 hour.
There wouldn't be many cars apart from the top runners that haven't got one, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you haven't got one, you must be close. I'd say you'd be on 3 wardens and you're sweating bullets around here.
Yeah, certainly.
One tiny little error and it's into the pit lane you go.
Yeah, and there's a few corners where I feel like you can cop it, even if you're being pretty intentional about not, but you just have a mistake. You're still carrying a lot of speed, and you still get one anyway. So, yeah. But jumping on board now, this is Ramez Samuel, if I'm not mistaken, in the Kovacs red car, with Carpenter falling right behind in that lovely magenta Aston Martin of the 676. We've got the double screen action as directed by Glenn. Lovely, lovely stuff.
Yeah, I must say those lights are looking very nice with the nighttime. The auxiliary lights, I believe they're called.
Yeah, I love the auxiliary lights. I think it's such a nice touch that these cars have. I mean, there's a lot of details you see at the night you don't quite catch as much in the day that it really adds to the atmosphere. I also I don't know if it's a realistic thing, but there's a lot of twinkles from the lights when they come towards the cameras and stuff.
I have noticed that. Yeah. Especially when they're colored, the colored ox lights. There's a lot of fucking just red little sparks or something.
Yeah, it's quite fun. Samuel holding off Carpenter for the minute, but Carpenter looking pretty quick right now. It has been really interesting watching this Porsche Cup. They're a bit further split up than they were in the past, but they all come into the pits within a couple of laps of each other just due to the machinery, which has been amusing to see, to say the least.
I think the Aston has to be the one of the only cars I haven't actually driven on ACC yet.
Oh yeah, I've driven it a little bit. It's a really solid car. I believe it struggles a little bit out of very slow corners because it's got a bit of turbo lag from what I've heard, but definitely not an expert. Someone in chat will probably be like, absolutely not, it's so good at corners because I think like someone was saying in the booth today that it has really good drive out of the corners, so I don't really know. Each to their own.
Just smile and wave, mate. You just
I know.
smile and wave.
They do so much. There's so much to know about these cars in this game. It is pretty wild. And I think as well, there's a lot of things that have come through for this enduro. And like, I'm not an enduro racer. That's been really interesting just to hear the little tidbits. Like people were talking about the brake pads and like choosing the right brake pads and stuff. And it's like, it's not something I ever even consider for sprints because you just don't need to.
You just brake pad one and you're good to go.
Yeah, just whatever the setup is, and that's great. But yeah, like because you need the enduro specific brake pads and all that kind of stuff, and like and you get that wrong, and it costs you in the pits because you have to change them. And I think we saw that. Actually, I'm not even going to give a shout to what car that was. That Aston, getting really, really close, but chooses to tuck back in under the wing of Samuel. The moves there, he's just going to have to be patient.
Yeah, got some good battling here from P1 and P2 and also P11 and P12, I believe this is.
Yeah.
So, good racing all around at the moment. Porsche looking strong around here. I believe it is one of those cars that is extremely strong.
It's Porsche, super duper nimble car, so you're feeling good through the turny-worny section and through the curvy-worvy section, which is the
Yeah, I know those sections, yep.
Yeah. No, so the section, neither of our cars are through it, but the really technical section through sector 2 after the really long straight, and the S's, so the lefts and rights are following the first hairpin. You're loving it through there because it's so nimble, it's so agile. Probably not feeling so good down that big back straight though.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really feeling good or down that back straight, especially if they've got a GTR or a Mustang near them.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, if you're at a GTR, I think you're feeling just fine.
You're loving it, but if you're not in one of those two cars, you're probably nervous if you see one of them in your mirror.
Yeah, but I don't know, like the GTR would be a bit of a handful through the opposite sections we were just talking about, through those technical sections. Just destroying the tires as well. Same with the Merc, I would imagine.
Yeah, I drove the Merc around here a couple of seasons ago in sprints, and I could not stand it.
Very, very fair.
It's like the uphill left after the S's. I could never get that right in the Merc. It just always stepped out wide on me, and then the S's, I could never get the first left in.
Yeah. Fair.
I'm just not a Merc driver. I don't know what it is.
Whoa, these guys, the Aston just having a bit of a look. The room was left, but God, that looked like it was going to be a collision. Chris Taylor in chat saying the Mustang is a saint on tires here, and I'm not sure if he's being sarcastic or not. I've never ever heard anyone say anything good about the Mustang tires use. Yeah. Toto, that literally never happens. He's just saying in chat that Tim and himself have this same fastest lap in this race.
That's ideal. That's when you know you got the right teammate, when you're setting the exact same fastest lap.
But who do you blame when you don't win? If there's not someone slower than you?
Matt. Blame Matt.
Which Matt?
The race director, Matt. Yeah, or you blame the commentary team.
Yeah, fair.
Wink, wink, Blake.
You go look back through the stream and find where they said something about you and go, oh my god, if they said anything about us, we wouldn't have had that incident. There's always someone to blame if you're a professional hater.
If someone makes one comment about you in the race, good or bad, you just instantly put the whole race down to that. It's as simple as that.
I mean, it's all among Ben Curtis just saying blame the bot. Very fair. Good shout. Carpenter, though, getting a really good run at that last corner in the S's. I think Samuel with a bit of a mistake there, and that's allowed him to just slide straight through without too much of a fight. So Carpenter, that pressure has paid off, and he's a good little bit down the road there now.
Might be able to see him stretch some legs here, see what pace he's carrying. Porsche should just be looking to hold on, pick another corner to take the battles in. But honestly, I'm just still impressed at Samuel and Hamilton at this close without a single bit of over-aggression from anyone as he pulls into the pits. Great timing. Gotta love it.
Yeah,
the Merc actually staying out longer than the Ferrari there. I thought it was going to be lower around.
Ooh, we got a yellow flag, the 421 car. Let me just double check who that is. Alliance Gold, so that's Jared Ellis, Joseph Tran, and Seening Chan. I am sorry if I butchered your name there, mate. So just having a bit of an incident.
Not in the Beamer.
Not in the Beamer. It never happens.
Could never happen to the Beamer. Someone definitely hit him.
Do you really like the Beamer?
No.
Oh.
I like it. I done my first endurance in it, and it's a boring car, but it's just a reliable, well-rounded car.
That's pretty fair. I was driving it because I felt like I would like it, but it felt a little bit like the Ferrari to me, where it felt really good, but I had no pace in it. Whatever it is, I don't. Whatever my driving style is, it does not compute with that kind of car. So. Had to put it away. It's sad to me. The BMW in real life sounds fantastic, but in this game it sounds really boring. That also put me off it a little bit.
It's very flat in this game for some reason.
There's the shifting as well. There's nothing. Like you just shift.
Yeah.
And I hear the paddle of my rig moving more than like in the game, and it's just a bit sad.
Yeah. Definitely a solid endurance car. It's not a car I drive in sprints, but endurances, I always have that in my mind, that the Beamer is definitely up there as one of the top options. It's just well-rounded. Great on everything.
So a bit of a replay here. I think, we're going to see what happens with the aforementioned Beamer. So just choosing to go through the corner and then just losing traction on that shiny concrete into the sand. And then I think they might have stalled there, taking a second to get going. And then I presume waiting for a safe moment on the track, I hope.
I thought we better pull out right then.
Bit of an overturn.
Just giving the room. Just giving them the room, mate. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's all right.
It was a semi-trailer.
I mean, to be fair, like real life and like sim racing, when it's dark, it's just the lights and stuff. Like it can be hard to like actually make out what's happening.
Yeah. Could only imagine how much harder it'd be in real life trying to see what the hell is going on.
Yeah, when you don't have a track map at all.
Yeah.
That's a whole different story. And as well, like the vision out of these cars is terrible.
Yeah.
Be definitely relying on your race engineer to give you a hand there.
Should be right, mate. Just put it in first and accelerate, see what happens.
Full throttle. Don't worry about it.
When in doubt, power out, mate.
Yeah, exactly. McNeil back in the 700 Mustang, pipes on the side, red hot. Looking down the inside of a blue flag Lamborghini. This guy's got 10 seconds ahead, but that is the 777 Aston Martin behind them for position. That 777, bit of a story with that car throughout this race. They've been up and down, back again. They're kind of back again, knocking on the door of getting inside. Well, I guess they are inside the top 10, but on single digits in the top 10, if you will. So we'll see if there's a story to be told between these two cars.
Well, they're currently holding the fastest lap, so it's not like they're lacking pace. Definitely got the pace.
Nah, McNeil's been very good in that Mustang all day. So I don't expect this to go down without a fight.
I'm trying to remember what happened to the 777 Aston Martin.
So earlier on, they had a pit stop that didn't put any fuel in the car, which meant, I mean, you need fuel to go. You need your go-go juice. They had to return, like, add fuel in the MFD and then return to pits using, like, the RTG, which I think puts you a lap down. So they've had to work through that. They had a big collision actually with the 111 car as well, where they got sent into the wall for pretty big damage. So yeah, it's been very, very up and down. And they also started at the back of the grid, and in turn one they got spun around, but that was so early in the race and so long ago it doesn't even really feel like a thing at this point.
Well, they're P10, so I'm sure if that's me, I'm more than happy with this result. If I finish P10 after all that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know actually how they're feeling about it, because, like, I mean, some of these things aren't even their fault. I mean, the pit stop thing, like, you got to get that right if you want to win endurance races for sure. The getting murdered was not great and not their fault. Would you believe getting murdered, not the victim's fault? But yeah, I'm not sure if, like, I think it just depends on how you feel. But like Lucas Keys and the rest of that team, obviously very, very competitive. I don't know if they'll be finding that silver lining or not. Maybe have to try and chat to him when he's out of the car.
Well, he's caught up to McNeil in no time, so I can only imagine we're going to see a little bit of fight in here between these two. Like I said, McNeil, no slow driver at that, so going to be trying to hold him off. But it is Lucas Keys, and like I said in the sprints, I know this guy gets bored of winning. You have to after you win about 4 races in a row.
Yeah,
surely.
A problem that very few people have as well.
Yeah. And it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, good problem to have. Well, yeah, he's had his fill of interesting racing tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So far, McNeil holding on through this section that I would say favours the Aston. Oh, wow, that was immediate commentator's curse. Bit of oversteer. Coming over that hill, Keys has got the run as they come down to the hairpin, and that's the move done already. It's just a mistake on McNeil's part by himself. Keys is...
It is a Mustang, though. It is a Mustang. Watch this.
Yeah,
he's going to pull alongside of me.
No, he's not.
I believe.
He's not going to pull. He's not going to pull alongside him.
Here's watch Giant Bomb. Max Verstappen. Nah, bored. Imagine racing smart. Could never be me.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a few incidents down into that hairpin. It's been a bit of a hotbed. It's been a hotbed for moves. It's been a hotbed for incidents as well.
It's just one of those corners that's good to kind of stick it up the inside, you know?
Yeah, well, like, you know, it's off the back of a long straight, off the back of another hairpin, which invites, you know, anyone who has a poor exit. There's, like, even like a mildly poor exit, you're inviting someone to try and move on you. And then, yeah, like, you just stick it up the inside, put your car there with the authority to the corner. And it's pretty hard to stick with them as they get through there, so...
Unfortunately, the Mustang could not pull alongside. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I think going to be hard-pressed to see McNeil get back past Keys without a Keys mistake, but I don't know if I've even seen...
it's not a thing.
No, I don't know if I've ever even seen a Keys mistake.
No. I've casted him about 6 times, and I've never seen him make a mistake.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Lucas? You've never made a mistake.
It's just trying to cast the curse.
This is your time. Must be boring to be that quick.
Well, we were saying it's literally like he gets bored of winning. He's just that good. That's why I remember, I think it was a season ago, or maybe even 2 actually, we watched him do a last to second. He came very, very close in the GTR at Watkins Glen, which is kind of incredible to see. You know what? It's going to sound corny as hell. That did vaguely inspire me to drive the GTR. I was like, wow, that was incredible.
Then you drove it and you realised you couldn't do it.
I could drive it okay. I think I could drive it to the best of my ability. I'm definitely getting like everything I can out of the car, but I'm not that good. So, you know.
Yeah, I found the GTR a bit of a tricky car for me to drive. I like pointy cars. I like my Maccas and my Fezzes. I like cars that turn in. And the GTR didn't feel like it wanted to turn in.
Well, it's sometimes it wants to turn in too much is the problem. The rear likes to come around pretty
I found
bad.
it does that on exits or like mid corners a lot.
Yeah, it's just the weight transfer is really important in that car. Yeah, the Macca, very, very safe in comparison. The 161 car is in for a pit. That's one of our Porsches, which means that the rest of the Porsches are probably going to be in sometime soon, unless they're way out of sync with the rest of them. But we're actually just on board with the 888 GTR, speaking of GTRs, and it's got Benjamin Hignett, our resident second broadcaster for Thursday nights. Shout out to Ben Hignett. On his tailpipe right now, less than half a second. So we see these two giants of the track, these big fridges, battle it out at the Circuit of the Americas.
Big fridges is definitely an understatement for these two cars.
They've got, I think that's the 420 car with Webley in it behind them. Webley, blue flagged obviously, but he's very, very quick, having a pretty good race himself.
GTR power.
I love it. We're in our, what is this, hour 8 of a 12-hour enduro. You're allowed to make race car sounds for sure.
Mate, I was doing it in my first comms stint.
I mean, wasn't it LMU? You can do anything in LMU.
LMU, it was just, yeah, we don't need to talk about that.
No, not a fan.
I don't want to say anything bad because then I feel like I'm making fun of the drivers, but it wasn't the drivers' fault.
No,
There
it's
wasn't
hard.
enough people
It's hard to
interested,
commentate
unfortunately.
on. It's because it's that like a netcode or whatever, like the latency.
Yeah.
Just makes it a little bit tricky.
I mean, it was good with Benjamin because he found ways to entertain us. Like me and Marsha, he'd go back in the replays and put like people flying in the air in slow-mo and stuff. So we were having a great laugh with it.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there, mate, but yeah, who is in that car? Saxon Hayes, just having a bit of a moment. So Ben Hignett just flies on through, says thank you very much for P4, and Webley getting through as well. Obviously not for position, but has the track position now.
Not the best way to watch a move get done, but I'm sure Benjamin Hignett will not be complaining about that whatsoever.
Yeah, no, he's perfectly fine with that one, I think.
Easier the better, but obviously, as viewers, we want to see some good action. You know, we want to see some door rubbing, some nice, clean, hard racing.
Page in the chat just lamenting missing out on his Bentley, I believe, which is pretty fair.
The Bentley is the one true. I don't even know if you can call that a fridge. I think that's just a boat.
I like to call it the Boatley, but I think the metaphor is apt no matter what. It's actually, I didn't mind driving the Bentley. I thought it was alright. Considered taking it for the rest of the sprint season, but so you got on board with Michael Babb is less than a second behind Michael Crick, looking very racy actually, and that's definitely less than 7/10 for sure. So Porsche on GTR action happening right now.
And we're about to come up to a straight, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Bab's looking like he's got a lot of pace generally speaking. But yes, we're about to watch one of your favorite moments, I guess, which is we got a car off in front. But that's a blue flag.
And here we go.
Yeah, GTR is probably going to pull away a little bit. Whoa. Peach also just saying that the Bentley only has a 105 litre fuel tank. That's horrendous.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Is that track specific? Because you said here explicitly.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Track specific fuel tanks.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I didn't know that either. Because I don't really understand how it works. Anyway. It's alright, that's technical stuff. That's for nerds.
That's too much in depth, mate. I just know how to make the car turn. That's it.
But just keeping up with Michael Babbitt's looking. I mean, he's fallen off a little bit from the back of Crick, which is interesting through that technical section. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Peach saying the fuel tank allowance is part of the BOP, which is really interesting.
People complaining about BOPs and we're not even talking about the Bentley getting its fuel tank taken out. It's crazy.
No. It's kind of wild because, I mean, 105 litres, that makes me feel like it's not even viable to drive at all here. Like, that's very little.
Yeah, I would have never guessed that was even a thing, to be honest with you. Oh, wow. Bab looking very racy through these S's on the back of the GTR.
So close, he almost touched the back of Cricky there, but it's not where the move gets done, unfortunately. He's going to have to try and carry the speed up through T10 and down into T11 if he wants to get something done. Has a bit of a look to the inside, but drags it back in. Again, showing himself in the mirror. He's making Michael Crick know, I'm here. If you mess up whatsoever, he's going to try... Whoa! No!
That's an invoice. That will be an invoice. That's going to be an expensive one at that. I think he just came off the brakes a touch too early compared to the GTR. Just Porsche being able to carry more speed through that corner and the GTR not. Unfortunate.
That's rough because I was about to say he's got... If he can tuck it back in, he might be able to get alongside down the straight. I mean, the GTR probably would have pulled away, but yeah, I think just carrying too much speed, he wasn't able to turn it in any harder than that and coming into the back of Michael Crick. Sorry, Cricky. Every time.
It's not ideal. That's one way to let a car through.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of talk of blue flag at this race. It's just,
that's taking us above and beyond.
Yeah, you don't need to be diving off the track like that. It's a bit excessive. It's also a bit unpredictable. And then you never...
Yeah.
That's, maybe something else going on there if you're doing that
might be
that
some,
much often.
Yeah, there might be some technical difficulties there. I believe with the Beamer.
It's Glenn suggesting the technical issue of too many beers.
Yeah, don't drink and drive, kids.
Not even in the sim racing. I'm just trying to remember what car that is. Give me one moment.
421, I believe.
Yeah, Alliance Gold, that would be them. Good shot. Just looking down the grid, Roy Ankan is actually very, very close to Brad Gosling, and that's for the lead of the AM class right now.
Come on, Gosling. I'm a Cam.
What?
I'm biased.
I was here to say, just totally biased. There's no BMW there. What's going on?
That's the Porsche.
Yeah, but there's supposed to be a BMW less than a tenth behind them, and there's very clearly not. Oh, the timing table is just updated.
Wait, the BMW is in front of him.
Yeah, that's crazy. How's that happen? Did they have a moment? Potentially.
I'm so lost.
Yeah,
it's a great move from the BMW of Ancan. As we see, he sends around the outside and builds a gap on the main straight of 7 seconds.
Yeah, no, you can see the car number 10 is down the road a little bit, so I do wonder if something's happened there with Brad Gosling, because it's weird for the timing table to be like that.
I didn't even see a yellow flag on the track map either, so...
No, I didn't
It's
either.
strange.
Technical issue of too many beers, maybe.
Potentially. It is always a possibility in the cam team.
We're looking into it. We are checking.
No, they're under investigation. Ah, crap.
What was that button they were asking? Oh, Michael Babb with a 15-second penalty.
That's gonna
That
be fun.
was-
The Mike
Yeah.
Crick and him heading
Yeah.
onto the back straight.
What was that button they were asking Hamilton to press? They were just like, try pressing this button, and he was like, yeah.
Oh, I can't remember what button it was.
Yeah, fair.
It was a button, one of the 50 buttons they have on their wheels.
Couldn't do that. It's literally just too much. Like, you know, earlier we were saying with fuel tank, it's like, that's nerd shit. It's too much. Oh, we're getting a replay.
Oh,
Okay, we're going back.
you better not be slandering my teammates here, mate.
Okay, so we're looking, coming down the straight. Ooh, bit of a rub there. Interesting.
Right.
So, so Brad coming across the front of Ankan a little bit there, but kind of just slowing down a little bit after the fact. So not really sure about that one.
Not sure.
Yeah.
That is up for other people to decide that are going to go in depth on that. I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, there's not really that much to say. It's just kind of odd. Matt Powell in chat actually just saying with a fun tip and probably a good stat. We'd gone an hour without any kind of incident up until that Bab and Crick one. So
Bab had to ruin it, eh? Unbelievable.
yeah, but it's good.
Don't have a talking to with this guy. That's a pretty good stat, but an hour without an incident is pretty solid stuff in an endurance race, especially this late. People starting to lose focus and.
Yeah, it's still dark. I mean, that's a whole sprint race. When do you ever see a sprint race without any incidents? Literally never.
Yeah, very, very rarely.
So, Purcell currently holding down P2 in that HPNT Motorsports 124 Ferrari. Bob now in the current lead in the 695 Shell Helix car, the Smokestack Racing car. With Spinaze in that 191 Mercedes. 10 seconds down the road. It is really amazing to me that we can do 245 laps and there's only 10 seconds between the top three. It's pretty...
Yeah,
it's
the
pretty
fact that
incredible.
they keep swapping is what's impressing me the most. Like, you never have an outright leader. Like, at this point, I kind of forgot who's actually net P1 because it's swapped that many times. I couldn't tell you.
I have no clue. I don't know what pit stops people are on at this point, and there's still
Yeah.
quite a few to go, so it's...
We've still got 3 hours left to go, so it's
Yeah.
still anyone's race, really.
Yeah, and it's going to be until like the last stint. It's probably not going to be super clear, but Keys really just all over the back right now of Hignett. So Keys has gotten
He's trying to unlap.
yes, right. So Keys is unlapping. That's why he's behind Hignett. Yep. So we're still two laps down for that 777 racing car. My sources betray me. It's 1 lap.
One job, Glenn.
I cannot stress how many more jobs that Glenn has than one.
Nah, one job, mate. Unacceptable.
Did you know that Glenn actually puts the fuel tank in the Bentley to go and give it 105 litres as well? That's his fault.
Unacceptable. Why would you do that to the Bentley, Glenn?
Oh,
I
he's
just do
having a
what the
bit of a
FIA
look.
tells me.
Having a bit of a look at Hignett. He's going to get down the inside of T11, and I think that's going to be it. Hignett, I think, opting not to fight that one too
100%.
hard. Is he still?
I think he realised that Keys has the better pace, so there's no reason fighting someone that's a lap down. You may as well just let him pass and continue your race at your pace.
Yeah. Look, I got on the blower a little bit about Rondanella getting out of the way earlier in this race. I think I'm going to withdraw that statement a little bit.
I don't want to say anything about it. I'm going to let it slide on the table, but this is endurance racing. That's how it works.
I don't know. I mean, I like content and I like competing and stuff. But yeah, like I think having now watched all this play out, it's been a little while since the last endurance race. It does, yeah. Like
it's a double-edged sword because some people overplay it where they just let everyone through, even if they're fighting for position, and then there's times like that where it's like there's no point in him fighting. He's a lap down, just let him go through.
I think like at times it also depends on like the kind of letting through that you do, because like Hignett was just like kind of wide and Keys had the pace there. It's like he's not going to like park it on the apex to not let Keys through. Rondanella did pull like all the way over, but again, like it's still just keeping it really safe, I guess. Brad Gosling getting a 5-second penalty for dangerous driving. About 8 laps ago.
That incident with Incan?
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe, potentially, who knows? We're sitting here just admiring.
This car's been pretty good. By the way, the 90 car, just relatively quiet race, but finding themselves in the top 10. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with the quiet race. It just goes well. Glenn just pointing out winning the Porsche Cup too. They're actually also at P3 for class as it stands. I'm not really sure exactly where all this shakes out when the pit stops are said and done, but yeah.
I'd just like to point out you got me with that, Glenn. I genuinely thought we had Porsche Cups in here for a second.
I've been talking about the Porsche Cup all day.
I haven't been watching.
Unbelievable.
When you're as good as I am, you don't have to watch, you know? You just jump in, make car sounds, and then go to sleep.
I'm just trying to see where that 90 car actually qualified. Give me 1 sec. So they started in 11th, just outside the top 10 shootout. So yeah, looking good for them so far.
I'd just like to point out Stefano's car name. That one wins.
Yeah, Stefano is always running the Sofa King Slow car. It's a similar livery in the Sprint Series as well. I believe he just runs the Ferrari.
That's the best team name I've ever seen in my life.
Hello. Glenn, I've actually been requested an interview. I know Mitch Kemp is currently not in the booth. Actually, well, can you make that happen for us? Jesus Christ, what's his name? Saxon Hayes of the 888 car wants to come have a chat. He's in the commentary waiting booth, so you can drag him right in. So there we go. Saxon Hayes in the booth. Saxon, how are you, mate? It's been a pretty good race for you guys so far.
Yeah, we're teetering on 3 track limits for our second DT, which might change things, but yeah, going all right.
Yeah, that's tough as well with 3 hours to go. I mean, only having one DT so far is commendable effort at this track. We have seen, honestly, uncountable amounts so far, but that is going to throw you guys down there if it does come to fruition. Good battles between you and, I mean, a lot of different cars, actually. How are you feeling about your pace, and how is the GTR going?
Yeah, it's currently a battle, like a seesaw battle with P5, Gobby and Toto. Like, that's our target now, is that we've just got to do whatever we can to maximise our race against them. I know probably late in the stint you've seen a few cars make their mark behind me. I think Rashudi was the first, who was just absolutely pressuring my back bumper, and I was like, look, I'm burning my tyres trying to keep him behind me. Went wide with Hignett, and then Lucas gave me not even a shred of room to make a choice otherwise when he got up alongside me. So it's just picking your battles. Gobby and Toto are the war right now. We've just got to do whatever we can to get to them and keep within them, which I think we're down to 0.7, so that's that seesaw effect.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're a very, very comparable car to you guys. Obviously, silver class as well. I think generally in sprints, similar pace. 2 drivers, front engine cars. The story writes itself.
Yeah, 100%, and completely different strengths and weaknesses. We can't carry the speed that the Aston has through the high downforce areas, but then, you know, we've got a rocket ship strapped to our backside so we can make it up down the straights, and it's been hard fought battles. The fight with Gobby for how many ever laps it was some of the most fun that we've had so far. But yeah, hopefully we can come out on top at the end. Really, that's our goal at the moment, is just get through this night stint and then try and get back to days where I think potentially we might be able to snatch them.
Yeah, it's do you wonder, a little bit of a tidbit for you? Gobby is running, I think, the rest of the nights, so maybe you can catch him sleeping a little bit through the end of those stints. Stephen Ty actually picking up a drive through in that 111 GTR as well while we were chatting. But yeah, it's been a really good race. You guys have been in the thick of it, as you're sort of talking about. Been really great to watch so far.
Yeah, although Gobby's doing a double in the night, he's showing to be kind of a nighttime specialist. As I'm just watching my co-driver.
Bit of a slide
drift. Yeah, that scared me a bit.
It's GTR things, you know that.
Yeah, it was just more the fact that he'd gone off the track. I was like, oh, we're on 3, we can't afford this.
It's not a GTR without a drift, mate. Come on.
No.
Yeah, 100%. I'm pretty sure from like the word on the grapevine is Gobby's not. Their team is pretty close to the DT as well, so any track limit at this point could probably make a pretty drastic change.
And Jaden actually just getting very close even after that slide through the S's, which is saying something, because he was kind of saying GTR, it's not its strength down through there. I don't think it's going to be quite enough this time around. He's actually is forcing Go to defend the inside, and Jaden around the outside probably could look at an up and under, but I don't know if he's going to quite have the pace. Go forcing him the long way around. But yeah, any final thoughts you'd like to add, Saxon?
No, I think Looped is doing a good stint. Gobby's just been an absolute king of the night and propping it as he should. But yeah, we'll just keep battling, and hopefully we can pull out P5 and I can chuck the double bird salute to Toto. That's my dream.
Fair enough, mate. Well, thanks for joining us in the booth. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers, guys.
The double bird salute. That's what I'm talking about right there. But I must say, Gobby has been absolutely defending like a champion.
Yeah, Jaden getting very, very close. Just through that end of that interview, I was actually wondering if he was going to get something. It's very close now as they head up towards Big Red. Gobby's not defending the inside. Jaden actually might have a move here. And they're side by side-ish. Jaden taking a tighter line. Man, it was so close to coming together. I think just slightly differing lines there as Jaden getting very deep down through.
He's gone up the inside. I think Gobby might have gave him a little tap on the inside. I think he might have squeezed him and may have let him past. In turn 1. Could be wrong, but it did look like there was a little bit of contact, so it might be a little bit of a courtesy wave through for the apologies.
Yeah, I don't know. It was very, very close, and it's a bit hard to see, but yeah, Tim's made that decision. Maybe also feeling like he doesn't want to risk having to defend all of that, like all the time, because Jaden definitely was having some pace there over Gobe towards the end of that lap. Gobby just going a bit deep there again. So maybe that I was saying you might catch Tim sleeping in it. Maybe what's played out as well.
Yeah, not a mistake we've seen Gobby make so far this race. Well, I haven't seen it anyways, but nonetheless, the GTR is finally past the Aston wall.
Gobby and Rondinella have been very, very good this race. Same with Saxon Hayes and Nathan Monks, but they've been very good. There haven't been much of a foot wrong so far. But yeah.
I bet Saxon's very happy about that one. The double bird salute was out when he made that pass, I bet.
Yeah, but race isn't over. We've just crossed into the 3-hour threshold, so they're going to have to do their best to hold on to this position. So just going back a little bit, Ben Curtis, just elaborating on that Brad Gosling penalty. It was for that move we saw with Roy Ancan, where he moved under braking, is the explanation, and kind of clipped the nose of Ancan. And then also just saying that Gobby overlifted for the corner, didn't explicitly let him pass, but it was just a mistake. So
well, when you're doing the night stints, you're bound to make at least one mistake, aren't you? So we'll let it slide for Gobby. He's been doing great so far, putting on a defensive masterclass. So I'm not gonna hold him to it.
no, I'm literally, you could never catch me doing this. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. You could count on me for like a stint in Enduros, and then maybe if you let me sleep, I could do another one. So these guys, both of these two teams, I was alluding to it in our interview with Saxon, very similar to two drivers, two silver cars. Two drivers for a 12-hour enduro is absolutely insanity to me. I don't actually know how you physically do that. So big ups to them.
A whole lot of cigarettes and a whole lot of beers.
It could be the technical issue of too many beers for Tim Goeb. he has been known to do a little bit of booze cruising while sim racing. Don't know about actually during races, but yeah.
Makes it more interesting, you know. You got to make the race interesting.
I'm sure I'm pretty sure John is in some kind of meeting right now, but John also likes to bother him while he's racing, which always makes for a good clip.
See, maybe that's what we need to do to Keys. Maybe we need to make Keys drink like a 6-pack, or at least a 6-pack with like 2 shots before he races, just to make it more interesting for everyone else.
Just alcohol bop.
Yeah, exactly.
We have been talking about a Keys specific bop for a little while now, so it's something we could probably float by him.
Can we just
he might even
put his
bite on
fortune
it.
back to 100%, you know? Just max it out to the absolute max, so he's fighting it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just along with Rashuti now, navigating a few blue flags. We've got a gaggle of cars down the straight here, but I think everyone on a little bit of a different sort of race right now. So Rashuti in the 90 car, there was the Pixel Racers car with Callum Gibbons at the helm, the 39 car that's down a little bit further. Also saw the 500 car with Murphy in it currently. But McNeil ahead, that is for position, so see if Rashuti can make anything happen.
McNeil seems to be dropping back a couple of positions here. I don't know if it's because he's on old tyres or he come towards the end of his stint.
Well, I think we saw that, remember that slide from McNeil when Keys got past, and it was a bit of a wave, not like a wave through, but was it Keys? Wait.
Honestly, don't remember.
Wait, Keys is ahead now, though. I thought that was a lapped thing.
Oh, Glenn set us up again.
Oh,
Glenn! Oh, one job!
Glenn might actually kill you if you say one job one more time. Glenn has this really handy dandy mute button on hand as well for anyone that's not me.
I'm working then. It means I'm doing my job correctly. I'm guessing McNeil or someone had to pit or something like that. That's why they
Could
were.
be.
Like,
That would actually make sense.
that'd be my guess, anyways.
Yeah. Glenn never would fail us. He wouldn't lie to us either.
I mean,
Actually,
sure.
speaking of, you brought up a car earlier. Harry Murphy in that 500 Porsche guy's car, just with another DT for track limits, so a little bit rough going for those guys. Ramez Samuel in the 91 Porsche coming into the pits. I did allude to earlier we might see a bunch of the Porsches come into the pits at the same time, but I don't think that's actually played out, unless one or two of them are on some kind of differing strategy at this point. Very strong Porsche Cup midfield still with the 12th to 15th car.
A couple of Porsches out there, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit. Further down the field, we have Henderson in the 8 laps down car, number 8, close to the back of Ren. Yes, Ren in the Oz Team Racing car. Bit of a hairy race for these guys at times. Now currently on the defensive with the camo stickered car in a way, all on the backside.
Did this Aston not make it to the top 10 shootout? I thought Regan.
I do think so. Let me double check for you.
So either they've had a bit of a.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they were 9th in the top 10 shootout. But yeah, I think they've had a few different things going on.
So not an ideal race for the boys over there.
No, I don't think so. I think they had a technical issue at one point. I think that we might have watched them pull off to the side and just like kind of stop. I think maybe it was a wheel disconnect. We've had a few different like pullovers with no wheel situations, so it's getting hard to remember. It was also like quite literally about 6 hours ago, so I think we could be forgiven for not quite remembering the details of every car.
Yeah, given it's a 12-hour race, it's kind of hard to remember everything, really.
Yeah, I also had some intent to keep notes of like what happened to each car, but it's kind of been a little bit difficult to just keep that going, keep that up.
Kind of going out the window.
Yeah, also Excel is just not the place to do it. I went to write notes, I wrote like 2 and then realized, I don't know if it was because it was a table and it was formatted weird, but I couldn't add a line break to any of the notes, so it was just going to be a really long sentence, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. This is not going to work. So, but Henderson actually getting around Ren, and Ren looking around, sort of hanging it wide, but yeah, it's not really going to be there for them. But they are blue flagged to this 111 GTR behind them. So Ren, so that's a nice blue flag moment there.
Well timed. You like to see that happen. Nothing better than getting blue flagged on one of the straights.
Yeah. It's good for the blue flag car as well, because you're just losing way less time.
Not like the Ferrari had to pull over anyways. It was a GTR. He probably would have walked him.
Probably. I mean, yeah, like he could have lifted a lot less than that. If you literally just like lift off the throttle half a second, the GTR would get by. But better to be safe than sorry. Just down the field there, the Lamborghini of Lloyd with a drive-through for track limits. I presume we haven't seen a penalty, so that would be track limits. Add it to the tally.
Add it to the list. Yeah, add it to the list.
if you're drinking, it could have done an OOI drinking game as well. Take a swig every time there's a DT. I never know if people can hear Glenn, but he very vehemently said, "Oh my god, no," when I suggested that. So, you know, it's a good idea then. If you're trying to have a fun night, that's yeah.
We would have had to have shut down the stream 6 hours ago if we'd had a drink after every DT.
It would have made it a lot more interesting for us, I feel like, in the comms booth. Could be something we could look at doing. I'm open to it because I don't drink, so I won't have any problem with it.
Do you think I'm going to give a quick shout out to Marshy? He's had a bit of an emergency, in a real life emergency, and hasn't been able to jump back in the booth. Marshy been a stalwart stone for the commentary team today, and all throughout the week. So just shout out to Marshy. I know he'll be having a drink after the night he's had, probably. So want to give him.
I'm
thanks.
sorry to break it to you, mate. I think he's already had about 12. So.
Oh yeah, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to shine that kind of light on him. But yeah.
Oh, I will. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, fair. The 959 McLaren also getting a drive through for track limits, probably again. So take another drink if that's what you're doing.
Where's my water? Could be interesting series idea, to be honest.
What was that? Sorry, I just had to take off my jumper.
It could be an interesting series idea. Every time there's a race, every driver has to take a shot.
I mean, it's definitely, I don't think something that we're going to endorse at OOR, but also the, do you ever see that thing with like Mario Kart where it's like you have to drink a beer per lap, but it's up to you how you drink it, but you also cannot be moving while you drink your beer? So you either
I haven't seen that, but that sounds like absolute fun.
Yeah, no, so like you might want to like look at just drinking all 3 beers at the start of the race and then just do your racing, or like 1 per lap kind of thing.
I feel like it'd be better to do it all at once.
Yeah, but then like you've had 3 drinks.
Yeah, but it won't hit you till the end of the race anyway.
Yeah.
By the time you get into like the end of the second lap, it'll start to like give you a little bit of a buzz, and then you'll be chilling through that 3rd lap.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we're getting Lucas Keys to do that for sprints.
Got to. I think it's gonna be need to be more than 3 though.
I don't know.
Maybe 3 shots as we watch the Fez get a little bit drifty-wifty. You're not a GTR, you can't do that.
You're not supposed to be doing that. Just looking at the grid, Webley's less than a second behind Hislop if we want to get our video feed on that action.
Webley is a driver that's had a pretty good race, from what I've watched anyways. He's looking pretty quick.
Yeah, I think Webley has been very, very good in that BMW. I think some of his teammates have not had the luck break quite their way, but they've been quite good.
That's a nice Porsche.
Yeah, I like it. Also, actually, right. So that the 420 car with Webley was in the top 10 shootout as well, position 8.
Okay, well, I take back what I said about having a good race. Clearly, they're not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, I think we saw them have an incident or two, but
I believe this is one of the cars that had the technical issues, right? I might be wrong, but I think it was. I remember a Beamer having one.
I got it. Oh.
Sorry. Sorry.
I know the Oz. I think it's not Oz team. That other, it's like black, green, and yellow. The other BMW.
Ooh, and then up and inside. Great move. Makes it stick by the looks of that. He does.
Nice
move.
move.
Just flipping back in. As he's 2 laps down though, so.
Oh, what?
That's unlap himself. That was. Well,
no. So Hislop and Webley, like everyone behind Hislop is 3 laps down to the next car. So I think that was 4 positions.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah, I read that wrong. Yeah.
Just let's see the timing tower update, and hopefully that is what it shows, so I don't look like an idiot.
Make him look like an idiot, please. I mean, it should. Yeah. I read it wrong. I thought Webley was 4 laps, plus 4 laps, but yeah.
There you go. So now Hislop is 2 seconds to Webley, and everyone beyond Webley is 4 laps down to the car above.
That's my mistake.
4 laps. I'm a bit surprised that the midfield is that far back, but I can't talk. I would probably be 4 laps down as well.
Considering 2 of the people in the midfield had started, top 10 and now ended up here, so a couple of them, bit of incidents.
So Shane Warehou in chat just explaining the 420 cars predicament earlier in the race. They had sort of an incident, but it was more so they were the ones with the brake pad thing, like we were mentioning earlier, like the specifics of like you need to have the endurance pads on, and their rear pads weren't, so they kind of lost rear braking. So yeah, that's, I don't actually Shane, if you could share how long the pit stop takes to change the brake pads, I'd love to know. So yeah, just been a bit of a recovery effort. So looking up to the top of the grid, actually, I mean, we've got Tim Gobe still within 3 seconds of Rondinella, but Purcell has put a little bit of time in Spinaze, actually. It's about 28 seconds, I think, last I saw. And then 15 seconds back down to Ben Hignett. So keeping it, it's close for an endurance race, do not get me wrong, but there's a little bit of time between them now.
Yeah, normally you see some pretty crazy gaps in the endurance series, but nice to see that the front runners are nice and well packed, and also a couple of the mid runners are nice and packed up as well, so makes it a lot more interesting for us here.
Yeah, definitely. Shane just elaborating, so a minute and 15 seconds for tyres and pads, and Tarquin, I don't know who Tarquin is, but just saying 45 seconds in total for pads themselves. So yeah, losing about half a lap to that incident, and yeah, I mean, that's going to put you down when you're at the pointy end of the timetable for sure.
What team? Oh, this is the Webley BMW, right?
Yeah, the 420 car.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense now. Unfortunate scenes. A couple of people messing up their pit stops this race. Not something you can really afford to be doing in endurance races. That's for damn sure.
I mean, yeah, if you wanna be at the top, you gotta get everything right. Even the low percentage stuff, it all adds up after 12 hours. That's for sure. Okay, as well. So it's not just the pit time that they lost, losing 2 to 3 seconds a lap because they had no brakes. So,
you don't need them, mate. Just chuck it in and hope for the best.
I mean,
she'll find grip.
Yeah,
she'll find grip.
Go down, just keep going.
I feel like that makes you slow if you brake. That's me personally.
Exactly. But yeah, for half a stint, so that is also a lot of time. I mean, it's something like you might not. I mean, I don't know. He can probably elaborate, but like I potentially wouldn't notice that until like way later when it's really bad. So.
Listen, there's other cars on the grid, mate. Just use them as your brakes, all right?
No.
That was a joke. Please don't. I was joking. Just insert that NASCAR clip of the guy doing the wall ride.
Oh, yeah. Didn't they outlaw that after the fact?
Yeah, they got banned. Still one of the best moves in motorsport, though.
Was that the move that was also preceded by "I'm going to put my foot down until I see the checkered flag or see God"?
Yep, that's the one.
He's
done that as he was approaching the corner and just held it flat and rode all the way around the wall. And I think he overtook like 4 people, and it was to like qualify for a certain race or something, and he qualified because of it.
That is crazy. That's like literally like cinema stuff.
Yeah, it was.
Like, it also goes hard as fuck. That's mad. Love it. I wouldn't do it first.
Great move.
I
wouldn't have the balls to do it, but it was fantastic to watch. Yeah. You watch it back and you get goosebumps because just that line and the moment.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool. The 90 car of Rashuti into the pits. The Porsche it's triple, quadruple, pentagonal stacking is no longer a thing anymore, I don't think. So opting for different strategies now. Some people might be opting to just run the quali engine maps or whatever to get the most performance out of the car. Some people might be fuel saving just a little bit more. Henderson, actually, we saw earlier overtake Ren, also in the pits now.
Definitely going to be seeing some position changes here heading into the last 2 hours.
Yeah, we've got cars within striking distance for sure. You've got Bell about 7 seconds behind Jensen. Gibbons is about 8 seconds behind Webley, and that 39 car has been quite quick. Obviously, we saw them have that incident with Michael Babb earlier. We've still got that invoice hanging over their head right now. And yes, a lot of pit strategy still to play out. So, yeah. We are coming up to the point, though, where you do really have to start thinking about how you are managing your car to ensure that your last stint is going to be optimal. Because if you end up with something silly, like having to pit with 20 minutes to go, that's not going to be it's not conducive to winning, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that you kind of, like you said, you have to pre-plan that a fair bit in advance, because you don't want to, you said, undershoot the finish line. Have to do an extra pit stop for a splash and dash. That's an extra 20 or so seconds that no one wants to waste, especially in a close grid like this. So,
especially if you're in the top 4, you cannot afford to have a mistake like that. There is a few gaps further down where, I mean, they don't want a mistake like that, obviously, but there is a little bit of space where they can afford a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of margin for error. But yeah, so Carpenter 15 seconds behind King. I do think that is Johnson behind them in the Kovacs blue car, but oh yeah, I think we saw that on the stream, Carpenter getting past Johnson earlier, but Johnson hanging on the back of Carpenter right now. I do like this livery. Looks good.
yeah, I was just looking at that.
It looks good in the night.
Very,
that
yeah.
sort of magenta is just really popping.
Yeah, very nice. Nice liveries out there. I'm not sure how I feel about the gold wheels, but
yeah, I was sort of. It's a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, but I think it gets a pass. The rest of the liveries.
There may be some gold accents in the car that we can't really see, so the wheels are just sticking out.
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna use that as an excuse.
I mean, there's a little bit of yellow on the side there. Guess what, Nick?
What's that?
It's nearly 5 a.m. race time.
It nearly is.
Which, just noting, the track temperature has gone up 2 degrees since, I don't know, 1 a.m.
Well, I sure hope so.
Sometime. But it is something to note that it is going to start coming up a little bit. Race ends at 10 o'clock, so I'm not sure how hot it's fully going to get, but it is going to have a bit of an effect on the tyres as we go on.
I don't think it'll get to race start temps, but it'll definitely climb up to, I'd say, mid-20s.
Yeah, I would expect
low 30s.
Yeah, so I know a little bit after the race started, it was like 25, 26 track and ambient and like 35 track. I don't think we'll get quite that high, but I would expect sort of low 20s, a bit higher than that. And then track obviously might stay similar, but usually is a little bit higher.
Just something else for the drivers to think about for their tyre pressures. Make sure, you're adjusting them accordingly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a pain in the ass if you get wrong as well. You're driving on under pressured or over pressured tires. It's not nice.
Or you can just be like me and chuck on a setup, not even worry about the pressures, and go drive it for an hour and realise that you've lost 2 psi in your rear left around Donington.
Oh yeah, it's not ideal.
Great fun.
Last Euro race out, I handed over the car to my teammate with It wasn't like too bad, but they were like 24 or 25 PSO, or maybe like high 25, and it's just like, oh, sorry, my bad. I was a bit stressed out about other things.
Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah, that's a different form of driver handoff time bomb. Instead of the track cuts is like shit setup. I don't know about you, but I always get so stressed about fuel. I just get it wrong either way, like way too much.
Honestly, I'm one of those people that just chucks in the fuel and just kind of forgets about it. And just trusts over, made the right calculations.
Okay, yeah. It's like, I don't know, I think, like, because sometimes if I don't practice enough, you don't get the right, like, liters per lap. And then when that starts to look a little bit off, I get a little bit stressed out about it. I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's usually I have way too much, which isn't the worst problem to have. But not ideal, to say the least.
Could be worse. You could be limping it across the line. So.
Yeah, it happened to me once, and I was like, oh my god, that sucks. I hated that. So, Curtis, again, just with a tidbit of info, Ben Curtis, I don't know why I'm just calling him Curtis. Mr. Curtis, just saying a couple of teams he's watching with 27.4s on the tyres, which isn't too bad. It's like just slightly above the window, I believe. But yeah, if that's the beginning of the stint, though, it is going to get warmer, and that's not going to be ideal.
But that is a KAM Fez right there, on the back of, not pronouncing that name, of the 100 Atanyaki. Did I get it right?
I usually say Atanayake.
Atanayake. Yeah, that sounds more better. Atanayake. But this is for position, so.
I love the livery on this car, by the way, on the 100 car. It looks really good.
What about the other livery, Blake?
Can we get better eyes on the 333? This isn't even your car though. You're racing with
No, it's not my car, but it's my team. It's the same team.
It's pretty good. Here's my critique though. You can't have the dark blue over the black because you're starting to lose that immediately in that little stripe.
Hey mate, I didn't make the liveries. I just work here.
You asked if I liked it. I do like it generally. I think it's pretty nice. But yeah, and then the text over the decal makes the text hard to read. That's all I'll say.
Hey man, I just work here, right? I don't know what you're telling me for.
You asked me.
No, I don't remember asking. I don't know, man. Sounds like you can't hate in there, Blake. I don't know.
I am hating. Brad Gosling was supposed to be in the booth at 7 o'clock. Yeah.
It's letting us down.
Tap on the watch. I don't really know. Their stints have been way off what our comp schedule has been, so I don't really know anymore. It's alright.
We just go with the flow, mate. Should be alright.
I mean, literally, yeah.
Look, out anyway.
You cannot plan some of these things, unfortunately.
You can try to, but
I certainly tried.
Yeah, exactly, Glenn. Exactly.
Nah, but for the guys that are racing, it's totally different. You know, there's some of us that aren't racing, and it's easy to show up on time. But like when you're racing, like it looks like I don't know what's happened with their stints, but yeah, like they're literally just like an hour back or something. I know Sam had some calculator thing, and he punched it in wrong, and it was like an hour forward or something. That was before the race even started. So who knows what they're doing. And then, you know, if the car ends up running longer and stuff, you're not going to be like, well, I'm just going to pit now so I can get into the booth. Yeah. Like, it's not how it works.
No, 100%. I mean, it should, you know.
I mean, it would be nice.
Racing, obviously, guys. Like, come on. What is this?
But quickly, having a good little run here on a Tanayake. And Richard Wells actually very close behind Phil Slade in the number 8 car. So these two are a further lap down than Brickley and Atamiyake, but again, these guys are for position, so interesting to see what goes on there. These two also, Brickley and Atamiyake, in the same hardware in that Ferrari, so it's always hard to get a move done on a car that is the same as yours, because it has the same strengths and weaknesses. So we'll see if he can force a bit of an error, but Brickley is going quite deep there. That's kind of the error that you want the chased to make, not you as the chaser.
Yeah, not ideal when you're trying to make a move for position, but hopefully he can start finding some more pace and put it back onto the rear bumper of Taniyaki. I trust in Brickley, and Brickley we trust. Is anyone to do it? I believe it's him. But I will say, inside info on the number 8 car, the Aston Martin, Regan's wheel apparently exploded in the first few laps.
Oh, that's not good. I think we did see that, something about that when he pulled off to the side. So has Regan not been racing whatsoever throughout the rest of the day, I presume?
I'm assuming that's the case.
Wait, isn't it Regan? Haven't we been through this?
Mate. Regan's from Black Ops, you know? We went two different ways there.
Made a terrible, terrible joke. I'm not even going to repeat it, it was that bad. Very bad.
It wasn't that bad, Glenn. I didn't know. I thought it was pretty good.
It was fine.
Ike's just hating. That's all it is.
It's 10 hours in, I'm a little bit grumpy. I didn't sleep that well last night.
I think he's had enough of us stirring him up, I think. Me and Cam have been giving him some stuff today,
yeah, stirring me up from last night. And then bloody getting persnickety about the timetable, which he could have looked 2 centimeters to the left, sorry, to the right, to see the correct time.
Nah, mate, that's on you. That's on you.
Yeah. Nah, love Cam for sweet.
Nah, he's alright, I guess.
Yeah, he's fine.
Apart from showing up late, or early, actually.
No, he's making up for these last duos. Last stint in the box in duos. Mate rocks up after qualifying and says, sorry guys, I slept in.
Gotta respect it, I guess. But Brickley's managed to bring it a bit closer to Antoniyaki. That's what we want to see. Hopefully he doesn't make another one of the errors as he nearly gets too much of the pyramid. Had to lift a little bit more than he should have and steer out of that one. So definitely lost a little bit of time there.
Yeah, it's a bit back and forth so far with Brickley trying to catch up to Antoniyaki. Missing the apex there a little bit. I know that Ferrari doesn't want anything to do with that sausage curve on the inside, but yeah, it's alright. Maybe slightly wide there, but yeah, just not quite getting to the threshold of being able to make a move on Antoniyaki so far.
Well, I think they'll be happy with P2 in class, knowing these boys, as Taniyaki runs a little bit wide. This might allow Brickley to get a little bit closer to these S's. I say that, and it looks like he's built a more gap.
Yeah, opening the corner up massively, Brickley there on the entry to the first sort of real S. Just getting a bit of a replay here. So Buckerfield, oi! That is lucky that Ren was watching what was happening there. I think that's Ren in that car ahead, because that would have been a little bit ugly, if not.
Would have been eventful to say the least.
I mean, that could have been a drive-through. I would say that was a lot of speed to be carrying into that corner.
He didn't just miss his braking point; he didn't even brake.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a bit hard. Like that time is kind of posited on the inside, so there's not a lot of turning out to do when the car's already there. But yeah, rough.
I think what happened there, he was listening to the stream and heard us talking about that NASCAR incident or the NASCAR strat, and he's like, I'm going to give that a try. I think that's what's happened there.
Only works in oval racing.
Yeah, unfortunately. He didn't see, we didn't say that though, so we didn't know, so it's not his fault.
No, yeah, that's definitely our fault.
100%. It's always your fault.
I love how that translated from our fault to my fault immediately.
No, it's not my fault. I didn't do anything.
I actually heard it's Glenn's fault.
Oh, 100%. One job, Glenn. Oh, Glenn loves me. Glenn's left. He's had enough. He's out of here. He's gone to the pub.
If we look at the grid, Layla Bell 2.8 on Zach Jensen. Actually, that gap has come down quite a bit. So if we jump on board with them, we might see her making a bit of a charge. She was about 7 seconds down last time I talked about them. So Team Iris, I think, having a bit of a troubled race because they started in the top 10. We haven't seen too much of them as far as I'm aware, so not really sure what kind of adventures they've had. But now looking to get onto the back of Zach Jensen. I think is that actually the Mercedes of the Kovacs purple car ahead of them? Looks like it.
No. Zach Jensen is in a KAM car, so he'd be a front. Yes.
Yes, but that car.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had a mind. Yep. I thought you were saying the Merc is Zach Jensen. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're fine. Again, we're at hour 9.5, so this has been a bit of a stint for us.
That's what happens when you try to read a message and listen at the same time.
So just back on board with Layla Bell. So that car ahead of the Mercedes would be Zach Jensen in the 666. 666 McLaren, so just a little bit down the road. As I said, I think that time is slowly ticking down a little bit. So Layla Bell putting in some great work.
Another livery that I'm a big fan of is this Iris one.
Yeah?
I like white wheels.
Okay. I like the auxiliary lights look good. Like it ties the livery together at night. It's got a nice that like stripe down the side and then the stripe up above the like kind of along the A pillars. It looks good.
Just purple and gold, or like purple and yellow, just always go well for me. I just love that color combo.
It always makes me think of Saints Row. I always used to customize my cars like that in Saints Row.
I never actually thought about it. I always thought like Lakers for basketball, but now that you've said that, I won't be able to get that out of my head.
You're not a Lakers fan, are you? I heard you play
100%.
basketball. What the hell,
100%.
man?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Lakers? Come on, man. That's crap.
Mate, I've been.
Is Kobe Bryant your hero or something as well?
He's not my hero, but he's definitely one of my favorite basketball players, or was, I should say. R.I.P.
I mean, yeah. Nah, I'm not even gonna start. I'm not gonna start basketball discourse. I haven't been watching basketball in quite a bit of time.
Mate, you're missing out on a great finals right now.
I still like kind of follow along with the results, but I don't watch it. It's not painful to watch, but there's too many ads, too many stoppages. It's 48 minutes of game time that somehow, especially in the playoffs, goes for like 3 hours. Like, how does that happen? And the answer is too much advertising.
Yeah, but that's why they get paid the big bucks, mate.
Yeah, but I don't care if they get paid the big bucks.
That's why they're on $150 million a year, you know?
It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't give a shit about that. And the refereeing is so inconsistent in basketball. It's a really hard game to referee.
Don't even get me started on that.
I know, but it's just frustrating. But Layla, wow, wait, she's really caught up to the back. We were just talking crap about the Lakers. Zach Jensen with a bit of a slide there. That's going to allow Layla Bell to have at least some kind of look, but this isn't really the easiest part of the track to have such a look. But Layla Bell just going to keep sizing up Zach Jensen, keep putting that pressure on, and hopefully, in her case, that he makes a mistake. But yeah, really, really caught up. I think Zach Jensen must be struggling a little bit for her to have made up 3 seconds in about a lap.
I think so. I think there's a bit of a pace difference here. Like you said, Layla did make it to the top 10 shootout. So they've got the pace. And I think just with all the incidences, they've found themselves not where they should really be pace-wise. But yeah, 3 seconds in 1 lap is a pretty hefty charge forward. So
Zach might have had his own sort of incident as well. Might be really late into their stint and those tyres are a bit crap. Needs new boots.
Yeah. Plus he would have had to let the blue flag of the Merc go through, so that might have slowed him down a little bit.
That is a good shout, actually. That could be a lot of what that time was, really. As these 2 very nimble cars going to send it through the S's. But that, I think the Macca is a little bit better in a straight line than the Porsche, but yeah. Tim Gobe out of the booth. How's your hands? Yeah, his hands blistered, apparently. He's a bit of a wheel gripper, allegedly, in Enduros. A little bit deep there for Bell, just catching a bit of that sausage curve, but the run is looking kind of good as they come down to T11. It's not going to be quite enough, and I don't know if that Porsche is going to have enough over speed down the straight. But
Porsche not known for its straight line speed. Neither is the Macca, but I think the Macca is going to have it be here and be able to hold its own. Layla's just going to have to tuck in and just pick another corner to make a move.
Minka's brakes are kind of crap though, so she's having a look, yeah, but just tucks back in. Not quite there. Goes with a bit of a bump, just near the bollard there, but yeah, it's just going to have to keep sizing him up and see if she can force a mistake here. Opening up the corner a little bit more than Jensen there, as they're sending it through the sort of T17, 18, 19 kinked corner section, very, very high speed. A little bit of correction there for a bit of oversteer from the car. Jensen keeping it tighter. What? No! Bell just carrying too much speed there, and unfortunately coming in.
They're going to wait. It looks like they're going to wait. Smart.
She's waiting
Gonna let Zach go through again, which is very nice. Unfortunate there was an incident there, but that's probably the best way to handle it.
But yeah, just sort of took that inside line and took the inside line is maybe not the right word, but found herself sort of in the middle of the track, and then maybe got on the brakes at sort of the normal time where you have to brake a little bit earlier if you're going to be that much close to the actual turn in. But yeah, fortunate for both of them. I think
you were saying earlier, the Porsche brakes just so much better than the Macca brakes, so probably a little bit of a later braking zone for the Porsche and just caught her off guard.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's a bit tough. I never really know about waiting for the person that you've kind of done in, because she's probably still going to get a penalty, and then she's also waited.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a sportsman thing. I think it's just
a very sportsman-like thing.
I don't mind it.
Oh, I'm not saying you shouldn't at all, but it can feel a bit rough when you do wait and then you cop the penalty. Like, I mean, you probably are going to cop the penalty, but yeah, like, I don't know. I guess it depends on how competitive you are. We'll see how the stewards go. They might also lessen it because she waited and did the sportsman-like thing. But she's very, very close to Jensen again as we're coming down the back straight. So she's having a look at the inside, and it looks like there is a bit of overlap. Later on, the brakes sends it down the inside. Space is left, and I think that is going to be moved on for Layla Bell. So nicely done. Webley with a DT. The woes continue for that 420 BMW, unfortunately. So they're going to find themselves... Oh, okay, so that car just changed to Spence. So I don't know if that was a speeding in pit lane penalty instead of actually track limits, but regardless, they're sending it through the pit lane once more.
Rookie error there, boys. Rookie error.
I think that could be our first speeding in pit lane violation if it is.
Not ideal.
Not what you want.
Ah, well, what are you going to do about it, you know?
You're going to put your head down and keep racing. That's what you're going to do.
Nah. Just ignore it.
What?
It's not even there. Just ignore it. Doesn't exist. If he can't see it, it can't see him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but then the game gives you the big whack and disqualifies you for not serving a DT.
Nah. Just means you finish the race before everyone else. It means you win. All about the way you look at things, Blake. I told you this.
Yeah, sure. Why don't we can have a race and you can disqualify yourself immediately and we'll see.
Yeah, well, I win. I finished the race first. I win.
Wait, by that metric, just don't show up and you've already won.
No, because you have to start the race to actually win the race.
So there's that 15-second penalty for Layla Bell for causing that collision. So, oof.
Whoa.
That was spicy.
Spicy's an understatement.
Jeez Louise.
I bet he might be checking his pants after that one.
Oy. Yeah, so Layla Bell gonna have to get a bit up the road if she wants to hold on to that position. I mean, yeah, it's kind of how it goes. It's an unfortunate incident. I'm interested to see as he comes out of the pits if there was anything. No, he's managed to get in there without speeding. So, yeah, I guess potentially a little bit spicy there with that Mustang, but going wide to shave off more speed as they came in.
Is there only the one Lamborghini on the grid?
There is only one Lamborghini on the grid, yeah.
Respect to them. I respect it. Way to be unique, guys. And there's another drive-through for Bishop. Just will that pop up as the replay starts.
So this is Buckerfield's with the Tanigake. That is for position. I kind of missed what just happened. I was looking at the timing.
A little
board.
love tap on the entry. Looks like they were both running deep though. So I mean, yeah.
Glenn is so nice to me. We're going back just for me.
I think he honestly broke himself and then lost it on the.
So I remember now. I remember from Josh Holmes's academy walkthrough of this track. There is like a bump near the center of the apex of that corner, or like a dip or something. And if you brake weirdly, the car will turn around on you like that. Yeah. And that's a perfect example.
At first, it looked like he gave him a little love tap on the quarter panel, but I was mistaken. He did not touch him. Mustang taking a wide line. Wow.
It's 5:47 and it's getting to be dawn. Are they still raving in the stadium, Glenn?
Oh, they've got to be. If they're not raving still, it's a fake rave. Can we get like a camera in the rave? Is that possible? No, I've never been in there. I want to feel like I'm a part of the rave, mate. Where's the glow sticks? Who's got the glow sticks?
Yeah, it's the auxiliary lights on the car.
I'm talking about for me. I want glow sticks. I feel left out.
So Bishop serving that DT right now. We've got Baker in the 62 Ford in the pits as well. Looking down the grid, 20 seconds from Josh Stewart to Nathan Monks up the top there. Wow, there is a bunch of people. It's all dudes as well.
That guy in the middle is the absolute chat of the party. Look at him.
The guy looking straight at the camera?
Out. Yeah, smiling, arms crossed. He's having the time. That guy, oh my days.
It starts to get a little bit creepy when you
really
pan around.
That guy with the hat on, oh my god.
There's way too many poses here. Everyone's just standing. There's only like two guys dancing. Everyone's too cool. Oh, there's a woman. There's actually a lady. It's not a total sausage fest.
Have you noticed she's on her own? I'm just saying.
Oh, there's another one behind her in a hat. I think there's another lady in a hat there.
Why do half of them look angry to be there?
It's because no one's dancing.
There's people dancing. Look, he's fist bumping. I don't know what he's doing. Is that a DJ? Is that a DJ?
The closer to the DJ they get, the angrier they look. They're not happy.
Spin the decks, Glenn. Spin the decks.
You can tell that it's hour 10 of the 12-hour endurance race.
I didn't know without an actual DJ there, bro. That's hilarious.
I love that there's a model of what do you call it?
A DJ deck.
Yeah, there's a deck in ACC. I love that that's stored on my computer as well. That's so funny.
That's absolutely hilarious. I can't get over that. Oh my god.
Okay, we have Liam and Hamilton joining us in the booth. Liam has been racing in the 124 car that is currently in position one.
They're about to stop.
One. Yeah, they're actually stopped right now. So we'll see where they come out. We'll probably put them behind Spinaze and potentially Taylor. But Liam, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello, yeah. I'm good now that I've had a moment to relax and get into some fresh clothes that are a bit less smelly. But yeah, it's been a bit of a long race, a bit of a hot, sweaty one as Enduros usually go, but I can't really complain. Fighting for the top of the field is always a privilege in this, so can't complain too much. We've had a few sort of little hiccups here and there. Cost us a little bit of time, probably like lost a minute overall, but yeah, so far clean sailing, and hopefully we can keep it that way for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, just seeing Layla Bell actually with a DT, presumably for track limits, so add another one to the tally. But yeah, you guys, it's been a pretty good race. Feel like I saw that Ferrari looking pretty second-hand at one point, but forgive me, there has been so many incidents I can't remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, I had a screen freeze for a good 5 seconds coming through turn 16, and it unfroze, and I was in the wall and had 16 seconds of front damage, and it was not happy. Just lots of understeer. I was losing probably 2 seconds a lap, and it started to get dark and my headlights were flickering, which doesn't help when I can't see these apexes of the hairpins at the best of times.
Yeah, it's not going to do it for you. But yeah, it's been a pretty good race. Apart from that, you guys had some good battles as well. The paces looked really good in that Ferrari too. So I've dubbed you guys as one of the Hydra cars of this race. With in that if you take one of the drivers out, the next one that steps in is just as deadly behind the wheel. So very, very competitive car.
Yeah, it's been pretty strong, but yeah, so hopefully we keep up that pace, and we'll see where we come up. Glenn's just asked if Admiral Name is going to the end. I think they're going to have to have one more stop, and I believe Taufik will be jumping in for the end, but they may decide to change that. It's been a little bit on the fly in terms of our driver stints, because both Name and Taufik were supposed to be doing another race in the middle of this. Taufik pulled out last minute, but Name did continue, so he was doing, I think it was a 4-hour race at Valencia in a McLaren. So,
are you serious? What?
This guy still doing that sort of stuff is insane to me.
That is insane. Doing a 4-hour race within a 12-hour race is just, I'm gobsmacked. I'm speechless. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's committed for sure. So he's come fresh off the back of driving a different car at a different track, and now jumping back in the Ferrari at Cota. So hats off to him. I feel sore and lots of pain after like 2 stints of my own race. I would not have the capacity to do just another completely separate race in the middle of this one.
So
I did get asked a question. Sorry, Blake, to interrupt.
No, yeah, go
I
ahead.
did get asked a question for you, Liam, by the one and only David Marsh. He wanted to ask, is Name washed?
No. is the simple answer. Did you watch this? Did you watch qualifying?
Man, I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot me. All right, I'm just here.
No, he was struggling a little bit in his first stint. Just didn't quite have the feeling of the car. It was the same setup that he'd been practicing with, but sometimes you just have those days where everything's a little bit off, and unfortunately, I think that's kind of what he was feeling at that point. And obviously, just that little bump with Austin cost us, you know, the 15-second penalty, which can happen. That Mustang, just to loop back to the start of the race, which, well, seems like such a long time ago now, back at, what, 8, 9, 10 hours ago now, 10 and a half hours. It was very useful we had the incidental practice race, because I learned how to defend from the Mustang and realized just how fast that is in a straight line compared to the Ferrari, and that was been able to put that into practice a couple of times now. So as much as it wasn't intentional, as much as it's a shame to have a delay when these things, it was useful to get a bit of a practice start in and get my eye in.
I do just want
I
to
guess
point
that's
out,
one upside.
Layla Bell just got another DT. I don't know if that was for speeding on the entry for the previous DT, but that is absolutely heartbreaking, especially this late in the race.
Not being ideal for that car.
Yeah, so we're looking on board with Buckerfield and Brickley. This is for the lead of the amateur class, but in the meantime, I do want to welcome into the booth for the first time Pete Viney. Pete, how are you doing, mate?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Are you racing today, Pete?
No, I was unavailable for most of the morning, so I couldn't commit. So
Yeah,
it was one of those. I'm actually sad because the Kovacs Blue is doing very well at the moment.
Yeah, very fair. Used to seeing the rear of your Porsche in sprints, so you're a valued member of that team, I'm sure. And it's been a good race so far. So yeah, a little bit sad to be missing out. Couldn't manage the stint at the end of the race.
I had unknowns with my brother coming up from Sydney, so
Yeah, totally fair.
it was. And then he made a decision last week and was like, haven't done any practice, haven't raced Cota for ages, so I thought I'll leave it out, let the boys go.
Totally fair. I feel like it just struck me that it's 6:05 a.m. and it's now definitely not nighttime. It's very, very much dawn. It's probably even beyond dawn at this point.
We have only gone up from 18 to 19 though since, what, 4 a.m? So not crazy at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun hasn't quite risen yet. It will start rising, and I did double check this for my team earlier. About 6:30-ish is when the sun starts to rise, and it will blind you the whole way through the S's into the through the first sector. So when it does start to rise, these drivers are probably going to struggle and not really know where they're going for probably one of the trickiest sections of the circuit. So as if Cota couldn't get any more worse when you can't see.
It just makes it more spicy, you know? You don't need to see the racing driver anyways. You should know this track like the back of your hand, mate. Just close your eyes.
Well, I tried to do it with a screen that wasn't working, and that's getting pretty tight there as Rochford getting past the McLaren. I'm not sure if that's a position or if that's
I think that's a blue flag.
But yeah, there's that can always throw a spanner in the works, these blue flags, and there's a few long straights on this track, but people are still trying to let people past on the hairpin, which as a faster driver can be quite distracting, and can cause moments like that and incidents, and I think we've definitely seen a few of those across the race. But yeah, it can throw a spanner in the works, and let alone when you can't see, give them another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I can only imagine, especially like you said, being a faster driver and trying to predict where the slower car is going on the track, it would definitely distract you a bit, throw you off the line, and cost you even more time than needed to.
Yeah, especially if you're on the verge of a track limit and you just get caught out by a blue flag and have to cut. It's it's not a nice feeling at all. But we've been pretty good with our track limits. We've had 2 cuts so far, but so we've still got an extra warning, and we have not managed to, fingers crossed, I know it's stupid of me saying it, managed to keep it out of the pit lane for a drive-through for track limits so far.
That's very risky of you to say that, Liam, mate. I'm not going to lie to you.
Now you've done it.
I've trusted the boys. They'll be fine.
If there's anyone to trust, it is name. That's, you know, he's not going to get your track limit. I got faith.
Yeah, no, they've done very well so far as we come back to the battle here for, I believe this is the top of M class that we're seeing here.
Looks like we're just gonna have to let a blue flag go through, which is that Mustang.
Let through the 695 here. Yeah, so still a few battles up and down the field, which is good to see 10 hours into an endurance race. I think I heard you guys mentioning before, as you kind of said, the field does tend to get spread out a little bit, so it's good to see even a battle for a class lead. So definitely some fighting going on, and we want to see Buckerfield try and tactically. Wow, that's jeez.
That's a
you know
word.
the word I mean. Let past the Mustang in a good place. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah. Which
yeah, we want to see him try.
hopefully can do it on the straight, not the hairpin.
Yeah, that's the goal. Lose as little time as possible. Oh, the BMW gets a little bit of a slide, which I think is a bit characteristic of the BMW. And oh, that's not ideal. It's not really where you want to let him pass, and he's going to lose a bit of time and let Brickley catch back up here. And as I kind of found out, the Ferrari doesn't really like getting out of these slow corners, so should be safe from there.
Yeah, I don't think the Beamer's going to worry too much about the Fez catching him on this back straight. Beamer should be pretty safe here, but Brickley looking like he's got a decent amount of pace compared to Buckerfield, so he might be able to close that gap up a little bit more and look for a move elsewhere.
Yeah, so surprisingly, just as much as it seems like there's a few passing spots of this track, it seems like it's still a bit of a tricky one to overtake on, despite the fact there's a couple of long straights. Just some of the dirty air or the tyre wash that you get through, especially this third sector. Depending on which car you're driving as well, the Ferrari is quite good through here, so anything else is going to struggle around this 17 and 18, this long double or triple right-hander. I spoke to Austin after my stint, and he said just as soon as you got to that third sector, I was gone. He had absolutely nothing, despite trying to catch me down the straight with, I think they had an extra 6 kilometers an hour down the end of the straight in the Mustang compared to the Ferrari. So lots of straight line speed, but just can't use it to your advantage. And once they get to the corners, the Ferrari's going to scamper away. So it's crazy. These cars will end up at very much the same pace, but they seem to make their speed in very different ways.
I think that's what makes it so interesting, though.
I love that about GT3 racing for sure. But
I was going to say, unless you get a really decent overlap and some overspeed down the straights, you've really got no hope. And yeah, the S's section in through here is just, it's single file. Got a couple of opportunities, but I think it's one of these tracks that really relies on forcing a mistake and hoping that you can sort of sneak through with someone missing a brake marker.
Yeah, we've seen most of the moves happening down the end of the back straight into that hairpin, which isn't too surprising because it's preceded by another hairpin, so getting a decent run out of that corner on your opponent can set something up, but it's not the easiest, but that is where we've seen most of them. At turn 11, where we just went through as well, we've seen a couple of moves here and there, less often, and I don't know if we've seen a few into T1 as well, but apart from that, that's about it on this track. The rest of it, as you sort of said, Pete, it's a bit of railroad track, so it's just not really anywhere else to pass. There's one optimal line, and the rest of it is no man's land. It's awash with tire beads and rubber pearls or whatever you call it, and nothing good out there.
The track does have lots of opportunity though to slide and skip and bounce off a curb or a pyramid on the corner of the apex, so that's what you need to be very mindful of.
Or do a wheelie, as I found out a few times in practice.
Where are you wheeling in practice?
Oh, if you come out of 11 and just hit the sausage curves wrong, it'll just throw the front of the car in the air if you run too wide through there. So those sausages are extra deadly, especially if you're running a low front ride height. So definitely want to steer clear of those, because it will throw the car around and you will lose a lot of time if it doesn't throw you into the wall.
Yeah, we saw someone actually do that in the race. I think it was a BMW. I can't tell you exactly who though. Showed us a bit of airtime. But these two very close together. Bishop on the back of Itaniake for position right now, 6/10. It's pretty close. It's amazing how close some people are still after 10 hours of racing.
And I think, is that 4 positions within a handful of seconds here? I think the car's just ahead were also for position. So yeah, like you said, it's crazy how close some of these positions are, and sometimes in these longer races you might get a gap of 20 odd seconds, but as we see as McLaren get really close to the back of a Tanayake, you might get a gap of 20 odd seconds, but if someone's closing it a second or a second and a half a lap, it doesn't take very long through the longer stints for them to suddenly be on the back, especially when you've got different drivers of different skill levels. Sometimes you might have a certain car, you're able to pass them straight away, or you might have a faster driver in that car and you're going to have to try and be a little bit more creative with a way to get past.
These guys do actually have Tim Gobe and, well, I'm not sure who's in the car, the Tented Motorsports car and the 888 car, so that's Monks and Rondinella.
Yeah, Toto's in the wheel at the moment.
Moving through, so they are going to have to be wary of that, and it can create opportunities if people aren't smart about how they let those cars through. So just seeing, so the 277 actually just losing out a little bit there as these two try to navigate the field, and then Tanayake really deep across the sausage curve, and now is kind of holding these guys up. Yeah, gets across. I don't think he realized that they were that close, and now Bishop's actually got a bit of a run because the Tanayake's had to slow down a little bit there, but this is so not the place to get around a car, as we were sort of discussing earlier. So they kind of end up back exactly where they were after all of that. But Buckfield just having to defend really hard from Brickley there as they come out of the last corner. And there could be a bit of a move on here for Brickley if he can send it up the inside and get a little bit of an overlap, but it's not quite there, and Buckerfield just moves straight to the inside to cut that off. And it's going to be on the outside for the second corner, and there's just nothing there.
I've never seen a corner that's so inviting to just absolutely send one down the inside, because it is such a wide piece of circuit where you think, oh, you know what, I'm just going to send one, but 9 times out of 10 that's always going to end up in a crash. So
I was surprised that turn 1 lap 1 was as clean as it was. It was very clean, because I think, yeah, it does seriously invites some interesting behavior, that's for sure. You can literally have people that look like they're almost going to T-bone each other because of the different lines they're taking.
You
but
can
it's
vary a lot.
It's been relatively okay up there thus far. But Monk's having a look, just getting around, both of them actually, just getting around Brickley there. Brickley going a little bit deep. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I did some practice races just to get an idea of what it's like doing some following on this circuit, and I think through the start we had some cars. There was a point I think where I was about 5 wide into turn 1 as Brickley sticks the nose in, but backs out of it sensibly because that sort of half committed move is never going to end up in going in the BMW's favour. It's probably going to end up with the BMW backwards and a penalty coming for Brickley. So wise him to back out of it. But yeah, I've done a few practice races, and there was a point where I lived. I don't know how, but I lived, and we were probably 5 wide. So such a wide piece of track, and it just invites anyone behind you just to send the nose in there and see what happens. And most of the time when that happens, it just ends up with the nose being cut off and someone backwards or a bit sad.
It's good to see that 5 and 6 Monks and Rondinella got through all that pack then without too much incident, and they're equally as close.
Yeah, these guys have all ended up pretty much exactly where they were. I'd say Tanayake and Bishop probably a little bit closer to the first 2 AM cars, but more or less it's exactly the same. But Brickley getting a little bit of a run here again, but I think Brickley just seems to be braking a little bit earlier than Buckerfield is. So he's kind of lining himself up on the inside for some kind of move, but then lets me down every time by braking early.
Just surprising to see. The Ferrari is very strong on the brakes, and I mean, you just smash the downshift paddle, it'll keep going back gears, and you can send valves to the moon and it does not care. It's like throwing out a parachute. So Ferrari is very good on the brakes, and it caught me out a few times when I was trying to get past Shady, is just how much later I could actually brake than him and still make the corner. And of course then we all probably, I can only imagine that whoever was watching the stream saw what happened, but every time we get out of the hairpin, the Merc would just sail off. And I was talking to the guys in the 695 Mustang. Chris said that he was struggling to get past that Mercedes. So a lot of low-down torque from that big German V8 getting it out of these hairpins, and the poor little turbos on the Ferrari have got no answer for it. But looks like there's a these guys are just getting closer and closer, and they're starting to fight, which means we're probably going to have a 4-way battle here for position, which will be pretty exciting towards the end of an Enduro. It's not too often we do get cars that close, and just another couple of blue flag cars that are going to be coming through here just to upset it even more. So hopefully they are sensible and let them through. I believe that is indeed one of my car in the background there. So yeah, hopefully sensible in the way they let them through. As around the outside of the hairpin goes name. Never easy to when you come up to a couple of cars that are fighting for position and you're a faster car, you just kind of have to be patient, but hopefully they're sensible here with the way they're going to let him through.
Yeah, it's a tricky section to get caught up in as well, to be letting through the Tony Woney section. We've also got Layla Bell back there, who has, I would say, better pace than all of these cars, obviously apart from name. Just actually getting past the last two of the battle packs, so maybe they're just letting her through. I was going to say they don't have to because she's a lap behind, but yeah, she's going to have the pace on them.
Yeah, sometimes it's just wise to use your head a little bit when you've got much faster cars trying to unlap themselves. If you try and start fighting them, you're just going to lose both yourself time and the other car time. So it's sometimes like that, where there's no real chance of keeping them behind. It's easier to just let them go, and you lose less. Both of you will lose less time that way.
There's always the opportunity with your racecraft to actually follow them through as well. That's what I love about the blue flagging overtaking. Sometimes it's fantastic opportunities. Just noticed we're well inside 2 hours, so all the ending pit strats will probably be working through. I noticed the Babs car pitted with 2 hours to go, so they'll have one more stop. And a couple of others are just starting some pit sequences now.
Yeah, this is the pointy end. This is where the pit stops matter, and if you've been doing your calculations, playing your cards, praying to the gods, reading the tea leaves, if you're going to be having a nice last pit stop, or if you're going to end up doing a bit of a stinker.
Yeah, there'll be a few interesting pit stops battles towards the front that are sort of yet to play out and see exactly where everyone's going to end up. So the 191 Mercedes, they've been doing a fuel saving strat pretty much all day. They've been in map 2 in the Mercedes and a little bit of lift and coast, and they've been able to go even longer than the Ferrari. I think they've probably got another 5 laps or so on us. So yeah, pretty much pushing that 90-minute stint in the Mercedes, which is a very long way for these poor tyres. So can only imagine how they're going to feel at the end of the stint. And the almost the exact opposite of that with the 695 Mustang. The Mustang a little bit thirstier on fuel, and they've got a few laps less than us. I think around 75 minutes or so in the Mustang. So I'm not sure if they're going to have to do a splash, or if they're going to able to work out how to make it to the end without sort of that extra little stop and getting caught out. But yeah, so there's a few different strategies that will end up converging here towards the end of the race, so it should be exciting.
The inside track for the 191 is they're planning for a splash and dash, I think.
Aiden Squire is just pointing out in the chat that Breno Ellis is in the car, so Breno Ellis's team with Mitch Hobbs and Logan Burton had a bit of a scheduling issue, so they couldn't show up as they were, but Breno hopping on to the 614 car. So that's the Oz team car with the Wren brothers and Matthew Shine. So I presume that Breno is going to be running to the end of the race. So that's it's a pretty racy driver to just be slotting in there, that's for sure. Just give me 1 second, I'm going to fact check something about that. Chat amongst yourselves, please. Okay. Yeah, so Glenn just filling me in on what I was about to fact check. It's not showing on the stream, but they are technically a silver class car with the addition of Breno Ellis, which makes sense because he's pretty unbelievable. Zalay Bell getting the inside line on Brickley there. And we'll see if that Porsche can outpace that Ferrari down straight. They're both not known for their straight line speed, but she might keep the inside line if she's lucky, or if Brickley doesn't want to fight it too much, and it doesn't look like he does, but he's got to be careful because that Ferrari of Teniake is still there, and they're side by side, but he's going to have the better line through the rest of this Tony Woney section. Nearly, almost. They're looking a little bit spicy, and Bishop's right there to pick up the crumbs if there is any to be had.
Looks like we're going to be hitting some sunlight soon as well.
Yeah, sun is definitely rising and starting to blind these drivers. Is that an official, our turn that we've dug now, the Tony Werney section?
I'm doing my darndest to make it
It's,
make
I
it
was
an
giggling
official
at the
turn.
beginning of the stream when Gobby came up with that, and it was brilliant.
Yeah,
Or rather in
yeah.
qualifying.
Gobby. Yeah, and then someone added Curvy Worthy. I think that was Nick Brown actually, for the S's section. That's all we really managed to name so far, but I think it really encompasses the spirit of the corners and the sections. So
I think painful is a pretty good adjective for a lot of this track.
oh, come on, it's just because you're doing 12 hours of it.
Yeah, you're right. I probably won't want to see this track again for another 12 months at least, but it's alright. I didn't particularly love it at first, trying to hot lap and practice for qualifying laps, and with the track limits has been pretty painful, but yeah, once you get into a rhythm around this track, it is actually quite fun to drive.
Gosh, this is pretty scenic right now. On board with Brickley as he's chasing down Buckerfield, and the sun just cresting over the trees. Looks bloody lovely.
I'm glad I'm sitting here watching and not actually the one driving the car, because that is going to be very blinding.
So we've also got, forgive me, I really forget who's in that car. I know it was piloted by Carpenter earlier today. Is that the 676 with Bartlett potentially? Let me fact check.
I think you're right.
God, I'm so good. Literally unparalleled at my ability to recall facts at 10 hours and 15 minutes into a race. Which is the most specific thing to be really good at, but yeah. You gotta pick your battles, you know. I
did have a little bit of an ogle over that livery on that Aston Martin. I am quite a big fan. When you look at it up close, there's some nice details on that one, so shout out to whoever designed that one. That's quite a good livery, I do like that. Yeah, we're paying it some respects during nighttime as well, because that magenta was popping really, really nicely against the darkness of the track. Big fan. So Brickley still just behind Buckerfields right now. It's a negligible amount of time. He's going to show in the mirrors again. He's not actually quite alongside this time, but the Aston Martin's going to have a bit of a look down the inside. Maybe give him a little bit of a demo on how you get the move done down into T1. Brickley actually is giving them a lot of room. It's actually it's not going to be quite. It looked a little bit like the 277 was going to have a bit of a sniff, but there's nothing to be had there. So that 676 Aston Martin just getting through nice and easily. Number 8 car is in the pits. The Aston Martin of Cathil Slade currently with an hour 40 to go. That's going to be a little bit tight, but we actually have just seen Bishop also just pull ahead of Brickley, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Brickley just made a bit of a mistake there through the S's, running a little bit wide and just allowing Bishop to come alongside through, I want to say turn 8 or 7 off the top of my head. They're all kind of blended to one at that point, but yeah, just running a little bit wide and having to lift to avoid hopefully getting one of those track cuts.
I was going to say, it was borderline track cut territory where they were at.
Yeah, very easy to pick one up there. Almost instant track cut, as I can only assume we're letting past a blue flag car being all the way out there. Yeah, as through comes one of the Pixel Racer GTRs.
I think Brickley was doing a little bit of racecraft there to let the faster guys through so he can just concentrate, get back up the behind Butterfield again for the AM class.
Yeah, it can be a good way to catch up and just kind of send in a minefield and wait for them to be out of position and strike when that does happen. I have a distinct memory, Viney, with you doing the exact same thing in Nürburgring a couple of years ago. Was not able to pass you for the whole stint until, I want to say it was Philippa Bakita, one of the other blue flag cars. You had to let him pass, and I was able to finally strike there. So you see Svenate coming in. So yeah, I would say they are definitely going to have to do a splash and dash. Hour 40 is not going to make it towards the end of the race.
They've been pretty consistently getting that, I think.
Yeah, to doubt. I think they can do it. They're going to have to fuel safe potentially a touch more, but they did a 100-minute stint earlier today, first stint of the race. So I think they can go. They can go the distance.
I think they've timed that one based on what they've been doing today.
Well, I stand corrected. This will be interesting.
Well, wait and see. I know that we were approaching the final phase for all the Porsches if they're on strap.
So, actually, just on that note, we've had a big shout out to the stewarding team, to Ben Curtis and stuff. I think that's Ryan Anderson in chat just saying that the lead car is pitting now. It's going to be extremely close with fuel to the end. Saying they might even have the pit with a lap to go. Saying these stints as well have been an hour 39-ish. So yeah, it's going to be very marginal. I think they should be able to hold on to that, but it's whether or not doing that amount of fuel saving is going to put them at risk of being overtaken if they want the win. So yeah, it's, the stage has been set. We'll see how the actors come to play.
I think they'll also have the opportunity in the buffer to not take another extra lap towards the end or something and pull it up short.
True. Very true.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one as it plays out to see how that all unfolds. And I would say Name and Taylor probably will end up swapping to Bug now in that car. But yeah, they're going to be catching them pretty quickly towards the end if they do hold out through this pit stop phase. So might make for a bit of a crescendo finish. Might become an exciting one here as Name up on the back of the 500 blue flag car looking to get past. Hopefully they're going to do the sensible thing here and can wait for the straight and just move over and let Name on through.
Yeah, and they are doing it as such, which I would expect from a car with that experience that the 500 team does have. So whereabouts is your car that we're on board with now? Whereabouts are they at with their stops? Is it going to be time to ride? Have you done the calcs? Have you done the homework? Have you read the tea leaves?
We have. We looked at it, and when we worked it out, we were working off of a 80-minute stint there or thereabouts, and 8 just happened to divide into 12 very nicely. So we looked at that and figured that we're not going to have to sort of put in an awkward splash and dash or anything in there, providing obviously all that went well throughout the day. So we were able to time that pretty well, and as things kind of happen, you know, with a lap here or a lap there, your stint might be a little bit longer or something like that coming through the pit lane, which don't quite count for. So we've been able to probably, I think we're about 20 minutes further ahead than we expected to be based on the calculations we did early on. So they'll be fine. They're doing some calculations for the next couple of stints, work out exactly how much fuel that is going to need, and hopefully we can keep some spicy pace to the end.
Yeah, that's great. It's a good position to be in when you're calculating how much fuel you can not have rather than how much fuel you're short. That's a nice luxury to have in the bag.
Did unfortunately, with the lack of needing a splash and dash, I was kind of hoping what I was counting on when I had my screen freeze and unfortunately put it in the wall. If there was a splash and dash, I would have taken that opportunity to basically get that out of the way then and stop and repair that damage. It was sort of borderline, but how much time we were losing. We were losing nearly probably two, it's not a bad lap, 2.5 seconds per lap, with over about 30 odd minutes or so. So it was sort of nip and tuck as to whether or not it was quicker to just put another stop in there, but I think overall we were better off just staying out and unfortunately copying the pain.
I was just thinking back to that Nürburgring race, Liam, and I think that was the day I had to do a triple stint because my other driver had a connection issue. So that was an interesting afternoon, and I've been taught by the best by Pete Chalmers for having a wide buttock, so certainly some nice opportunities for parking the bus. So, which is, this sort of track's got some good opportunities for that too in some of these long corners.
It absolutely does.
Speaking of,
very well to help you up. So
Buckerfield has been making that BMW very, very wide in front of a few different drivers that have been having a bit of a go. First it was Brickley and now it's Bishop. I did also just notice as we swapped down the grid a little bit further, Herbert actually had a DT that they just served that we just sort of caught the end of there. So 8 laps down, team just having some woes throughout this race, that's for sure.
Unfortunately, living up to their name in ways they probably didn't intend. Yeah, I've caught little bits here and there of their race throughout the day, and definitely seemed like, oh, as Buckerfield runs a little bit wide, and that's going to let Bishop up around the outside as we come through T8 into T9, and that is going to put Bishop up. Was not in the lead of AM class, he's in silver, but going to put Bishop up a position there as
Brookley's on the bumper.
now going to fight for the lead of the AM class.
I also just want to point out, because it's something that I predicted, Slady just saying that we're running with 27.8 psi, so that as the sun has come up and the track has gotten a little bit warmer.
We thought about it.
Thought about it.
Run,
yeah.
is he good send?
Nah.
Boring.
Ooh.
Yeah, but yeah, the tire temperatures coming up is something that people are going to have to contend with. I don't know why I said that. That's just obvious. It's not really a prediction. It's been a long day.
It is, to be fair, it is quite difficult to get some of these tire pressures right if you don't sort of count into or factor for the fact that it's going to increase quite quickly. We were sort of chasing our tail a little bit through the night with our pressures, and we underestimated a lot. We were down probably 0.3 or 0.4 psi, and Chris Taylor is in for. They're going to have to make a splash and dash.
Yeah.
Hour and a half in the Mustang.
I guess more so the prediction was that some people who it's probably not something that you fully account for in your stops, but you might end up in a situation where you've just stopped, you've set your pressures for, 16 degrees or 17, and that's at the transitory period where it starts jumping up pretty quickly, and then you're running with bad pressures and temperatures for quite a while. As we do see, that is Breno Ellis has joined the party. Breno Ellis has joined the party. That's going to shake things up for these two. No. But yeah, Breno Ellis is going to shake things up for these two. And I think in a matter of moments, really, he's looking very, very racy in that Ferrari.
Yeah, he's going to waste absolutely no time getting past these guys, and Ferrari on Ferrari won't have the same dramas as you will some of the naturally aspirated cars with a bit of torque, so probably won't spend too long getting past Brickley here with the... Oh, he's going to... I think better off tucking in and just wait for the straight, so... Oh, is he
I don't know if he's going to!
Never mind, I'll take that back! Who's going to get the better run there? Maybe on the outside, Brickley might have a little bit of a better run. We come through the fixed cam here down the straight as it just tucks in behind him, so not quite going to get it. Is he going to send? He's going to poke the nose out. He's going to dive down the inside, I suspect, and yeah, late braking and very easily through there. And what about, watch out, Brickley doesn't get a cutback. No, that is another position up for Ellis.
Wow, that was about as close as you can put the nose to a rear of a car I've ever seen, and it's way closer than I would ever dare to do. Breno Ellis also just showing Brickley a little bit of that late braking technique I think he could use against Buckerfield into T1. I was saying it earlier. He gets alongside it, it's just not quite there. He just needs to employ some Daniel Ricciardo moves for sure. But Breno Ellis now sizing up Buckerfield. Again, don't think it's going to be too long between these two.
Yeah, you can get away with braking really deep as... Ooh, think about Buckerfield coming into the pits there for not their final stop. There will have to probably be another one in there, I suspect, but yeah, you can get away with braking really deep into the Ferrari and just smashing down the gears, and it will pull up, so you can make some nice moves in there if you do get a run in the Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the BMW. It's also only one of a few on the field. So you think definitely they're going to have to splash and dash one more. I mean, an hour 30, that's Porsche things. That's unless you're doing some serious fuel saving.
I actually made a point in chat earlier through the race when the BMW was being spoken about, and it's not great on fuel. It's actually pretty bad on fuel when you compare it to most of the cars. So yeah, definitely going to have to be doing a splash and dash in there.
Interesting. So a bit of a rhyme and reason to why there's only about 3 or 4 of them on the grid.
Yeah, some people like it, but it's kind of just a bit of a nothing car. I think it was kind of mentioned. It's not good at anything, but it's not particularly bad. It's kind of just okay. It sounds a bit crap and it looks a bit funky, but yeah, it's all right. I did drive it for a season of sprints, and I kind of had enough by the end of it. Just, I think when they made the BMW, they kind of simplified the aero a little bit just to make it more approachable as a car. Obviously, this is the real life car, and because of that, the aero on it's not amazing. So the diffuser's not that great, and something I struggled with when I drove it was just getting the traction out of some of the corners. You just had to be really patient on the throttle to avoid spinning up the wheels. And yeah, wasn't my favorite car, but it's okay.
Honestly, Liam, that sounds like it was one of your least favorites. I feel like you're being very nice.
I don't know.
I ran it for a couple of seasons, and I could probably agree with a lot of your sentiment.
Yeah, if anyone's spoken to Pip about the BMW, you know what her opinion of it is. But yeah, we'll leave it at that.
It's good a few patches ago, and obviously when it came out, it had a an artificial buff, in my opinion, like all the new cars do when they come out.
Yeah, the classic new car broken type of deal going on.
So looking down the grid, looking for our battles, I believe Vu is a handful of seconds behind Crick in the Pixel Racers GTR. There's also Kong 3.5 seconds behind King, which is mildly funny. If you're looking at the timing sheet and read that in the opposite order.
Nice.
It took you a second, mate. We are at 10.5 hours, yeah. And Nathan Monk's still eternally locked in battle with Jaden Rondinella between those two cars. Saxon Hayes coming in the booth earlier and making it known that they were on notice. They wanted that 5th position, and so far they have held that. Breno Ellis actually 3/10 behind Bishop right now. So a few little bits and pieces happening. It's been a great race for these two cars. Compared them at various times, but really haven't put much of a foot wrong for either of them. I think both of them have like one DT apiece. From memory, I do believe the AAA car has no limits, or like I think it's on 2 strikes when we caught up with Saxon. Obviously, it's been about an hour and a half since then, so don't know if Jaden is behaving in that car. But yeah, really nice clean race for both of them.
Yeah, 777's sort of had a bit of an up and down day. They started at the back, they made their way to the front, and then I believe I heard somewhere they had a bit of a mistake with fuel calculations that dropped them down. So you see the GTR doing GTR things and going very sideways. And so they were back down to the mid-pack and fighting their way back up. So as you'd expect with any car with Keys and Cooley behind the wheel, going to be a strong car no matter what. Yeah, Rod and Della I've seen a few times, and seems like they've had a pretty good time out there. So yeah, I don't think they've got any complaints.
Having a cheeky scan at their stream, 1 hour 28 to go, and Lucas has got 1 hour 22 on his timer. So they're going to definitely have to pit, which I think they're going to have to do anyway.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, so the fuel calculation error they had was not putting fuel in the car, which is a pretty big calculation error.
Good calculation.
I don't know what actually happened with that, but we do know that they just ended up with no fuel put in, so they had to return to the pits and put them an extra lap down. But their pace has been insane, still holding on to that purple lap. So it's been definitely a storied race for that 777 car.
Yeah,
and still in the 205s.
Yeah, exactly. The fact they've been able to come back up still within the top 10 at the end of 12 hours after getting so far down is pretty remarkable. It's hard to sort of say anything bad about the pace of Keys or Cooley in that Aston. They know that thing like the back of their hand. I've driven it a fair bit now, and I do quite like that car, but I still don't understand how they're able to get that sort of pace out of it.
It's called being a freak. It's just being insane at the game, you know? It's not something everyone can do.
Car's also especially broken in that changing condition, wet, dry as well, so sure they were hoping for a bit of rain.
the acid is so good in the wet. Just the traction control comes to life, and yeah, no, it's a very nice car in the wet. I was surprised. I didn't realize it was good in the wet until I drove it and went, this thing is amazing compared to everything else. So yeah, very nice car in the wet. And on the topic of weather, I think we've pretty much had no change in the weather at all. So we got lied to a little bit, I think, Glenn, when we were told there was going to be variable conditions, and it ended up not changing one little bit. So
I posted up just before the race. It was going to be was it low rain or very little rain? So
yeah, but before that, it was just variable. We had no idea. I didn't like not knowing. It's unusual.
been doing that for sprints the last couple of weeks, actually, not giving us any information apart from that.
As we see the 62 Mustang, oh, that's one way to give way. I'm not sure that's the way that Keys would have liked to have seen the Mustang give way, but he's probably just glad they didn't come back on with a dodgy rejoin.
So Kiwi Gamers in chat just saying they've just joined the stream, which it's pretty funny to join the 12-hour race with an hour and a half to go, and asking is it tight. At the top we've got Admiral Name in the 124 Ferrari, which is 30 seconds ahead of Josh Holmes in the 69 Mercedes, with Chris Taylor, if the timing board is to be believed, less than 3 seconds behind them, and Sanikas in the 191 car 11 seconds behind third place. Sanikas, though, having hopefully for their sake done their last pit stop, whereas I believe that the top three cars still have to pit. I think the Mustang definitely has to pit. The 69 car, maybe not. But yeah, so to answer your question, yes, it's very tight still for a 12-hour race among the top. We have a lot of battles still happening up and down the grid. You know, people are separated in ways, but people are still having their own battles, which is really cool to see.
Just been speaking to a member of my team, finding out where they're at with their strategy. So they've still probably got another 25 minutes or so of fuel remaining when they'll come in for the last stop. So hopefully won't have to fill the car all the way in, and should have a bit of a light, fast car there. So yeah, a few strategies here that will end up converging, and we'll hopefully have a bit of a last lap or last stint battle.
I see the PG Racing team car coming into the pits in the background of Chris Taylor. Shout out to those guys, full M-Class team, doing pretty well, keeping themselves mostly out of trouble as far as I've seen. It's very cool to see a full Academy team having a go in the Enduros. But yeah, JC said one thing in the chat recently. I'd like to know, JC, where you guys are at with your pit strategy, if you don't mind sharing, because obviously the 191 Mercedes showing how far you can get with a little bit of fuel saving. So wondering if you guys are on a similar sort of strategy, or if you've got your own. It'd be very good to know.
Last I spoke to them, they decided against the fuel saving strategy, so I'm pretty sure, unless something's changed, that gem-wise they'll be running map 1. I think they decided that the tyres just weren't going to last, and they've decided to just have a bit of fun and drive it as fast as they can. So, as Glenn has confirmed, map 1. So yeah, they're pushing. They're still going for it.
Can we have a look at the King Kong battle, please? 3/10. I'd like to see it. There we go. What? It can't be over. I just did the bit. Oh no, it's Kong King now. It's not even funny.
Happened to turn 1, I think.
Hey. I mean, they're still close, but obviously Kong has gotten ahead. Unless King's got something up his sleeve. Nathan Monk's still 1.2 off the back of Rondinella as well. Those guys have been totally inseparable. Looking down the grid, Danny Vu still holding on to the back of Mike Creek, but the gap looks like it's maintained thus far. JC, just confirming what we were saying, 1 stop to go coming pretty soon, and the Big Ben Hignett is going to be bringing them home. So good drive for that car. Yeah, I'm very impressed with everyone. So, everyone's just given us the info. I love it. Thank you so much, everyone. That is McNeil in the chat saying the 700 car still has 2 stops to go. So, and having hardware issues, so Matt and Austin have had nearly 6 hours each, and the stops haven't lined up very well. So they're suffering from, as I was sort of saying earlier, if you haven't done your calcs quite right, that's not the situation for them, but unfortunately they find themselves with a bit of an odd pit stop towards the end. So that's a little bit rough. Currently, Matt Nipper is in the car in P7. So just behind these two that we're on board with. Well, in terms of the leaderboard, I'm not sure. Usually when you see that blank tile on the timing board, it means that they're a full sector behind or lap. So they're probably a little bit back.
Yeah, I spoke to Austin earlier in the day after we had our fight in the lead, and next thing I know, I went away and came back, and they were in front of us, but they were in front of us and a lap down. So I went and spoke to him, and yeah, unfortunately, Chad had some hardware issues on his side, which meant he was only able to get sort of his one stint done, and had to sit on the sidelines for the rest of the day. So tough gig there for Austin and for Matt there to do, yeah, like you said, 6 hours each. On top of the calculations there, so yeah, unfortunate, and those hardware issues just put them, lap down, and unfortunately haven't been able to recover.
It's a shame as well, because our cars had some great pace today. I think they can at least hold their head high knowing that they've raced a good race and done what they can. He's got, I think, 3 more races in this series anyway, so they're going to take home some pretty good points if that's something that they particularly care about, but I don't know. I feel like I can't, for me personally, I wouldn't be able to look at the whole series because every race feels like such a mountain to climb. They almost feel completely separate, but it is a series, so all the points are going to matter. The 161 car just copying a DT, that's Chris Murphy behind the wheel.
Yeah, they've been on two cuts for a while, so that's happened. They've had 2 in the last stint.
Yeah, would not be difficult to do, especially this late in the race. Maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in for some of these drivers as well.
Well, I haven't been wanting to curse the 19, but they've been on 3 track cuts since hour 2.
Are you serious? Holy moly, that's crazy. And they've been battling, not so much anymore, but with the 500 car for the lead of Pro-Am. So that's crazy.
First half of the race, it was touch and go with lots of things, but they've sort of stabilised a little now, and one more stop to go, I think.
That's always nerve-wracking when you end up on 3 cuts right at the start of the race, so you've still got 10, 11 hours to go. I have done that in the past with, I think it was a Donington race. I ended up, we did a drive-through within the first hour. We got 2 track cuts straight after that, and then didn't cop another one for the rest of the, I think it was 6 or so hours left in the race.
I think it was the first season of duos. Carlos and I were doing Donington, and we had 3 track cuts within the first 20 minutes, and we didn't get a drive-through for the race, for 3-hour race.
There's nothing worse. I think at my time out in Valencia this season, I copped 2 track cuts in like 2 corners. I was just being really, really careless. It was just like, damn, like, God, get your head in the game.
Sometimes all it takes is a little lapse of concentration in one corner, and the next thing you know, you're out wide. And yeah, sometimes you just got to be really careful. If you do find yourself running wide, it's better to just lift and lose a second than it is to take a cut, especially when you're already sitting on 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think in that instance as well, I'd lifted the second time and I still got it. I was so frustrated with myself. So I'm very, very careful about that stuff. I don't really like you know, I'd just rather not get a drive-through, even if it means being a little bit slower. But you know, each to their own. As we have Rondinella and Monks just passing by Buckerfield and Prickly. I'm not sure if they're still in the cars, but we were watching along their battle. Now watching a different battle come through these two. Rondinella just keeping Monks at an arm's length. It's kind of ebbing and flowing, but it's staying above 1 second. So Saxon Hayes has got his salute ready to go still.
Yeah, definitely. There's some battles up and down the field that are getting pretty tight there. As the Aston there is getting held up in a horrible place to catch a blue flag car, but there's not much that they can really do apart from wait until the next straight as they. I thought they were going to go for the pit lane then, as they let them pass before the final corner.
So right now we've got Chris Taylor's fallen off the back of Josh Holmes a little bit, I believe, because they're about 4 seconds back now. Simrigs, though, hasn't made too much ground up onto the 695 Mustang. Obviously, as he said earlier, the 695 still to pit, so there's not really an urgent need to make a move for Simrigs at all. But yeah, I would say the 69 car. Actually, a lot of these top cars have just not put a foot wrong this whole race, really. I know the 124, your car, Liam, did have that, you've explained it yourself, the screen flicker and then into the wall. But that's no drive, self-inflicted errors, which is what you want. It's if you want to win an endurance race, you've got to get everything right, from the pit stops to the on-track situations.
There's always going to be the odd mistake that creeps in here or there. I want to say I'm pretty sure the 69 Mercedes had a drive-through at one point earlier in the race, so there are definitely going to be little mistakes that creep in here or there. I would be impressed if anyone has an absolutely perfect race, but yeah, definitely about minimizing those mistakes and trying to reduce the time loss as much as you can, and when you do make a mistake, it's about recovering from that and trying to find the best way to come back from that with minimal time loss. And that's what you've got to think about in a race like that. Sometimes you might be 20, 30, 40 seconds away from the next car, but all it takes is a pit stop to come through and suddenly that's changed and you're right there. So
it's funny you say that about the 69 car, because JC in the YouTube chat, I believe in response to me saying I'm very careful about DTs, saying that he loves DTs, and I do believe that he was the one that suffered the DT in that car. It's just to watch Lucas Keys get by Simrigs, obviously not for position, but two very racy operators, but no harm, no foul there. As Lucas Keys continuing that march onwards to try and get up the field. That Mustang down the road, that's position for Keys. That Mustang 2 laps down from the top 6, so yeah, still positions to hunt, that's for sure, but I think beyond that, that's about the extent of what they're going to be able to achieve in this race.
It was a nicely coordinated pass anyway. They're all in the same team comms chat as well, so there's 3 or 4 cars that are working together somewhere.
How bloody big is this Kovacs racing team? I feel like half the grid must be in this chat.
Kovacs started out after COVID. Literally, we were called COVID-19 for a while, but then we realized that it was pretty bad once things got a little bit more serious. So we changed it to the Vax, and it's been splintered a little bit. Big Chicken Racing's gone off on their own, and that's where all these other guys are. But collectively, we're not one group anymore, but we still share some comms around the place and help each other out, which is good.
Interesting. I actually was wondering that about Kovacs. I wasn't sure if it was related to that or not. So it's interesting to know that that's the case.
I had the same thoughts, actually. I was wondering whether the name was a little bit similar, especially at that time when I started racing. It was sort of 2021. I was like, is that what I think it is, or is that just a coincidence?
Well, that's why we've always kept the 19 number and variances of that with 91 for our red car. Purple was always our, pro drivers, which is why they keep the 191. So yeah, there's lots of stuff that we're still keeping through with some tradition, and we've been racing that now for 5 or 6 years.
Oh, okay. Learn something new every day.
Kovacs lore, if you will.
Yeah,
Almost.
no. Well, because I've never really gotten to chat to anyone, like, specifically in the Kovacs team. It's apparently way huger than I realized. I could have talked to anyone and they're in the Kovacs team. Hell, your best friend that you've known for years could be in the Kovacs team, and you wouldn't even know.
It started with 4 of us, and we went through R Factor 1 and R Factor 2, so there's 4 or 5 of us have been racing for 15, 20 years almost, so And yeah, it was just that one 12-hour at Bathurst soon after COVID in early 2020, I think it was. That, it was born as a bit of a joke, and it's sort of stuck. I can't laugh on stream, Glenn. That was not true.
I'm with it. It follows along my anyone you know could be a member of the Kovacs team. But yeah, I'm not going to repeat that one on stream. Don't want to spread bad rumors about the Kovacs team. There's a lot of them. They might beat me up.
We're kind and gentle folk. We're old gentleman racers. So we've got some youngins through with the likes of Lucas Keys and them, and a lot of them have been splintered and tainted with old man talk. But it's a good bunch of great guys. So.
Sometimes that's what a racing team is all about, is just hanging out with people that you get along with and having a laugh. Some people might like to take it nice and serious, but yeah, at the end of the day...
It's always been open banter, and you just have to watch any of the streams to hear it happening. We're always mostly all in channel, so it can get a bit boisterous, but that's, yeah, it's a boys club almost, but yeah, good fun.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. That's what we do it for, so why not enjoy it with your friends while you're going?
Yes, thank you, JC.
Wait, you guys have merch?
Yeah, Pudley started it a while ago, but yes.
That's great.
You actually find Pudley stream, he's wearing a team shirt right now. I have one hanging on the side wall next to me.
Yeah, I know MRT had some shirts at one point, and I have a sticker from when I used to race in Car 600, but I don't think that was anything official. I'm pretty sure Ben and a couple of other lads put that together to get some stickers made up. But yeah, the Kovacs merch is a new one. It looks like Ronadella and Monks might have caught back up, and Monks looks like he's only a couple of tenths behind. So that battle is closed up a little bit and has hotted up, as we see Ronadella just holding it ahead of the Aston Martin. So we'll see how this one kind of flows, and probably still a couple of pit stop or so for these cars left to make, and we'll see how the strategy plays out.
So if we, Glenn, if I could request, I've managed to line up, and by managed to line up, I mean Matt Madden has messaged me. They'd like to have a bit of a chat about their race. That's Matt Madden from the Pidgey Racing team, the hot pink and blue car. So it'd be cool to get their perspective as the full academy team.
Whilst that happens, we did see the 695 Mustang in the pit lane, so that will be their last stop, I would imagine. I'm pretty sure they can do 70 minutes on a tank there, so should be the last stop for that Mustang. So which means that Avril Name has one more stop left to make. God, that GTR loves to slide. That's all I've heard about from those few GTR drivers on the stream, is how loose the car is, and I think that's a bit of a trait of it.
It certainly is. Did we also see the 700 car pit, or did Keys just get by it?
Yes, they did stop as well. We did see them come in.
Okay, we've also got a yellow flag up at Big Red. I didn't quite see who that is because there's quite a gaggle of cars up there. They've gotten going now, but in the booth is joining. Oh my god, it's been a long day. In the booth we have Matt Madden joining us.
G'day guys. How you going? Been a long day for you guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, for you too, mate. I mean, you got 5 drivers though. The only team to have 5 drivers, which I think is a smart strategy.
It is. Yeah, it has been working well for us. Probably the only thing that we've learned is it's just not quite enough driving. I think that in the next couple of events for the rest of this endurance calendar, we might actually divulge and split up into 2 different teams, because we do have a 6th waiting in the wings.
Oh, okay. I was about to say who's getting the boot? Who's picking? Is it a short straw situation?
We've been chatting off and on all day, thinking that maybe the best thing to do is have a quick race at Zolder before the next event, and we can kind of mix and match to ensure the pace is as good as possible. We've got quite a big discrepancy. I think you guys would have seen my brother Dan. He put an absolute flyer in the quali the other night, pulling out a 2:05.9. So inhuman pace for our level of racing. I think we've all been doing this for about a year. So we could really benefit from splitting up some of that pace. We've got some real new guys and then some guys that have been in this for about a year or so. So still probably pretty green compared to everything. But yeah, this is as good as it gets in my opinion.
Well, glad to hear it, mate. I just want to note that Nathan Monks did manage to get past Jaden Rondinello, but it's still very, very close between the two. So how you sound pretty elated with how your race is going so far. Talk us through that. Have you had, I presume this is your first really long endurance event. What trials and tribulations have you faced with the inexperience that comes with that?
I think Cota is probably the biggest trial and tribulation of all. Three of us did the Bathurst 12-hour earlier this year, which was a lot of fun, and we had some pretty big issues with the weather and literally running zero strategy. So I think for this one, instead of just fill to the max and wash, rinse, repeat, we've been trying to focus a little bit more. We've all got ACC drive, and we've been learning as we're going. Started off the day with shorter stints, which was not the play. So since we've moved to hour and 25-minute stints are as close to. I started us off for the day, spun out I think on lap 7 or 8, and then managed to whittle us down 7 positions right to the back and worked our way back through the day. We had a couple of incidents every so often, but yeah, it's been really good fun. So I think for everyone here, we've learned heaps. We learned heaps, and it's just been like a really good event. Again, can't thank Octane enough for putting stuff like this on. It's just the best.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to hear it. It sounds like you guys are having a blast. Sorry, I didn't realize that you guys had raced, or some of you guys had raced at Bathurst. So apologies for
That's so fun.
applying that lack of experience to you guys. But yeah, so it's going pretty well for you lot as well. And I think a lot of people in the chat have been rooting for you guys. We did see a bit of an incident. I remember. I think you guys got rear-ended down into this third hairpin. We saw that one, unfortunately. It was a bit rough going, but
just a friendly tap, right? Dan copped that one, but thankfully it was within 5 minutes when we were going to pit anyway, so it didn't really put us too far behind. And what you're watching now is Adzi, Adam Lewis. He's one of the other faster boys in our team, and he's doing his best to rein in. You can see this is it's the best thing, but it also hurts knowing that right here we're sticking with first and second place in our class. So really we can be up there. It's just let's get the strategy right, and it's all a learning experience, eh?
Yeah,
I was going to say you've done pretty well. I just noticed too that we just passed 300 laps. So any time that you can keep a car running for 300 something laps is pretty good. Do we have an idea of ideas on what the total laps might be in the end?
Oh, what do we got? We've still got an hour and 3, so probably you can easily add an extra 27, 28 laps to this. So I'm putting my money. What do we just pass? 300 laps? My money's on, I reckon, 328. It's an aggressive approach.
I'm going to go 335.
Oof. A backy will take it. But yeah, we've got the one driver in right until the end now, so Ads should be pulling these guys in for the rest of the stint and just driving the pants off it. We got 0 3 track cuts courtesy of a drive through 2 stints ago, so he can really lean into this one.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks for joining us in the booth, Matt. It was great to chat to you.
Yeah, of course.
Good luck with the rest of the race. I hope Lewis can bring it home, bring the pace, bring the speed, bring the noise. But yeah.
So, cheers. I'm going to sit here with my glass of red and watch it all whittle down. Thanks, heaps, guys.
Very nice. Catch you later. So we've just seen Nathan Monks come into the pits, and I do not believe that Rondinello in the 888 followed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll just say with that, the Pidgey Racing team, shout out to those guys. Probably two of the toughest tracks to start doing an enduro run on, Bathurst and then Circuit of the Americas. So, yeah, it's a really good effort to see them still in the race. They haven't given up, and they're still trudging along there. And hopefully we can see Adam make up a few positions as we come to within the last hour of the race.
So Triple A car soldiering on. Still on board with the Pidgey guys. So how far? 17 seconds up the road. We'll see if Lewis has that pace to reel them in to try and catch that position. No, that's not right. Sorry, that's Lewis to Baker. They're an indiscriminate amount of time behind because it's still laps. So.
Looks like the battle for the AM class is actually hotting up as we see this battle here between O'Brien and Ankin. So yeah, battle for the lead of the AM class. Crazy that they have been going at this for 11 hours, very close to 11 hours now, and the battle is coming down to with less than a second. Not very often that you do see that through enduros.
The 333 car must be so sick of that BMW in front of them.
They've been attached to the bumper for a very long time.
Yeah, there's a bloody tow rope on it at this point, because they're inseparable.
There comes a point there where you shut your eyes and all you see is the bumper that you've been staring at for the last 4 hours. So it's not fun.
That's why I have a tendency to put Easter eggs on the back of my car.
So Glenn just re-pointing out, you didn't say that on stream, did you, Glenn? Okay, Glenn pointing out, we have talked about this car a little bit, but this is the Rob Roy car. There's 2 drivers in here, which is already a big shout. I've been giving props to everyone doing 2 stints. I don't think you should, sorry, 2 drivers. I don't think you should, but a lot of people are. It's just probably just the nature of people and racing and blah blah blah, but these 2 are both academy drivers as well, and this is their first endurance race, so absolutely massive effort to be leading the AM class, and as well over some pretty experienced operators on that 333 KA Motorsport car. As in that second screen, we're actually just seeing Ron Janella come into the pits, so that would be their last stop to keep an eye on the Tender Motorsports car to see if they overtake them in the pits or not. And importantly, Liam, your car is in Admiral name in the 124 Ferrari, so that's going to be, I think we're just waiting on the 69 Mercedes to potentially make a stop, and that would be our top 4. And following on, that's also our 5th and 6th cars having had their stop.
And 191 just coming out of the Tony Werney section, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that will be pretty close, actually. So I believe Taufik is now going to jump in for the final stint if everything's still going according to plan. And then, yeah, obviously flat out to the end with a bit of a lighter car is the hope, but it looks like it is going to be close. They're on the move.
Last corner now for 191, yep.
Tight, actually. But even if they do come out behind, we should have the pace on the 191. But as I sort of experienced there earlier in the day, not the easiest to pass. So 191 is going to be ahead, probably no more than 10 seconds up the road. So yeah, hopefully they'll have the pace, and we'll see if he can either bully him into a mistake and find a way by, or does actually have the pace and somehow some better racecraft than I do to get past him.
Yeah, mate, you're pretty washed.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
I just thinking about that 191 car, we did see, I believe Shady Samuel was doing the quali, and I don't think it was the best they've ever had. Sorry, I'm just double checking my numbers. Yeah, they ended up in 6th, which I think was actually I don't.
Yeah, it had an off on the last lap, so we couldn't make it up.
No, it ended up being an invalid lap. I do feel like I said something along the lines of they won't be happy with that, and then they were. That might have been a different car. But yeah, so it's been a great drive for these guys. I think a really smart drive. Interestingly, Monks is kind of still has let this car through and then has gotten ahead of it again. I guess they want to get down the road to challenge Saxon Hayes there. That's a fight that they're directly having, whereas Sneakers has 5 seconds on Taufik if the timing tower is to be believed right now. So I think Sneakers just letting them through as to not interfere with that fight / not get caught up in the scrap.
Yeah, it'll be definitely a tight one. 5 seconds is not a huge delta, especially when you remember that the 191 is on a fuel saving strategy, and my team is very much the opposite. We're trying to minimize the amount of fuel in the car so we can have it light and fast. So definitely different strategies here. We'll see where they converge, but yeah, 5 seconds is not a huge amount of time, and if the pass has been anything to go by, I'd say our pace is probably half a second to a second a lap faster, so I doubt it'll be too long before we see 124 on the back of 191.
Yeah, I do think it's potentially if I mean, we saw that 191 car come in right at the peak of like what that car is capable of in terms of fuel saving. So I don't know if they're going to have the performance, not the skill, the performance in that car on a fuel saving map to keep Taufik behind them. We already see they're down 3.7 seconds right now. There's 55 minutes to go. Sneakers is going to have to make that AMG very, very wide if he's going to want to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that one. As you can see, the 69 Mercedes is only half a second off the back of Bob now in the Mustang. So also a close battle here for the podium. So yeah, definitely it's a couple of close battles up and down the field, and at the pointy end, the top 4, I guess the 2 battles for the podium and for the win within a handful of seconds. So yeah, still an hour before this to play out, so they just have to be patient and see where they can find a way through.
Are we still waiting on a pit stop for 695 and 69?
695 has made their stop, I believe. I'm not sure about 69.
10-4?
Both of them pitted about 15 minutes ago, so yes, they're probably on their last stint.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Thank you for the insight. Do you have ACC drive or something? No, you're not racing today. So
no, but yeah, I'm using people's streams who have ACC drive, and a lot of them have the top 5 listed, so you've still got all the gaps there from that. So we use it all the time for the Enduros. We haven't had very many issues with it at all, so we use it quite a lot, certainly in blue anyway.
Yeah, next Enduro, I'm going to try and set up some kind of spectator car where I can have ACC drive, because some of that info that we were getting from Sam O and Brad Gosling was so good that I don't have access to when I'm just in the booth like this.
Yeah, I would recommend. This is actually my first Enduro I've done with ACC drive. I literally bought it like 2 days ago, so I've been figuring out setting up some different HUD elements, and the amount of information that you actually get access to is incredible. And one thing I love the most is something that you kind of miss in Enduros is actually seeing information about the car as a spectator. You don't get to see your tire pressures, you don't get to see any of that when you're not driving. So because it all kind of connects to a session in ACC drive, you can actually see and monitor your driver's sort of tires and how well that's going, and you don't have to ask the question every 20 minutes or whatever, how's your tires, how's this, how's that. You can see it all. So yeah, it's actually really quite nice, and it's nice to have be able to see a lot of that now.
So these two coming pretty close together, and no pit stops left to serve. It's all out there. It's all on the track. It's a sprint to the end for 50 minutes between 695 and 69. Lucas Keys is actually no. We need Lucas Keys is going to have to come in. We were saying the stint timeout situation. Is that correct?
He's been in the car 20 minutes now, so I think he's going to have to either do a splash and swap out or do something. He can't stay to the end. No, stint timer's not going to let him.
Interesting. Why didn't? We would have thought that they would have just swapped out for the whole last stint instead of coming in a second time. But maybe the math works out. That's for nerds.
I was just trying to have a look through ACC Drive there and see what stats I could bring up on my car, but because I don't have the game open anymore, that session is no longer pulling any information. So fortunately I've got no insights there, but what I can tell you is that they are closing in on the 191 pretty rapidly, so don't need ACC Drive to tell you that. I've just been having too many issues with my computer lately to keep the game open. I was hanging on for dear life in my last stint with frame stutters and inconsistent frame rates and everything, so I've been putting off for an upgrade for a long time, but I think it's probably before the next Enduro I need to get myself a new CPU because this one is crying in pain.
Yeah, I feel you. My GPU is absolutely dying. I've literally got a thread going right now in this server where people are trying to help me. And I don't know. It's interesting though. I haven't had another freezer for the last second half 8 hours of this race, so it's so bizarre. But we're not getting IT help for me in this. We are looking at our race. The 19 car, I'm so sorry to say, Pete, with the drive-through.
It was inevitable, I think.
Oh, that's why you were saying they've been running with like 3.
We've had 3 tracks since the second stint, so
yeah.
I think we've got clearance though to the next position. So we might lose a couple of on-track race positions, but we're pretty much clear by a couple of laps, I think, of the next Pro-Am team.
So Keys is in the pits now. We'll see who comes out of that car. Hignett, less than a second. Taufik, 1.3. So it's really heating up for these final positions in this final stanza of this poem. Yeah, Chalmers serving that DT now.
The battle for third here is going to be interesting because those two cars, the way they build their speed, are both pretty similar. They're sort of straight line monsters with a lot of understeer or oversteer, as it turns out, for these guys, and hopes and prayers through the corners. So they both make their speed through the same way. So you can get a slipstream from the Mustang in the Merc. So we'll just have to see if they're able to keep close and how they're able to get through. Whereas the battle at the front here between the Mercedes and the Ferrari, those cars are just completely different with how they actually build their speed. So Taufik's going to have his work cut out for him, but there is still a long way to go. And as we saw, Peach is going to be doing a lot of fuel saving. So hopefully he can line one up on the brakes and send it through.
Yeah, but this is it's now time to defend for Sneakers. That car is very much established on the wing, so it's just a matter of time before something happens. I mean, he's even having a little bit of a look around the outside. It's not really going to happen there, but and then he's got some time to size up the move and make a decisive one. Taufik is no slouch. I think he'll make the correct call.
Yeah, sometimes like this, that you can almost, he's going to look towards the inside. I don't know if he's going to be close enough. He's going to respectfully, he's going to back out of that one, which is probably the right decision. Yeah, sometimes like this, where you've got that time to play with and you know you've got the speed, it can be beneficial to just sort of sit behind them and see where they're slow and see where they're fast and try and push them into a mistake, or sort of work out a way you're going to be able to get past the car and either trying to get a late apex or get on the power early, which is something you're probably going to have to do in the Ferrari. So yeah, it can be beneficial when you've got this time just to sort of sit there and analyze your opponent almost and see where you might be able to make a move.
It's the last couple of laps since Taufik's come out of the pits. He's been doing 0.8 to a second faster a lap, so they're definitely hitting the fuel saving marks for the Merc at this point, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to keep on that fuel save, especially when he's locked in a battle like that. I haven't done it myself, but I know, and I've heard from quite a few people, he's going to look towards the inside, and I think he's going to be side by side. He's going to send it down the inside as Peach runs deep, and he backs out of it again, but he's run just a little bit wider than he would have liked, and that's going to put Taufik to the outside as they go through turn 2, side by side. He's going to have it around the outside. He's still going to, I think. Oh no! And he gets turned.
Oh my! I'm speechless.
Looks like the Ferrari has changed lanes and moved across.
Yeah,
all the way on with the stewards.
He wasn't quite clear of the car and tried to shut the door, but yeah, definitely. I'm not assigning blame on that one at all, but that's happened.
Yep.
How you feeling there, Liam?
Yep.
It's always going to be a bit spicy, I think.
Just hanging it around the outside there is such a difficult way to get around. I'm not sure. I think he could have waited a little bit longer to try and get a bit of a safer move. But Taufik has the pace. There's still a lot of time. Liam, keep your hair on your head. There's going to be more opportunities. I'm sure we'll get another replay of that. I don't know if we saw Taufik hit any walls, so hopefully not carrying any damage. We do see, and I believe this was told to us, the 700 car in the pits again for the last time, I would hopefully presume. And the 777 car is Cooley at the helm now as well.
So Kovacs Blue, we lost one spot with that drive-through to Michael Babs.
Yeah,
so
is that
point.
2.5 seconds accurate? Because that's not too bad.
Yeah, something like that.
So Ryan Anderson in the chat also just saying that they're speechless in the steward's box as well.
Yeah, okay, well that's not how I would have wanted that to go, but I've been told there's not a huge amount of damage, and damage is area side damage, so it probably won't have too big of an effect as... Oh, do I take the replay? Yeah, alright. So we see there's just a little bit of an overlap there, and... Oh, yeah.
I think he just moved. He moved over to secure the overtake just a second too early. Oh, it's not even a second. We're talking milliseconds. He just wasn't quite there. It's rough. It's rough. Don't think.
Yeah, I think there was still the slightest of overlaps.
I mean, I want to say racing incident. I'm not a steward whatsoever. But yeah, Taufik's gonna have to work. You better work, Taufik, if you want to get back up and have another shot.
Yeah, I don't know what happened after that. Because how did he lose so little time if he got sent spinning? I'm impressed that he's only lost 3 seconds in that. So yeah, I think looking back at that, I don't know if we can see what happened to that car after the contact, but yeah, looking back at that, I think unfortunately Taufik's just tried to... I know exactly what he's tried to do. He's tried to open up that inside, that first part of the S's there. As you come over that crest, it's a little bit blind. You want to be further to the right-hand side. I know what he's tried to do, but unfortunately he's just tried to do it a little bit too early, and Peach has no reason to back out of that when he's on the outside and you know he's going to lose out.
Yeah, definitely. JC with some insight in the chat saying that Peach should get a DT, Bub now should get a DT, and Tufik should get a DT as well. I don't think there's any bias in those calls whatsoever.
I was about to say, I think there's a little bit of bias coming from JC there.
He did also follow it up with the Ignite win, so there's no bias. But yeah, but sorry, Pete, you were about to say.
Oh, I was going to say, looking at the lap times from the last lap, there was a 3-second deficit difference, so that's the net result for them. So that was pretty impressive to keep it on. I think he just did a 360, I think, and kept it going.
Yeah,
a little bit of a touch.
Bit of a smack. Nothing. It's not great, but it's.
Ooh, lucky he might got a track cut there, but maybe not. Don't know.
Nah, no way you're going to track up me losing that much time.
No, it was more just the fact that he's, those micro sectors that are there, maybe that might be, he's cutting a lot of the track, but nothing came through then, great.
Yes, so Ryan again in chat just confirming there's no, it's confirmed as a racing incident, no penalties coming through, so fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it hurts me to say, I have to agree with that decision. I can't really assign any blame to Peach on that. Yeah, Taufik just tried to open up his line into that next bit of the corner and unfortunately came off second best there, but already within 1.8 seconds, so he's going to try it again, and I very highly doubt he's going to make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, he's got a few bites of the apple here. I mean, that could literally happen again, provided he doesn't get a heap of damage, and he'd probably still get another go at it with the pace that the Mercedes has doing this fuel saving.
For my sake, I'd rather that didn't happen again.
It's fun to watch, though. Hignet actually just fallen off the back of Bob now a little bit. It's about 2 seconds now. So we're getting our picture-in-picture action. They've got a car between them as well. I hazard a guess to say that's the 777 car. Yes, it is. So interesting car to have between you and the person you're chasing. As we just see the 666 car with Hopkinson behind the wheel with a DT as well that's being currently served. I cannot believe, and I'm very thankful as the person calling this race alongside you two, but that there is racing for position on track still happening 11 hours and 10 minutes in. That is beyond insane and so cool.
Yeah, I can't remember an Enduro where we had this many close fights at the point end of the field. I didn't think coming into this, though, I'd be commentating my own car fighting for the win and having an accident and then fighting for the win again. But here we are, strange thing has happened, so let's see how this one goes for my nerves' sake. Having driven that car around for the last 12 hours, my computer hanging on by a thread, my poor CPU definitely needs to go. It's like 5 years old at the best. And yeah, just seeing it turn to that is heartbreaking, but I'm glad he's been able to catch back up.
There's always plenty of opportunity for a curse.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, Pete, do you want to get your first curse in? Have you been in the booth before, Pete?
No, I haven't actually, no.
Yeah, so off you go, mate. Off you try.
Nah, well, I did that with the DT. I knew it was coming, so I'll give him that, but it wasn't on stream.
That was a prediction. That was a prediction. That wasn't a curse.
You're in Kovacs, right? You can curse the 191.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is why I'm keeping my mouth shut.
You need to talk about how well he's doing holding off the Ferrari in fuel saving.
It's absolutely crazy how these cars, we've just seen, I mean, the top four, it's been a bit of a battle over the long game, but particularly the 888 and the 153 have literally just been fighting each other almost the entire race. It's a friendly form of hate, but they must hate each other right now. It's a Warriors bond, but Warriors on the under different banners, if you will.
Yeah, but it's always nice when you have fights like that. Just go send a message to the other driver and congratulate them, depending on who came out first, and talk about it. And I mean, you
that's
build friendships like that.
That's not what Saxon said earlier, but definitely.
Oh, okay, well,
no. Saxon, I think, wants to playfully tell them to, or playfully blow raspberries or whatever you call it at them, for a nicer way to put it. I would try to keep it relatively PG. Two-finger salute is what it was actually referred as. That he wanted to give the 153 after locking down P5, but he's got to put his, he's talked the talk. He's got to walk the walk and bring this home.
Yeah, but is doing a great job keeping the 153 behind, only a second gap. But yeah, Glenn was just pointing out before that it's the top 6 positions are all fighting the car ahead of them, the respective car ahead. As 191's going to held up a little bit here by some blue flags. That's going to allow Taufik right onto the back of him as JP goes searching for that slipstream, and Taufik is probably closer than I was ever able to get to the back of that Mercedes. Maybe just having a little bit more luck than me on the exit of turn 11. One of the issues I kept running into was I tried to get a late apex, but I've only got a single screen. I can't see the apex until I've already turned into it, so it's a bit sort of driving like braille, and if you bump the inside curb, it's going to send the car flying, so...
God, they're close again. They are so close again.
I wish I had a heart rate monitor on right now, good God.
I wish you did too. I can't believe ACC Drive doesn't support that.
Garmin integration.
Yeah.
Pudley's got one on his stream. He's currently at 104. So that's
Are you serious?
Yeah, he does it for his stream. Funny
That's
he's
so
wearing
good.
he's wearing one of the Garmin ones, I think, and he's just put an overlay up for it.
Love that. That's so funny.
I actually really like that as an idea. That's so good.
I think it was up to 120 or 130 in his first stint.
Yeah, I am so tragic. My heart rate would just be through the roof for like the entire race if I'm racing anybody.
Yeah, I always get that. I don't know what it is. I'll start at every sprint race is fine, duos is fine, but the start of an enduro just always gets me going. This is the first one I've actually started at any sort of the log form enduros, excluding any of the duos races. So yeah, my heart was definitely racing, even though once I got past the first lap and kept ahead of the Mustang, I was still like, oh, I need to chill out a little bit here because my heart rate is through the roof.
I guess like I feel that because you're like you've got a couple of teammates that are not like literally relying on you, but they're trusting in you to like, you know, do a pretty good job, and then you've got a lot of race to go and you don't really want to stuff it up right at the beginning. So I definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and it's especially going to turn one at this track of all tracks, just what the reputation that turn one has here. I knew it could probably end pretty ugly pretty quickly, but I think most people have a common goal in mind, which is just to survive, and we saw everyone do a pretty good job here.
Well, we've got a small gap between some of our cars. We do have Kafil Slade waiting in the wings for a bit of a chat. Kafil in that number 8 laps down Aston Martin, currently in 23rd place. If Glenn wants to bring them in. A bit of a warning to Kafil that we will definitely interrupt you if something happens between these cars, though. Chris Cooley actually getting a 5-second penalty, though, for dangerous driving, so a little bit spicy. Jeez, we're nearly at the 30-minute threshold.
That's gone quick.
It has been a mountain of a race. So much has happened. So many stories to tell. We're going to hear another one from one driver, as yeah, we do have Kafil in the booth. Kafil, how are you doing, mate?
Hello, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. How are you guys doing?
I'm tired.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah.
But yeah, so Kafil in the number 8 laps down car. It's been a bit of a story for you guys. Obviously, you guys were in the top 10 shootout, correct?
Yeah, we were. Regan put it P9, I think, in the quali. But then, yeah, we had a wheel explosion in the first hour, and Hendo had to do a triple stint after that because I was away at work, and Regan had to go to a party. So yeah, it's been a lot of ups and downs today for sure.
Was he at that party in the middle of the track?
I guess so, yeah. He was there as well, but then he had to go to a real life party too.
Nah, fair. So how are you feeling about the race after all that's been said and done? I mean, it's potentially a little bit disappointing, but you guys' pace has been pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's something that we can't really control, so just trying to make the most of it and have some fun. We've all never really done a Cota Enduro before, so I came in hating the track and now I love it, so I guess it's been an overall good thing. And yeah, it's been good fun as well.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you're having fun, though. I mean, that is the important thing. You don't want to be doing 12 hours of just, like, pain. And
No.
yeah, and it's cool that you've come to like this track as well, because it is a bit of an interesting one, that's for certain. Would prefer to be doing it in something like the Aston, though, for sure. So, so whose wheel exploded, sorry, you were saying?
Regan's. So he started the race, and I think it was around lap 20 or something, his wheel just died and didn't come back on. So we had to we had to leave the server first, and then Nathan couldn't get back into the server because they were down, so we lost a bit more for that as well.
So Regan's in the car now. It is Regan. It's not Regan,
Yes.
Interestingly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got on to someone about the pronunciation earlier, but Regan's in the car now. So is the wheel back on?
Yes, the wheel's back on, which is good. Hopefully it doesn't die again. That would be that'd be really bad, I think, for all of us and the motivation.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe it was a bit of an overheating thing.
Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure.
It wasn't that long into the race though, so that's a bit weird.
Yeah. Yeah, now he's in the car, doing some very good pace. He's basically matching what I was doing in the night, and it's like 6 degrees hotter, so he's definitely a very fast operator. I think we're trying to chase down for P20. I think he can probably do it, but yeah, it's going to be tight for sure.
Yeah, I think... Oh, Brenner Ellis isn't in that car anymore, interestingly. But yeah, you've got Bryce Davies ahead of you, only 3 seconds up the road. And I think Billet is also not too far ahead of that. So P20 is potentially on the cards, but you are running out of time a little bit.
Unfortunately, yeah, we are, but I think he's definitely going to do the best he can. And yeah, he's definitely got the pace for it, so...
Very fair. Well, thanks for chatting to us, Kafil. Good luck with the last 30 minutes, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, have a good one. So, we haven't seen a move. We didn't have to interrupt Kafil while he was going. Wait. No, we're fine. It's so fine.
It's all good.
It's all good. No, for a second I thought that Bob Now and Ignat had swapped around. And they haven't, right? That's not happened.
No, no, that's still how it was.
Good stuff. I'm so on top of things.
It's been a long day.
But yeah, so do you think Taufik, considering them who haven't seen another move potentially been made, going for the slightly more analytical approach now, looking to dissect where the move is going to come, if there is going to be one on Sonikus. I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder now. He's carrying a little bit of that damage, and it does look like there's a little bit on that front splitter, which is not great.
Yeah, I've just been, while we were interviewing Slave there, I was just talking to Tim a little bit, and he said that, yeah, it's not quite driving as nice as it was, as you'd probably expect after being fired into the wall. It is mostly side damage, I believe, is what I've been told, and ACC Drive does give you a nice little breakdown of where the damage is. So not as bad as if it was 10 seconds of front damage. But yeah, the car is definitely a little bit wounded after that, but the hope is at this point that Peach is tyre saving, or fuel saving, and therefore those tyres are going to have to go really long, so we're kind of just going to have to sit here and hopefully either they make a mistake or the pace just drops off enough to a point where we can get a run.
Yeah, we're currently 44 minutes into the Page's stint, so it's maybe the time where the tyres will start to scream at him a little bit.
And he's definitely playing defensive here, so he's definitely feeling the threat from the Ferrari behind as he looks to cover the inside and just moves back towards the outside before the braking zone of turn 12. So feeling the threat there is always Taufik looks like he's getting a little bit too friendly with some of those sausage curbs. Yeah, feeling the threat from the Ferrari behind, so we'll see who's able to keep a hold of that one.
Ben Hignet's brought that back down to within a second onto the back of Noski there as well. So yeah, really still all up in the air for this top 4 positions. Top and 5th position is
0.6 P2 to P1, 0.8 P4 to P3, and 0.8 P6 to P5. So it's all up for grabs.
Yeah, Monks has brought that gap down a little bit. That's under a second too. So yeah, Glenn just remarking he needs 3 screens, not 2.
You need to throw another computer in the mix, but yeah, absolute crescendo. Absolute crescendo to finish this enduro with only half an hour remaining. As BMW out a little bit wide there, as some blue flags are going to play into this battle now. Peach is not going to be impressed with these blue flag cars, and he's going to be held up here.
So that's where out right now in that 420 BMW. They're quite pacey, but it's like at the end of the race, you just want everyone to get out of the way, like no matter what.
Yeah, especially when you're fighting for the lead with a car that close behind you. You want every blue flag to dive. Oh, I think Ben's made a mistake. I just saw the 69 car in the runoff at Big Red there. Yeah, Ben's made a mistake. I don't know if he went a bit too deep or what happened there, but yeah, that battle has just disintegrated, and that gap has expanded out to 3 or 4 seconds.
So there's a piece of racecraft learning. Instead of doing it at the corner, he should have done it in the middle of that little straight, and that would have been so much easier for everyone concerned.
Yeah, you want to keep it predictable for the cars behind as well. No one's expecting you to move to the outside of a hairpin. Everyone's kind of expecting you to let them go on the straight. So, yeah, keep it nice and predictable for the cars behind, and you'll lose less time that way as well.
So we've navigated that blue flag traffic. They've got a fair bit of room up to, I think that's the 666 car. A little bit hard to read further
That's correct.
with the pitcher-in-pitcher situation. But yeah, the 666 is Hopkinson. They should have a little bit of pace, so hopefully they won't catch them too quickly. And these guys can just duke it out on the track without too much interference. We've swapped over to Saxon Hayes in that 888 GTR, who is currently defending the pants off defending his pants off against that pantsless Aston Martin. So with Nathan Monks, it is actually it's over a second again, so these guys are ebbing and flowing quite a little bit. They've got Raschuti and McNeil ahead of them.
Close for that battle there too in the car 700 and car 90 there, under 0.3. So
yeah, that's even closer. So that's 4th position, but they're blue flag to them. So it's always a bit tricky like that when you got cars that are actively fighting. It kind of looks like McNeil is making a move on the inside there. Hard to fully see that as we're watching picture in picture, but McNeil actually getting around Raschuti. So
you got it done.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I was just looking at that battle in the background, trying to figure out whether that was for position. It's probably one of the hardest things I've noticed so far about jumping into the comms booth in these Enduros is whether or not that's a battle on screen or whether it is just a blue flag car that's needing to be let past. But yeah, good work from Austin to get past Raschuti there, and the Mustang will have no dramas trying to outrun a Porsche in the straight line.
They're 30 seconds down the road from Stephen Tai in that 111 GTR, so that's probably 8, 9, and 10 relatively locked down. I mean, obviously 9 and 10 still up in the air slightly, but McNeil getting that move done. Chris Taylor is actually said a little bit ago, but in the YouTube chat, just saying that he said just mildly in jest, but the top 4 cars are all on 3 track cuts. Someone might be able to confirm if they jump into their streams, but that would be I guess it would be a foreshadowed end to some of these races, a death by track cut. I don't really want to see it, but it would be so Cota for that to happen.
It absolutely would be. Yeah, I just remembered when you said that Taufik is actually streaming, but as far as I know, the word from the 124 car is we're still on 2.
Yeah, right. You got a little bit of room.
An extra speed token available.
Yeah, you could cash that in. Cut straight across one of those S's. Just don't even worry about it.
Just pay the stewards off and no one will notice, right?
It's not like we've been watching the same 2 cars for the last hour and a bit.
Yeah, I think someone might notice if someone's on the head like that. Yeah, it is something you can kind of do strategically, is if you do run a little bit wide somewhere and you are off the track, if you've got one to play with, it just makes everything a little bit more relaxed behind the wheel. If you've got the ability to make a mistake and not cost yourself another, what I believe is about 30 seconds or so. But yeah, we'll see how this battle forms. The latest information I'm getting fed to me from the car is that probably going to see a similar thing now to what you saw earlier with myself and Shane. It's just you don't have quite the grip or the drive out of the corners to get a run. And Page is still defending, so it looks like he's feeling the threat. But yeah, the Ferrari just doesn't want to get out of these corners, and that Merc has so much torque it just pulls away. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. But as it gets super close under brakes, Ferrari's very strong under brakes, but just can't quite get close enough.
A little bit of help for teams in the future for the Enduros. Scott Rochford quite often doesn't stream, but he does stream the timing tower. So that's what I've been looking at just recently. It gives you all the splits and all the lap times and laps and stuff. So it's a useful stream to give you some extra info.
Oh yeah, good shout.
Usually posts it up in the Enduro threads and stuff. So yeah.
Trent Callahan asking what have I missed and saying he hasn't been around for 10 hours. Mate, you missed everything. You've missed about 100 different DTs. I think you're going to have to watch it back if you want the story. Watch it on 2 times if you need to.
Yeah, quite a lot is the answer, and we've kind of come towards, well, we're getting close to 20 minutes to go here, and probably so be about 10 laps or so. And yeah, the battle for the lead, as you can see, is within a second. Have already had one attempt to overtake before getting fired into the wall, and has come back for another one. So yeah, quite a lot, and I think it's been a pretty exciting race overall.
It's been a fantastic race.
As we see, Taufik still on the back of the Mercedes, but it's just, I know the frustration because I've just lived it myself. It's so hard to get a run on the Merc. You kind of have to he's gonna have to try and break deep into that hairpin and try and get a good run out. But even when you do, the Merc just pulls lengths on you, and there is not a lot you can really do in the Ferrari. You just hope for a mistake or hope for the tires to fall off. We'll see how this one pans out. As the other battles, I'm just looking at the timing tower, it looks like the other battles that we've seen have sort of dropped away a little bit. The GTR is still ahead. Nope, that's the wrong Aston. I'm looking at a different car. Yeah, so other battles have kind of faltered a little bit, but we've still got one to watch for the front.
Yeah, the next gap is the Monks. Monks on Hayes is 1.3, so there's been a change there as well, I think, but that's the closest next battle.
Yeah, they've been ebbing and flowing for a little while. It was down to 0.7 and it was back up to 1.3. It's 1.2 now, so yeah, it's just, I think they're just giving and taking blow for blow. We'll see if Saxon can hold on to that 5th position for the end of the race and give his salute. And Rashudi's actually fallen off the back of McNeil quite a bit after we saw that pass a couple of minutes ago. So McNeil must have just had a lot of overspeed, a lot of pace in the bag over that Porsche.
Yeah, I would say that he would, and would get past that Porsche pretty quickly down that straight with the speed that the Mustang actually has. The Porsche pretty good out of the corners, but there's no match for the sheer horsepower coming from the front of that Mustang.
I think as well, because the 700 car pitted, I think there's a bit of a tyre delta potentially between those cars because having to pit later. I do also want to give a shout. We were just talking to Phil Slade about the number 8 car. It actually has managed to get past the Bryce Davies and Billet. 12 seconds behind Ren at the moment, so don't know what their pace is quite like yet. But it's a pretty good shout. Pretty good run as well for this last stint.
Yeah, as we see, Taufik's probably the closest we've seen him for a few laps there on the Mercedes, but it just pulls every single time. He's going to show the nose, and Pete is not going to fall from. He's going to stick towards the outside, and the Ferrari closes under brakes, but still not much that can be done. And this next section of corners, you can't really overtake. I did try, and we all saw that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out very well, but it's inviting to just throw the nose in, but that's never going to work if you want the cars to not make contact, and you have to have a full lunge, and probably the car ahead would need to make a mistake for it to actually work. As we're just going to sit behind through this long triple right-hander, all that's going to do is heat up the tyres, and you're just going to lose ground. There's no way to make a move there, and these next couple of corners aren't quite close enough, and then we get to another sort of long-ish straight, but yeah, not quite long enough, and into another corner that again is very inviting to just send the nose in. So we'll see, it's nice and close through the exit, and that Mercedes is just going to pull further and further and further, so a bit of a frustrating position for Taufik to be stuck in.
I'm passing 326 laps. Just gonna have a quick squeeze of how much fuel Peach might have left.
He's going to be fuel saving pretty hard at this point, I imagine. But yeah, I think I said that was probably going to get more than about 330 laps in here. We're probably on track to do that. Look how much Taufik closes up through these tight corners. The Ferrari is so much kinder on its tyres and just so much quicker through these corners. But again, the Merc just pulls away with that torque, and the turbo lag means the Ferrari's just not going to get out of the corners. So yeah, work is definitely cut out for him here, try and make a move, but you got to be feeling the pressure.
Scotty Rockford in chat just saying, I think that the 987 car with Layla Bell might have had a disconnect because there's a bit of a double entry happening. Actually, she's just explaining now. Davis had a disconnect, and since our number one driver is not in the server, we can't continue it. So unfortunately, that's the end of the race for them. Been a pretty tough race. We've seen a few different incidents. Saw that the DT penalty for speeding in to serve the DT. That was pretty rough as well, but learned from it and come back for the next one. As she's sort of saying in the chat, they're going to be back for Zolder. So props to them. Keeping your head up.
Yeah, still disappointing to get 11 odd hours through a 12-hour race and have it all come to a DC, as Taufik is he's gonna show the nose, but is again not quite enough of a braking zone. So we've got the speed through the corners, but we cannot get a launch out of a hairpin to keep up in the tow. Yeah, you don't want to have to do an 11 hours of a 12-hour race or however long it might have been, and not get to finish because of a DC and
yeah,
the way
I think
servers work.
Yeah, not even getting to just finish, like even if it's a little bit rough, is kind of a bit heartbreaking. It feels a bit sad, like. So yeah, I feel bad for that team for sure.
Yeah, not even having an option to continue, because that's part of the achievement is getting through the 12 hours, regardless of where you two actually finish. Part of that is getting through it. So yeah, they would be pretty disappointed, I think, to not be able to. Oh, I thought you would switch the cameras, Glenn, but apparently there's something else has happened here. We've just been thrown to a GTR again. Nope, everyone's still on track. Look, we've seen Kunos do that before. This game loves to throw you to a GTR after a pit stop, so I just thought everyone should appreciate the beauty of the Nissan.
Give the love to the GTR.
Hignett, actually, though, speaking of things happening, it is in our little camera, but he's back to 1.1, or about 1.2, really, rounding. I will just note, Ben Curtis, another little whisper. Nope, scratch that. Never mind. It sounded really cool, but it's okay. So Peach is swapping the engine maps up and down. So just trying to get absolutely everything he can with the fuel that they have left. A little bit spicy, I think, because we were concerned if they were even going to have the fuel to do all the way to the end. But yeah, I mean, he's put a little bit of a gap there onto Taufik, especially through that twisty section. You wouldn't really expect that from Merc, but yeah, real big effort here from Peach to try and bring this car home. We're nearly at 10 minutes left to go.
Yeah, they must be super close on fuel. It's got to be pretty nail-biting in that car. Someone must be there constantly monitoring the numbers to make sure they're going to have enough fuel to make it to the end. It almost feels like it would come down to a situation like the Bathurst 1000 from, I want to say it was 2014, when Windcup decided that he didn't want to do any fuel saving and ran out on the last lap. I don't know if it's going to come to that, but it's going to be. I imagine it's going to be pretty dicey in that car.
It's not the situation I would like to find myself in, to be honest. Like trying to defend, trying to manage that fuel, trying to manage like turning it up and down to get the most performance out of your car. Jeez, tough gig.
Yeah, just one of those things on its own is a little bit difficult. Imagine juggling all three of them at the same time is, yeah, it's probably, well, if he's not careful, it's going to be very easy for him to make a mistake, whether that is driving mistake, just too much brain saturation.
So you probably notice I've gone quiet because I don't want to incur the wrath.
Yeah, it does be like that.
Hignett really closing that gap though. That's 7 tenths onto the back of the 695 Mustang. So it's been turned up to 11, and we've been on a nice rolling boil here for about an hour now. Really, it's crazy. So Stuart's just giving us a little bit more info. Peach is turning it up to map 1 onto the long straight and then turning it back down for everywhere else. So just trying to make sure he stays ahead of that Ferrari into one of the most prominent places to make a move on the track.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs to really bother with any of that. I think he can just keep it in map 2. He doesn't need the extra straight line performance.
Alright, mate.
You're fine. But definitely not biased or anything like that.
It is. I didn't really foresee this happening, but we do have a mild conflict of interest having a driver for the 124 car finishing off the race with someone else ahead.
And a representative of the 191, so you can take the last 11 minutes, Blake. Thanks, man.
I mean, I get that evens out now, though, actually, so it's fine.
Both equally as unbiased.
Yeah.
It should balance out, right? So we should.
Yeah, it's, it's arithmetic. Thumbs up. Oh my god, they're so close. I'm literally just like, will it happen? Will it not happen? Traffic just hitting a little bit of that sausage there.
It's so tantalizing.
Yeah. Chris Taylor literally just saying as well, insanely close finish for a 12-hour race. It's just unbelievable. I'm boggled. My mind is boggled as well, because it's P3 and P4 and then P5 and P6. Like, it's still so close. All those positions are still up for grabs.
Yeah, that's the crazy part about this, is it's not just like, it's one thing having a fight for the win towards the end of a 12-hour endurance race, that is cool, but to have a fight for first, third, and fifth at the end of 12 hours of racing, with, mind you, unlike the real endurance races, we don't have any safety car interventions. This is purely on strategy and pace. And what's crazy, I guess the wildest thing about the battle for the lead is these cars have had completely different strategies the whole race. The 191 car has been on fuel saving, lift and coast, so we're keeping an eye on them. They have been trying to eke out as much time on a stint as they can from the Merc, and the 124 car, we've just been pushing along as fast as we can the whole day, trying to put in fast laps. So the fact that it's come down to less than a second at the end of the day through the mistakes, through the ebbs and flows of the race, is pretty incredible.
Like, I would even be impressed if it was that gap first to third of about 28 seconds. Like, that would be close for 12 hours of racing, and that's still that's still within second and third, and then fourth is right there too. Like, it's just bonkers. Hignett less than half a second on the back of Bub now, and Glenn just pointing out as well, it's 5 different cars. It's actually, no, 5 different cars in the top 6. There is 2 Mercs, which, I mean, I don't think anyone is out here bloody waving the flag for the Merc saying it's an unbelievably super good car or anything like that, but these guys definitely putting on a show today.
Apparently it is.
I mean, yeah, they've proven something, but it's not a popular car. People, I mean, it's just a very specific car.
Yeah, and a few of these cars are making their speed in very different ways as well, so it's not like the track suits a certain characteristic. They're all completely different cars that drive completely different ways. So yeah, kind of crazy that we've come 12 hours just to end up this close, as Ben looks like he was having a bit of a look on the back of Noski and Bob now there. So that battle is still ebbing and flowing. Ben looks like he gets a good run out of turn 9 and through the kink of turn 10 into the braking zone of turn 11. He's going to show the nose. He's not going to be close enough to have a send up the inside. He needs to try and get a late apex and try and get the power down as soon as possible. And unlike what I had, I think he's going to be able to keep in the slipstream and keep up with that Mustang as it pulls off down the straight. We'll see if he's able to. He's right up the back. He's not going to be able to see anything but the taillights of that Mustang, and Actually, looks like the straight line speed of that Mustang is pretty strong. He's going to move towards the inside and he's going to throw the nose, but again, not quite close enough. So Merc still has the legs as he catches up and closes up really close on that apex.
Wow, that was very, very close. But also, just looking in the field, there's quite a few cars that are in their own battles after 12 hours as well. So we just saw Crick and Wear Out in the background there. There's only 8 tenths between those two cars, and Slade just pointing out in the chat that Herbert is very, very much catching Ren all the way down there. There's 2 tenths now as the timing board updates. So still battles to be had all the way up and down.
Yeah,
we're under 10 minutes. There's nearly 5 minutes.
Oh my god!
It's Jesus! It's happening so fast. I'm hypnotized. I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized.
I'm both of those. I can't believe how little time. It feels like we should have 11 hours left in this race at this point. How close some of these cars are, and not to mention, I'm pretty sure. The timing graphic's a little bit hard to judge, but the top 6 or 7 cars, I think it is, the only few cars on the lead lap. Everyone else has been dropped back. I'm pretty sure if that timing tower is anything to go off. So, yeah, shout out to those guys. Not only are they close to the car ahead, they've kind of been heads and tails above the rest of the field, and not many cars left on the lead lap.
I think by 3:35 laps is going to be close. We've got 5 minutes to go. I think there's going to be 4 more laps, including this one.
Very, very chuffed with yourself to get the lap prediction correct.
I used that on Peach's fuel that he had earlier on, thinking how many laps he's got left, but it's changed a little bit now because he's flicking maps around to help him out, but I think he's certainly got enough left in the tank.
Herbert just got past Ren, but Ren also picked up a DT after that, so bit of a rough go there, losing that position and then getting a DT with 5 minutes to go.
Double whammy. You'd almost be able to keep it out, stay out, and not. Oh, that's going to be wide for Ignat there on the right-hand side. You'd almost be able to just stay out and not serve it, and just cop the. What does the game give you? 30 seconds, I think it is, but.
Track specific for all of that. Depends, I think.
I'm pretty sure a drive through here is going to cost you about 28 seconds, depending on your pit entry. So, yeah. Might just be easier just to stay out and cop the pen afterwards. As we cross the line here with 4 minutes to go, so we're probably looking at 2 or 3 more laps, which does not give Taufik much of a chance to get past this Mercedes. And I guess the only chance of this now is if they either have one more track cut, and I believe they're on 3 is the information I'm being told. So either one more track cut and cop a DT, or somehow get some of those numbers mixed up at the end of this race and just cough out a little bit too soon and run out of fuel. We'll see what happens, but it's going to be so close.
I don't think Peach is going to be super happy that there's going to be 3 laps to go. Probably would have been happier with 2 if that is how it's going to play out. Because I do think it's going to be that close for these guys and those calculations and that fuel tank.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much of a chance to lift and try and not do another lap at this point. So he's committed to the full lap as he tries to break the toe again, weaves towards the inside, and I don't know, the Ferrari just hasn't got the straight line speed to really capitalize on any of the slipstream from the Mercedes. The way it pulls out of that corner is just, as Taufik is going to show the nose, and it clips the inside curve there, and I sort of have experience doing that myself a little bit there. It's super inviting to just send the car in because it will stop for the corner so much sooner, but we're just not quite close enough to be able to do it, which is really frustrating.
It's looking in the bottom right, Ignat, a bit of speed, it's not quite there. He's showing in the mirrors like every single time. Has to be, I think that Valkyrie Mercedes is going to be haunting the dreams of Sean Bubb now tonight, but so far so good, keeping it behind him.
Yeah, it's almost too close to call at this point where these battles are going to end up, and to have the fact that we've got 2 of them on screen right now is absolutely crazy, and this battle for P5 is still only a second gap, so not too far away at all. I can't recall if we've ever had an ending to an enduro like this in OLR.
And we're starting to catch blue flags.
Oh no. I will say as well, so we've crossed the line with two and change to go, which does mean we're definitely having 2 more laps. Which we'll see how those calcs have played out for Sneakers. It's a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I just don't want Taufik to get desperate right at the end and not much time left to go, so yeah, it might be a shame. It looks like he's actually fallen back a little bit, so maybe that damage is just coming into play and those tyres are not absolutely loving life. And is that Cooley I see in the background shot there coming up? So yeah, Cooley coming up to probably try and unlap himself. Is because that, what else do we need in this except for another car who's faster than both of them to try and throw themselves in the ring? Hopefully,
yeah.
Hopefully he makes the right decision.
He's been doing mid 206s, so it's 2 seconds a lap faster than these guys. But he pitted late, right? They only did last 40 minutes or half an hour or something.
That's crazy pace at this point in the race. I was doing that pace in the night. It was like a good nearly 10 degrees cooler. So the fact that he's able to keep this pace in the morning with the temperatures up that high is very impressive. But hopefully he sees what's going on and is just able to is hanging back as Hignett is towards the inside, looking towards the inside of Bub now. He's going to brake deep, and he's just going to leave him enough space as he goes up the inside. He's going to be on the outside now for this next hairpin, and not easy to hold around the outside. He's going to try and hold it there. This is super nice racing from both of them. A little bit of bumping, I think, and Noski is going to defend the inside again as Hignett is just forced nowhere to go. He can't get any cutback, and very nice racing there, and that is allowing that Porsche behind, who I want to say is a lap down car.
They are. That's Pete Chalmers. He's got the camera car running at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That onboard was amazing to watch. As Hignett again tries to show the nose in there, and Taufik, I don't know where to look anymore. Taufik's super close. They're all close.
Yeah, cross your eyes, mate, if you want to watch both of these. Taufik was very, very close up around Big Red, but not
5 and
quite
6
there.
back down to half.
Oh my god. It's like almost painful.
You're telling me.
Where is the time gone? We're with the leaders and we're at the halfway point of the track, so this is the last lap of the race.
This will be it. I don't know if I could take any more after this, to be honest. It has been very nerve-wracking.
Oh my god. Monks is in within 0.4 of Hayes to... If you just, I don't know, check your cholesterol, check your blood pressure.
How many pictures have you got now, Glenn? We're running out of streams. This is insane.
Oh, blue flag getting out of the way, which is nice.
Oh, you'd have to at this point of the race. Taufik, really close. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Smart move, I think, from Cooley. I think there's not much more to do. Smart move, more like sportsman-like move to just let this one play out. Through the turning 90 section for the last time for these two cars. I don't think it's going to be quite there for the 124 car. I'm so sorry, Liam. It's Peach just going to have to bring it home unless the car starts sputtering with no fuel. But we look at wait for a second.
Under 1.5 litres, so safe for the class.
He's going to be fine.
Try to show the nose in the final corner, but that's going to be JP rounding the final corner on the final lap to take the victory. Absolutely amazing drive from both of these drivers, and I have to hand it to him. That is pretty impressive to hold out for the best part of an hour, I think that was, and fuel safe and doing everything that he was doing to hold on there. That is an absolutely amazing drive, and I have to hand it to him.
Crosses the line with 1 litre remaining.
Mate, you should take that out of the car and drink it or something as a celebration. Good lord. That's what a drive that is. That's going on the resume, it's going on the shelf, it's going in the pool room, whatever you like. Bub now holds on from Ben Hignett, a 1.2 second gap, so Bub now on the podium, rounding out your podium. As we have these two certainly not over yet as they're coming down into that hairpin. that we've seen so many moves been made before. It's 3/10. Monks with a bit of speed there, almost comes to the back bumper of Hayes, but not quite. They're going through Turny Werney, and it's hard to see a move from anywhere around here, but it's certainly not over. It's just, whew. There's donuts happening in celebration up at Big Red, but it's not over for these two just yet.
Car 500 inside 0.7 as well. They've just finished, they were ahead.
So Hayes, 2 more corners, mate. It's tricky corners. No DT around this last corner, please. That's nice and tidy. Monks looks like he's giving it absolutely everything, but it's not going to be quite enough. Saxon Hayes holding on for the last bit of the race. He gets to give his double-fingered salute to the 153 Tented Motorsports car, and what a battle these guys have had. It's literally been about 10.5 hours with these two just near each other the whole time. They've only been separated by pits, and then they found each other anyway later on. So with the 777 car, after them, they've got a 5-second invoice. It's not going to mean anything. The 1111 Rockets Evolved car, P8. Stefano Rasciuti in the number 90 car, P9, and Austin McNeil rounding out the top 10 in that 700 Mustang. Whew. What a race. What a race.
Wow, I don't think I have words anymore. I've just taken a moment to reflect on all of that. That was an absolutely incredible finish, and shout out to all of these drivers for sticking it out there for 12 hours, and no matter where they finish the race, and that's the most important thing, and I hope they had fun along the way.
Yeah, definitely. Well said, mate. It's a huge achievement to get that done, no matter where you finished, and I think a lot of people, you might be near the bottom, but there's a lot to learn, and yeah, as you said, hopefully they had a good time. Keys at the 777 message. Yeah, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Pete, any words, Pete? Kovacs guys?
Happy for the Kovacs Blue to actually get, I think that's their maiden podium as well. Position for win. We've had a couple of seconds and thirds, so I'll shout out to them for a good race. And we were chasing Kovacs Red for a lot of it, so they finished a couple of us in. But yeah, kudos to the winners. And top 3, all those racing scenarios with people so close with pairs of cars after 12 hours is just spectacular.
So we'll just, as a formality, we'll go back through our race results. So for your overall, we had the Kovacs Purple team, the 191 in first place, the 124 HPNT car in second, Sean Bobnow and Chris Taylor in the 695 car in third. In fourth, we have Ben Hignett, Jamie Comboy, and Josh Holmes in the 69 car. And in fifth, Saxon Hayes and Jaden Rondinella hold off the huge advance, the huge attacks from Nathan Monks and Tim Goad in P6. For your silver class, it is going to be Saxon Hayes and the aforementioned Nathan Monks, with Stefano Rasciuti rounding out your podium for silver. And for our Pro-Am class, we have Pete Chalmers, Scott Rockford, and I believe that's David Neighbor. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Pete. From Thurcolini and Murphy, Spenceley and Miller, with the 2 Wren brothers, Benno Ellis and Matthew Shine, rounding out that Pro-Am podium. And for our AM class, we have it's a KA Motorsport car, I don't remember the specific name, but Sam O'Brien, Brad Gosling, Robert Brickley did manage to finish ahead of the Rob Roy car with Anken and Buckerfield, and Baker and Frustuck rounding out that AM class podium in the 62 Mustang. Whew.
A couple of 2-man team AMs, so that's a baptism of fire for them if they're new to the endurances.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know what to do with myself now.
I need a drink and a lie down.
Congratulate race directors and stewards, and that was another spectacular 12-hour endurance.
Yeah, really well put together as always. Obviously, we had that issue at the beginning that was actually nothing to do with anything that Glenn or the team put together. That was a complete Kunos bug, and I will throw them under the bus for that. I wanted to give a big thanks to everyone involved. So yeah, Glenn and Matt Powell, and Paul Cranich, our admin team, all the stewards and the people helping out as race directors, everyone in our commentary team. It was pretty touch and go for some of it, and some people really had to jump out. I don't know if David wants me to say this, but David's workplace was on fire in the middle of this race, and he had to go, which was interesting for sure. But yeah, just thanks to everyone, and I hope everyone had a good time. Glenn, do you want to jump in and say anything, mate?
Yes, yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Blake, for all of your hard work with getting all the commentary team up and running, and for the efforts today. Much appreciated. Big thanks to Mitch Kemp too for his work behind the scenes in sorting out with the drivers when we could get them in. All of these things add to what's been a great event. Thoroughly enjoyed it from my end, and yeah, that's about it from me. Thanks to all the commentators, to all the stewards, to the rest of the admin team, which you've already thanked, and I think that's it. Thanks to all the drivers. There was some great driving, great fun. I think that's it.
It's bedtime.
I think it's.
Night.
I think it's pretty much bedtime. Okay, I'm just going to queue up. We
I
are
believe we're at Zolder next.
Zolder, excellent.
And in the interim, we'll have the first round of our next duo series next month. So that's our next Saturday night.
Keep an eye out as well. We've got the GT4 series starting this Thursday in the blue time slot, which is 7:30 on Thursday, which is pretty exciting. Something a little bit different. A lot of different people participating in that one. We've got guys from the academy all the way up to your Jamie Conboys and your, I don't know, Lucas Keys and me. I'll be in there. So yeah,
it's going to be good. Big telecast too. So that's all good. All right, everyone. Thanks very much. Take care. Have a good rest of your weekend. Sleep in tomorrow, and enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Liam.